Have you ever heard of Operation Let Them Speak?
Give me a name because I have my laptop open. I'm gonna search.
Give them a second though. Seriously, please.
Hold on. Maxine Waters, AOC.
You guys just want to
No. I can pull a video up of all of them inciting riots and violence.
Thank you.
AOC, Maxine Waters.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi. So do you think that they all condemn it when they said get
Hold on, I'll pull it up.
MAGA's face, we're gonna shut them down? All that. Don't you think that's
of it, man?
Shut MAGA, shut the conservative side down. How about when Joe Biden said, let's put a bullseye on the president? All that to me sounds like inciting violence.
And don't forget Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris encouraged people to donate to the Minneapolis Freedom Fund.
Oh yeah, she did. She said that.
Well, let's start with one by one. I mean, if you want to start with that, Brian.
None of them were violent though. Not all of them were.
Stop making the blanket statements like that about these.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on.
Exactly.
I wasn't talking to you. God damn, does the world revolve around you?
Hey, look. I already got the video if you want.
But January 6th, somebody did get violent, but you don't know who it was. So
Yeah, there was a few people that got violent.
I got the whole montage.
I'm not saying that didn't happen.
I want to watch the montage.
You want to watch the montage a little bit?
I want to watch the montage.
Yeah,
There you go.
Lots of montage.
Hold on.
Let me mute up. Sorry.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You gotta be ready to throw a punch.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
Are we good? Okay, we're good. Okay. I'm on somebody's panel right now. Hold on.
Take you behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight. Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president? They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to...
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
All right.
They've never incited violence.
Totally.
No, never.
Totally.
Oh, no, I never said
Now,
no
show me-
Democrats. Wait, hold on. I never said
Hold
no
on.
Democrats incited violence.
Show me-
Everybody always incites violence. My question was, do you guys support Donald Trump's pardons of the violent January 6ers?
Show me a video.
No.
Republicans saying that.
And I don't care if they're Republicans or Democrats. I don't condone violence at all.
I don't either.
Okay, yeah, just making sure. Because usually when I ask that question, it seems like some either people deny that there was violence, like King did earlier.
So check this out. So this is what happens.
Hold on, don't put words in my mouth.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
A lot of times what they do is we feel that you're just coming trying to rage bait something. That's why I said when you stated the violent ones, that's when I knew what you were talking about. You're not saying everybody, just the people who got violent.
No, yeah, they were
And
like
see, I didn't,
grandmas in there, like they're
and I
degenerates
didn't.
too, but
Yeah, but
like
no,
they
no, no, no.
shouldn't.
And I
Not everybody. Not everybody there was violent. They walked
Yeah, I never said
them
everybody was
into the
violent.
goddamn.
And that's what I didn't hear. So please do
But
not
Loki,
put words in my mouth because I didn't hear all that.
Okay, yeah, I thought you heard it, so that's
hold
fine.
on, but hold on. What name? What
Sorry, you're cutting out a
Breaking
little
up.
bit.
J6er.
I can't hear you. Can you say it again?
Broke up.
Sorry.
You were breaking up, Pretty.
Oh, is my freaking headset low again? God damn it. I said name one J6er that got pardoned by Trump that was known to be violent during the riots.
I mean, I have
Or the
50, but I
J6
can give you one. DJ Rodriguez.
DJ Rodriguez.
Yeah, he
God
stunned.
damn, a couple beaner.
What he did was he stun gunned a police officer once in the neck. The police officer was retreating, and then he stun gunned him again and caused the police officer to have a heart attack. He was rushed to the hospital. Luckily, he survived. But yeah, he was pardoned by Trump.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, a stun gun. Ooh.
Well, you would. I mean, you wouldn't say that if somebody did that to like an ICE agent.
There.
You wouldn't say, "Ooh." You wouldn't say that, would you?
No. So I get where you're going with that. So I think that pardon was a general blanket pardon for everybody who was there.
Yeah.
And you're right that some people shouldn't have gotten pardoned.
You know,
Right, yeah.
The Brown. Before you, hold on, let me say something. Okay?
So yeah,
I
I dislike that part that
Loki.
he did that.
I've seen the videos when J6 happened, okay? And I remember when the crowd was peaceful, and all of a sudden, a guy gets a rubber, projectile shot right through his cheek before the stuff even went off. So I don't know what you're talking about, but they started it.
No. I saw the Capitol Police letting everybody in, and then somebody started something because it didn't start out that way. It was all peaceful in the beginning. What I saw.
Yeah. So what happened with
Chief
DJ?
of Police. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I never really paid attention to it that much back then. It wasn't really, I was just pissed off that people don't know how to act.
Yeah.
Right.
It was so this
Because it fucks it up for everybody else.
right. So this was before they broke into the Capitol, there was like a police line, and the police line was trying to keep them, past the barrier, so that way they wouldn't
Right.
come in. But so when they were like doing this heave ho thing, trying to get past the police officers, that's when like the people at the front line were like committing some of the violence against the police officers, and that's when DJ Rodriguez stun gunned him.
So I will tell you, I've seen the videos from the Capitol's point of view, and a lot of it, at the end of the day, violence of any kind should be denounced on both sides, and
Any
I
side.
said that. Yeah, and I said that back when it happened. And I don't like hypocritical people. I don't. Either side that is hypocritical, in my opinion, because you know what? If you're gonna scream about violence on one side, then allow it on
Ducko,
the
thank
other
you for the
side.
37.
It's hypocritical.
37 months.
It goes
Appreciate
for
you.
both.
Where's all the videos they said they were going to release?
Hold on. If you're looking for extremists, you've got the wrong crowd.
Yeah, we're
That's
not
not us.
extremists.
They were supposed to release all the video. Why didn't they release it? You know why they didn't release it? Because it would ruin the whole narrative of the
Oh, I've
left.
seen. Oh, Venom. I'll send you what I have. I've seen a lot
Everything,
of
man. I've seen so much stuff. I researched this stuff left
Oh,
and right,
yeah.
but they didn't release a lot of the good videos. Trust me.
I've
It's
got a
hard to
Google.
find the video of the deputy chief of police that gives the okay to open fire on the crowd outside the Capitol when they shot the FN
Oh, yeah.
303s into the crowd.
I've seen that one too.
And 9 people got hit in the head and neck,
Mhm.
and those weapons are not supposed to be used in the head and in the neck.
Right,
And let's remember. I can send fun. I can send you the Google Drive.
We're
that
not
I
for
have.
violence
Mm.
at all.
Do you
No matter who it is.
No.
Do you retract your support of Trump for him no longer? He still justifies his pardons. He still supports them currently.
I don't agree with any. I don't agree with.
You know,
pardons in
I'll tell you
general.
something.
Like, I think pardons are evil. I no president should have that power, in my opinion.
I think some
We're
pardons
not-
are like justified. But,
Yeah, but
Mm.
we're not gonna switch sides just because you want us to. Okay?
Well, I'm not asking you to switch sides. I'm just
I
asking
don't
if
think
you
he sounds-
retract your support of that politician specifically.
One of the
I'm not-
J6ers is on
No.
TikTok, and he has
Yeah.
lives, and he goes in and he talks
Yes.
about what had
Yeah,
happened
he's a
and
really
his
good guy.
experience. And And it's very eye-opening to listen to what he has to say, because where else are you going to hear that? No one else is going to tell you what the experience was like. So if I had a friend that was there that day. She said that they were all talking, they were sitting there laughing, talking to the cops, and a bunch of people came up and started a bunch of crap right in front of the cameras. A bunch of people came in. They came in the vans. They were changing their clothes, and they came in. And the first thing they did was go up right in front of the cameras and start crap. Now, if you want to tell me that those weren't antagonists, if those weren't, I mean,
yeah, like there was like 1%ers and Proud Boys who were doing stuff like that. They were arrested and then they were also pardoned.
No, we're talking about other people that came in, you know, Tifa.
The FBI, the CIA.
Oh, wait. Can you name a person who was in Tifa who did that?
Hold on. If you weren't there, I'm not going to speculate. Because I wasn't there. I can't say what side they were.
Somebody
I'm pretty sure there was a bunch of people on both sides who started it. If
you name one?
No, I just said I'm not going to speculate on something when I wasn't there, and I don't know white supremacists to fucking even know who they were.
We need to stop living in the past. That was 6 years ago. Like, let's focus on today.
Well, the reason why I'm focused on it is because the person who pardoned them is currently sitting president.
Yeah, and no president's perfect.
This is way beyond imperfect. This is like impeachable.
Do you know that other presidents have done similar things though? Like,
yeah, they should be impeached too.
It's not impeachable.
It's not impeachable.
I think we should.
Of course you
do.
But
that's just your opinion, because for some reason you feel like he touched you somewhere.
Aside from that, what do you dislike about our sitting president?
Oh.
And what do you like about our sitting president? Name one thing that you like and one thing that you dislike, aside from J6.
Okay, well, I do dislike that he tried to steal the 2020 election prior to J6.
There we go. See? You see what I mean? Okay.
Well, okay, yeah, so that would be one reason, right?
Do you believe that there was Russian collusion?
I can't hear. Wait, which question did I want to... Which question do y'all want me to answer?
I just want to also... Hold on. I also
didn't finish the first thing. Ask him what he likes about him. Like she asked.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like that he joined forces with like the Bernie Bros and like did the no tax on tips thing. I kind of like
that. Yeah.
Okay. But I think like trying to steal the 2020 election overrides that, obviously, because even Bernie would
try to steal the 2020 election.
He did not try.
I can tell you why if you'd like me to, but
oh my Jesus,
I don't want you to tell me.
I know you don't, because you won't be able to defend
now that.
No, we can defend
No,
it.
I can. However, I'm sick and tired of talking about this for the last 2 fucking years. Actually,
it's been longer than that,
6
Brady.
years.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be tired of talking about it too if I had to defend Donald Trump.
Hold up.
No, I'm tired of defending.
Good Lord, 10 years
on.
Focusing on the same guy.
No, there's no.
They blocked me, bro. Oh my God, they blocked me. That's funny. All right, let's try to find another live, and then we're gonna do our own live. Okay. That's funny. Let's see if we can find somebody live. Also, welcome in, everybody. Welcome. I'm glad you guys can make it here. I'm just doing a little live surfing real quick, and then we're going to launch our own live. We are definitely going to be talking about what the ICE domestic terrorists have done today. So I just wanted to start off with some debates because I'm on fire. Okay. Let's see. I just want one more Trump supporter to talk to. Oh my God, this is that Fawcett guy. I talked to him before. He's that fucking crazy guy. Let's see. What is your favorite Bible scripture? A lot of these are just like Christian lives. I mean, I could join them. Yeah, I'm gonna be hosting on TikTok in just a second. I'm just trying to find some lives to hop on and guest request on first. So let's see. It's hard to find some lives here. Okay. Exposing false teachings. Muslims, atheists. Ooh, I can join this one. How's that a false teaching? I want to know. I want to know. Fucking. Oh, my audio's not connecting. Hold on, give me a second. Barely spoke. Yeah, because they were scared.
And even in the Greek, if you look up the word repent, because I.
All right, I'm gonna join this one. This guy is exposing
it
false
means a change of
teachings,
mind,
which includes atheism.
Exactly. And I had a guy that I had a there was the guy was arguing with me and arguing with me. No, that's not what repent means. That's not what repent means. You know what? Let's go to it. Let's look it up in the Greek. And I'm like, okay, well, let's do that. So he looks it up, and of course that's the first thing he sees, and he's like, oh, wait a minute, you're right. That is what it means. And I'm like, okay, well, have a good day. You know, that'll give you something to chew on there. But I think I think Jared's right. I think that's what we're supposed to do, you know, and holding each other accountable to where, you know, when we see that, I think that's what we're supposed to do. I think we're supposed to pray for our brother or our sister, whatever, whoever we see that's,
my lips have been,
you know, starting to go down the wrong path, or starting to, you know, do things that, you know, like, brother, you know better. You know not to go down that route, you know. Now, you can't do it for them, but you can sure pray for them.
Right. No, I was asking that because I was kind of like, see the explanation behind that and contextually and all that.
Let me in. Like, the fuck you doing, man?
Right. Let me see what other question I had. So, let me see if I get this correct. This
I'm gonna give
not
him a couple
formula,
more seconds,
but
and I'm gonna move on.
pattern.
Like leaving me in
See if
the
I get it.
requests.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, guys. If I'm wrong, just let me know. So the Spirit proceeds from the Father through the Son. Okay.
Right,
yep, that's pretty much yeah. All right.
What up, Carbon? How are you, brother?
Hey, what's
Excuse
up, man?
me.
How y'all doing?
Chilling, bro. What are you up to?
I'm chilling too, man. I'm an atheist, by the way, so I saw false teaching, so yeah, I got interested.
I love you, anyways, bro. That's okay.
Yeah, I
No
love you
big deal.
guys. Love you
I used to
guys.
be an I used to be an atheist.
I used to be a Christian.
But there's no such thing. You know what I'm saying?
What if I told you? Yeah.
Well, what I mean by Christian is I used to believe that Christianity was true, which is I believe that Jesus was the Son of God and was resurrected. So I used to believe that. I don't believe it anymore. So
Right. So you said you love us too, bro.
yeah, I love you. I don't have any reason to believe that you guys
As
are
an
harmful individuals.
Yeah. Well, so I like just talking about worldviews, right? And I mean, it's gonna be respectful, bro. I promise. I'm not that live that just goes insane. That's childish.
Don't
to me,
love mamas.
right? But what does love equal to you? What's the definition of love to you?
Yeah, an unconditional commitment to another person's well-being, or just a commitment to another person's well-being.
Awesome. So does this work for you?
You can do some sacrifice, you know, that it's consistent with sacrifice, but that's not what it's identical to.
Okay. Unconditional commitment
Yeah, man.
to others?
To another person,
Does
yeah.
that work for you?
Yeah, what's your
Okay.
definition of love,
Awesome.
if you don't mind me asking?
We just went over this, but it's all right. So I have a lot of different. If I would have to say what the greatest love is sacrifice. So I'm going to agree with the unconditional commitment of others as well.
Okay.
I won't disagree with that. So whenever I get to this point, this is what I ask, right?
I don't understand what the question is.
How can you unconditionally hold to this definition?
What does that mean?
That's
just what I understand love to mean. That's just like when people say love, that's what I understand it to mean.
So if you're an atheist, are you an evolutionist or no?
You're asking if I believe that evolution is true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're just clumps of cells and DNA and reactions, how does this adhere to the survival of the fittest?
You're asking me how can we have unconditional commitment to others if we were evolved species?
Yes. How do we even know what it is?
Well, okay, so like what I understand a commitment to be is what you have reasons to guide your actions to, right? And reasons are just considerations that count in favor of actions, right? And unconditional obviously just means that, it doesn't have a lot of overriding considerations, right? And that there's no contradiction between that and evolution.
So do you benefit between this?
Do I benefit? No, you don't always benefit from loving others. Sometimes you benefit. That's the whole point of sacrifice, right?
Right. So if it's survival of the fittest, why would you want to sacrifice anything?
Well, my moral system isn't based on survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest is just how we got here. It's descriptive. It's not normative.
So how do you have morals, though?
Well, when you ask how I have morals, you're just asking how can I guide my actions?
Yeah, what are you using to guide your actions?
Oh, reason. The same. I think hopefully it's the same thing you do and your God does under Christianity. They use reasons.
Right. Do you think? Let me ask you this: do you think that I am capable of being? Like, I do understand that some morals are subjective, but I do understand that there are some pretty major morals that are very objective.
When you say objective, what do you mean? You mean like the typical notion, like independent of any stances or minds and stuff?
Yeah, that it's just not good.
Okay, so even independent of God's mind, it's not good.
It can't be independent of God's mind not to be good.
Then it would be subjective.
Because God is good. Right, but we're subject to his mind, right?
Yeah, but I can say that about like my aunt, right? I'm subject to her mind, right? But like subjectivity just means
she's a human.
Well, okay, if what you mean by objective is just it comes from an infallible mind, is that all you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not. So when I asked you originally, do you mean it's independent of any mind? You said yes, but you mean no.
Of God's mind. It would be independent of God's mind.
Okay, that would just be. How's that not special pleading?
It's not special pleading. Why would it be special pleading? So I have a statute that I can go to, right? That I can say whether my feelings or my notions or my opinions, are different at the time of, say, so action, but I still have the all good God saying, hey, this is wrong, don't do it, then I'm subject to his truth.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like those, what you're saying they're truths, but those are truths dependent on his mind. And that's just what I understand subjective to mean, dependent on the mind.
Right, but if it's dependent on an all good mind and a perfect mind.
Well, what does good mean there?
I'm only subject to his mind. What do you mean?
What do you mean by what do you mean by a good mind?
Right, so we believe as Christians, and if you used to be a Christian, you know this, that God is good stems from his nature. His nature is the good. It's perfect. He defines good for us.
Oh, yeah. When I was a Christian, I didn't understand it in that way. My understanding as a Christian, when I was a Christian, was that God had perfect reasoning capacities and he was able to ascertain what is a good reason and what's not. It's not dependent on him. He's just kind of like the communicator of what's good. kind of like a scientist knows everything about, like, a scientist might know everything about how the sun works, and then they tell you how the sun works, but they're not what makes the sun. The sun is its own independent thing. That's what my understanding was as a Christian.
Right, but good comes from the independence of God. That's the problem.
You said what?
Like
Sorry,
good would have to come from the independence of God. So, like, let's just say this: if God says that feeding the hungry is good, right? Versus I'm like, well, no, it's not. Who's right?
Well, it depends on who has, like, correct reasoning, right? But the question is, like, it's not because
could his all-knowing and all-powerful reasoning be wrong?
Or, say it again. Sorry.
By definition, could his, like, all-powerful, all-knowing being be wrong in reasoning?
Oh, if you're saying he's just all-powerful and all-knowing, yeah, he can fail in reasoning because you didn't stipulate anything other than the fact that he knows everything and he's all-powerful. So yeah, he can fail in reasoning because he's all-powerful. He can do anything.
Why would he fail in reasoning?
Well, like,
if he's all-knowing,
yeah,
and he's all good, why would that make sense?
Okay, well, you didn't say all good at first. You just said all-powerful, all-knowing.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was assumed because I said good comes from.
Oh yeah. When I say yeah, that's fine. So when I say if he's good, if he's perfectly good, that means he can't fail in his moral reasoning, obviously. So if you say X is true morally, and God says X is false morally, then it just follows from, you know, that stipulation that obviously God is correct there, right? That's just stipulating the definition.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If you were to, what do you put in place of God says X is true?
Yeah. So my understanding, if God says it's good to feed you, I think you used the example feed the homeless or something like that. Well, he doesn't just say it arbitrarily. He says it for a reason. And that means there's some facts about feeding the hungry that he recognizes as counting in favor of doing it, right? And if he recognizes that, you know, he's just, you know, I can recognize that, and I don't see what he's doing to make it good. He's just recognizing the good. What is he doing to make it good? I don't understand.
I don't think you understood my question. So whenever I said I'm subject to his mind because he tells me what is good and what is wrong, what do you put in front of that? Like, if you take God out of it, like, obviously if you used to be a Christian, you understand. So if I'm a Christian and you know what I'm subject to and you know what mind I'm going to submit to, what do you submit to? Your own mind?
Oh, no. So I submit to reasons, like I said earlier. Like, let me try to clarify what I'm saying, right? When I say something like, let me start here. God says something like it's good to feed the homeless because XYZ reasons, right? And those XYZ reasons are facts that are about feeding the homeless. Now, I can also say that. I can say it's good to feed the homeless because XYZ reasons, right? So my thing is, like, me and God are saying the same thing. Why does it make it true just because God says it?
Right, because he doesn't have to have a reason for it to be true.
Oh, so it's arbitrary?
It has to be. So I can't play both sides of the field, right? That wouldn't be. I have to submit to what he says is truth, whether reasons are behind it or not.
Oh, no, I'm not asking about why you would follow it. I'm asking about what makes the proposition good, right? What makes the action good. But if you're saying it's arbitrary, then it could be anything. God could say starving the homeless is good, and you would just accept that.
Right. Yeah. Yes, I would have to. That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna be disingenuous and have to play both sides of the field. If I submit my will to his mind and I'm subject to his mind and what he says is good, it's good, whether I believe it to be good or not. It is good. That's what I'm asking you. Do you have anything other than reason that you submit that to? Because reason is fallible.
Well, I mean, if reason was fallible, then God would be fallible because he goes on the basis of reasons, right?
For us, yes. For him, no.
That I don't understand that question. That response, sorry.
Right. So if he exists, right, and we're not around, we're at all. Let's just say that I'm right, and he existed without us. What reason does he have to reason to himself for his existence to be, and for it to be true that he exists?
Are you wait, is this a moral question, or just like you're asking, like, how can he justify?
No, I'm asking. You said that you said that he had to adhere to reason, right?
Yeah, reasons are just considerations that count in favor of some sort of attitude or action or something like that. It's normative in
Right,
nature.
that's what I'm saying.
So it's action.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So before existence, right? What reason would he have to stand with? Do you see what I'm saying now?
Well, I don't. Well, you mean before existence of us?
Yes.
Okay.
The only way we have reason is because it's a form of language. Do you agree?
Reason is a form of language?
Yes, like the laws of logic, the laws of identity, the laws of non-contradiction.
I
It's
don't
just
think
a form of language.
Yeah, it's like using the laws of logic to come to like correct conclusions. Yeah, something like that.
Right, exactly. It's just another form of language. That's why we reason with each other. It's just a language.
So are you saying God does reason or he doesn't reason?
I'm saying he doesn't have to reason. That's what we're saying. If he calls it to be good and he created us, who are we to reason with God?
Okay, well then it sounds like that just sounds like atheism, right? Because if you're saying God does like mechanistic actions without reasons, well, he's not an agent then, because agents act on the basis of reasons. And so if you're saying the creator of the universe is not an agent, that's just that's atheism.
No, that's not what I'm saying, brother. I'm saying, so you're saying that, okay, so for God to be true and for him to say something is good, does he have to reason with us for that thing to be good?
Oh, he doesn't have to justify. Well, I mean, it would be nice for him to justify it to us, but no, like what makes it good is whether those considerations actually do count in favor of it and they are decisive and they count in favor of it.
Well, let's take Sodom and Gomorrah to be in fact, right? Even Abraham, whenever he was talking to him, he said, if I just go find 5 righteous people,
yeah,
would you say that? Like he was trying to reason with God. God already knew the answer and he already knew what was going to happen. So, but he did reason with him. He said, fine, if you just go 5, if you just go find 4, he did reason with him. But did God have to do that for it to be good that he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah?
No,
that's my question.
Good is independent of your epistemic access.
Right. Thank you. So what do you have that can say that it is good definitively for you within reason? With that being said.
Yeah, I don't know how else to answer the question. Like if you're asking me like how can I determine whether it's good? It's just whether those considerations count in favor of that action and then they're decisive. Right?
Right. Then why would you put yourself at sacrifice then?
Why would I put what do you mean?
You said that love was unconditional commitment to others and that we could align that with sacrifice. Right?
Well, sacrifice
so if that was the case and you had the reason. Right. Yes, sacrifice would be consistent. So that's what I'm saying. For that reason alone, how would you be able to find the reasoning behind such to where you would need to sacrifice to show somebody love?
Oh, you're just asking how do we know what reasons we have? Yeah, basically that's just, I mean, there's 3 different ways that you can do it. The strongest way, which is probably impractical for most purposes, you probably need some sort of AI or something to do it, is just to like find out a principle that you should act by and find out if there's any reasonable objections to that principle, right? And if there are any reasonable objections to that principle logically, like you map out logically what all the logically possible objections to the principle would be, and then if they're not reasonable objections, then it's permissible. If there are reasonable objections, it's not. Now practically there's this process called reflective equilibrium where, like, let's like take like specific examples, right? Like, you're at the bar and there's a guy acting belligerent. He's not like harming anyone, but he's like just annoying, right? And you're like, well, I really want to punch this guy in the face, right? Now you want to punch this guy in the face, but like if you just stop there and then just go punch him in the face, we find out you did something you didn't think before you act. So what you do is this reflective equilibrium, and you stop and think, is the fact that he is belligerent, and even though he's not harming anyone, but he's just like annoying as heck, right? Is that a reason to cause physical harm to his face, right? And then I start making that coherent with other propositions that I have. Well, then I have to apply this to anyone, and I go through this entire reasoning process, and I come to the correct conclusion that no, that's not actually a reason to hit him, even if I really, really, really want to. So my desire to hit him is not actually a reason to hit him, and that's a false desire. I should throw that away, and I should just, sit back and drink my drink or whatever. So that kind of process, once you get to a more stable, defensible principle, that's the practical way of how we reason pretty much every day. I don't see any other way to reason.
Right. So let's get past that reason then. And I would ask you, in an emergency situation, would you sacrifice your life for someone else?
Depends on the person, but yeah, generally. Depends on the situation and the person.
Right. And why would you do such?
How does
that align with the atheistic worldview at all?
Yeah, so
because then you're no longer here and existent.
Well, the atheism worldview just denies that God exists, or just doesn't believe it. Doesn't say anything about morals.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If this is your one and only that you got.
What do you mean? Well, no, that doesn't follow.
If this is your
there are
one
atheists
and
who
only,
believe that we have afterlife.
Do you believe you have an afterlife?
I don't, but you're saying that that's atheism, right? Atheism doesn't. There's atheists who believe that ghosts exist and that you're gonna turn into like a ghost, or that you're gonna be reincarnated or stuff like that, right? It doesn't follow from atheism that there's no afterlife. I just happen to hold that belief that there's no afterlife.
That would be an agnostic, right?
What?
To believe there's an afterlife, there would be an agnostic atheist, right?
No, that you can say God does not exist and there is an afterlife. Those are not logically incompatible propositions.
What would be in charge of the afterlife?
The same, like under the atheistic worldview, it would be the same thing that's in charge of the natural world, the supernatural world, right? Because atheists don't believe. Well, now you're just like asking like cosmological arguments, right? It's going to be the same argument that you would run against an atheist for their belief that God doesn't exist, who created the natural world, but then you'd just be moving that to the supernatural world, right?
Right, but how do you? I'm confused because most atheists, you link consciousness with what?
Consciousness is qualia. It's a unique, individuated experience.
Okay, so how does that consciousness exist without the heart beating?
How does it exist?
Well, I'm sorry, that's not a fair question to you because you don't believe it does, anyways. I
don't see a contradiction, right? You don't need a heart for there to be right? Like a pacemaker is not a heart, and nonetheless, those people who have pacemakers have consciousness, right?
Is their heart beating?
No, they don't have the heart's not beating. The pacemaker is. The pacemaker is forcing the heart to do something.
So you don't think consciousness comes with life?
No, I don't.
So you're conscious before life?
No, I don't think grass blades have consciousness. Their life. This guy's an idiot, bro.
No, I'm saying human life. Consciousness doesn't come with human life?
Oh, no, not always. Most of the time, but not always.
So,
like at conception, there's not consciousness, right? When conception happens, life begins, but there's no consciousness.
So you don't think you're conscious to what you're doing?
Oh, wait, are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm conscious, you're conscious, but you're saying, when you ask the question, I interpret it as all human life is conscious. That's a false statement.
No. What I'm asking you, you said that consciousness begins where?
Oh, well, I think consciousness for humans is in the brain.
So where does that begin?
Probably about 20 weeks gestation.
Okay, so before that, does consciousness exist?
No, it's just like the brain is beginning to form, and then once the level of integration is possible, then the first conscious experience begins.
So when you unalive, where does consciousness go?
Well, I don't know that question, but I don't believe that there's an afterlife, right? But there could be,
But if there's a brain, and you're saying that consciousness is formed within the brain, right? And the brain's controlling it, and then you unalive.
Yep.
And the brain is no longer controlling it.
Right.
Where would your consciousness go?
Don't know. You there's a couple of
So
hypotheses. For example, your consciousness just ceases to exist and there's no more you. Or consciousness maybe is like some sort of quantum mechanical effect, and after your brain dies, your consciousness just kind of floats out there in the ether. Or there's like an afterlife, whereas like people are able to like, you know, live. Or there's maybe there is like not a god, but there are like we're in a simulation, right? And then like after we die, like we wake up in some matrix world.
well, no,
Like there's a lot of
I was
different
only asking you for
hypotheticals.
I was only asking you for the consciousness because you said that there's atheists that don't believe in God.
Yeah, there's atheists who don't
But
believe
if
in
they
God, but
believe
they
that
believe in an
consciousness,
afterlife.
right, which would be your conscience, right?
Yeah, they believe like some of these people believe like there are ghosts who roam the earth forever and stuff. So yeah.
But that's my question for you. If it starts with your brain and your brain dies, how does it continue?
Well, yeah, I mean that's an agnostic question for me. Like it could be the case, for example, that all your brain is doing is tapping into some supernatural realm. It's able to do that through the physical, and it taps into the supernatural realm and creates in the supernatural realm some sort of conscious experience. But when the brain dies, that conscious experience goes on. But it's just like the physicalists like can say that it's originated in the brain, but or you can say like if you're like an atheist who doesn't believe that who believes that there's an afterlife, you could just say that conscious states are correlated with brain states, which is their view. That's not my view. I just don't know, right? I think the most likely scenario is that your consciousness just goes away when your brain goes away, but that's not necessarily the case.
That's a very confusing side of atheism, to be honest with you.
How?
Okay, if consciousness starts with brain,
yeah,
and it continues after brain, that's confusing.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, why is that confusing? Because do you think your consciousness started before you were formed in the womb, or when you were formed in the womb?
No. When I was formed in the womb.
Yeah, but it continues after your body dies, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. It's just there's no God doing it.
Right, but the supernatural. So where did the supernatural come from?
Why does it have to come from anywhere? It wasn't caused by anything. If it's supernatural, it doesn't have to be confined by natural law. Like God is supernatural. He didn't come from anywhere, right?
Right, but then you have the excuse of God.
What do you mean?
So not only does I don't think he's tracking, Casey.
Well, I know what you're saying, but you're saying
supernatural goes somewhere, but nothing made the supernatural, and it
yeah,
just
in the same way
popped up again.
No, I didn't say it goes somewhere, right? So like the supernatural realm, this is what some atheists believe, that there is a eternal supernatural realm, right? Just like Christians believe this too, right? There's an eternal supernatural realm, right? Wasn't caused by anything because
I understand.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
How?
Well, they don't need to know how. Why would they need to
caused?
know how?
Then why would they believe it if they don't know how?
Like they can just say what you say. They can just say you don't know how God exists, right? How is there a necessarily existent supernatural being? What explains his existence? It's like asking you that question.
No, I understand that, but whenever you're hinting to the supernatural and you're believing in the supernatural, then the only thing that you're taking out of it is God.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, the word supernatural doesn't mean it. It doesn't have anything to do with God. It's agnostic to whether God exists, right? It just so happens that Christians believe that God created the supernatural realm or is supernatural himself, but that's not. Like theists don't have a monopoly on the supernatural. There's so many different religions and atheists and things like that who believe in supernatural, and they've been believing this long before like the idea of monotheistic gods, right? So all supernatural means is above the natural. It's not confined by natural law, right? That has nothing to do with God.
So it's kind of like we're in a garage, car just pops up. and I don't need an excuse for how. I just know that it's there.
Yeah, you can say, "Oh, that was a supernatural event," if you're one of those atheists.
So, what evidence do they have that the consciousness exists after life? Because of the ghost stuff. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they believe that they see ghosts walking around and stuff like that. They think that these ghosts are their family members who are talking to them. So they think that, oh, well, I see their body. I was at their funeral in their wake, and then I see them walking around every so often, right? And I communicated with them when I was awake. So like that's evidence that their supernatural mind is extending beyond the natural world, right? That's something that they're gonna say.
Sorry, ontological. I just not saw you accept him. My bad. I'm wrapping my brain around.
Ontological's coming up. Let's go.
That one. The atheist one that you're talking about, like your belief, that's easy to talk about, but the other one, that's the first time I even heard of that.
I think the reason why is because like your whole life you've associated the supernatural with God. So like, it's good that you're doing these lives because
you don't know my life like that. That's not true. I was an atheist.
Well, it seems like it. Like even when you're like a lot of atheists associate the supernatural with God too, right? But like
you just said that they didn't.
What?
You just said that they didn't.
No, I said
there are atheists. That question, and you said they don't.
No, I said there are atheists who don't associate the supernatural with God. That doesn't mean that there are no atheists who do.
Oh, okay. So there's atheists that don't believe in God.
Yeah.
That relate the supernatural to God.
No, there are. Oh my God. Okay, there are atheists who don't believe in God. Obviously, that's what it means to be an atheist. They don't relate the supernatural to God, right? And there are atheists who don't believe that the supernatural exists, but if the supernatural exists, they would attribute it to God. You understand?
So how could they be atheists? Yeah, I get what you're saying. How could they be
I said
atheists,
that said if they believe that the supernatural exists. I didn't say they do believe that the supernatural exists.
Okay, so it's an atheist. So if an atheist does believe that the supernatural exists, then they have to relate it to God, right?
No. Yeah, those specific atheists who conceptually tie the supernatural to God, but don't believe in the supernatural, right? They were like, oh, if the supernatural were real, then I would believe in God.
I get you. Yeah. Right, I understand. You're just saying by definition. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they associated with that. I'm in the other camp. Like, I don't believe in the supernatural, but if the supernatural did exist, I still wouldn't see that as a good reason for like a God. Like, I wouldn't tie that to God. I'm a lot more analytical with it. So I'm just in that different camp.
I got you, brother. What up, ontological? How are you?
Well, what's up? I was invited up.
Yeah, I saw you requested, didn't you?
Oh, that was an accident. I didn't mean to. I was just watching.
My bad. Yeah. Sorry, I saw the request and I was like, my bad. I didn't mean to ignore you. I try to let everybody speak, bro. There's so many lives on here where they just scream and yell at each other. You can't even talk. There is no reason, and that's just silly to me.
That's right. I do have a question for you. Are you Christian by any chance?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. So for Christian, you believe in the Trinity, correct?
Yeah.
Could you are you familiar with like the laws of logic, like the law of identity?
Oh my God! He's
Yeah.
gonna do the Trinity.
A is A, and then the law of non-contradiction is A cannot be A and not A, and then the law of the middle excluded. Is that a statement is either true or false?
Okay, I'm really curious. Could you explain to me, how it is the case, right? That the Trinity exists?
Casey, you ready for the practice, brother? I know you've been warming up to this.
No, I'm actually I'm mentally preoccupied.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah.
All right. So you're saying how can the Trinity exist if the laws of logic stand?
Well, no, that's not necessarily the question. I just say how can.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, the question is just going to be how can the Trinity exist without it being a pantheon or something like that.
Right. So, do you know what the hypostatic union is, or no?
Isn't the hypostatic union just a combination of the human nature and divine nature?
Right. So,
Terrible.
The same way that exists, the Trinity exists.
I don't think the hypostatic.
So we believe in. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fine for you, but we believe in one being, three personhoods.
Well, that's like
the same divine nature.
Right. Mariella,
But
thank
it
you so
isn't a
much for the
problem
tier
for us.
1
That's what you're
sub.
saying. That's a problem for you.
I can
Dave,
explain
thank you
how
for
it's
the
a
follow. I
problem,
appreciate
okay,
you.
physically
And
and
Sapio,
honestly.
thank you for the 20 stream streak.
You can. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's talk about the hypostatic union. The reason why there's a
I'm
problem,
probably gonna drop and
and
start
I'm
my own
guessing
live
you
in a
agree
second.
with Christian metaphysics, it's because you think God's going to be an all-perfect being. If it is the case God's an all-perfect being, and I'm talking about God's nature, then presumably it's just going to be the case that it's going to be metaphysically impossible, because there's a contradiction that God's nature can be combined with man's nature, in virtue of the fact that man's nature is just going to be simply imperfect, and God cannot combine itself with imperfect. That would be contradictory, and I can explain how.
Okay, so it's the nature that's perfect, not the flesh.
Yeah,
You get that
although
right.
the hypostatic union is a combination of divine nature and human nature, or man nature, if you want to
The
say it.
flesh is what makes
Correct?
it imperfect.
Right. So the will, yes.
Well, that's the thing. It can't be It can't be like combined, in virtue of the fact
Right,
of
so-
metaphysics, or the virtue of
Right,
the fact
so
there's a
Je-
contradiction.
Right. So Jesus could not have sinned based upon his nature.
Or if you want to talk about like Jesus Christ as well, I'm not necessarily talking about sinning, right? Because presumably it could be the case where there's certain people who weren't able to sin at all, right?
Yeah, you can not sin.
An example, like if a person
Not be perfect.
was born yesterday and they got unalived, well, they never sinned in their whole entire life. But that's not what I'm talking about when we say perfect. We're talking about perfect when it comes with their nature, and also perfect when it comes with like the physical body, right? So how
Right, the
is it
physical
going to be
body,
the case?
the physical
So,
body had nothing. The physical body didn't have an effect on his nature.
oh, hold on, just to be clear, are you telling me that the hypostatic union isn't a combination of natures?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the physical body didn't have anything to do with his nature.
Hold on, okay, then let's leave the physical body out of it. I'm strictly talking
Then what
about
does it mean to
human
have a
nature
human
and
nature?
divine nature.
Right. So he had the divine nature to choose, but he wouldn't have chosen anything because he was God. He was all good.
I'm not talking about his choices. I'm talking about the divine nature and the human nature. The divine nature and the human nature cannot mix. It's simply contradictory.
Why is it contradictory to you? Because you don't understand it?
No, it's
No, that's not
contradictory
the
under like
argument,
most
okay.
people's metaphysics.
Wait, so God is under the
How is this
metaphysics
host not
law?
tracking?
Yeah, of course. What are you talking about?
How could he be that?
Do you think? Wait, how can he be
I
under
need
like
some more water.
metaphysics?
What I'm asking you is, if God's all powerful, you're saying that he's not now.
Well, no, God's all powerful when it comes to like normal logical things, right? Logical things obviously has to follow the laws of logic. If not, you can't.
Right, like he can't right, he can't make a rock so heavy he can't lift, right? Or a burrito too hot he can't eat.
Yeah.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you're saying that the hypostatic union and you're taking it to human nature with the divine nature of God, and you're saying that it's contradictory to each other, how do you hold him to those laws being all powerful and all knowing?
Well, I can ask
How
you the
does that
same.
work?
Hold on, just to be clear, I can ask you the same exact question about the rock. Well, if it is the case God's all knowing, then presumably and all powerful, presumably he can create this rock. But you would say no because it's contradictory, right? It violates the metaphysics.
No, it wouldn't violate the metaphysics. It's just an illogical fallacy that couldn't be.
That's all the way. That's what metaphysics is just certain stuff. We claim to have certain attributes that can't be like necessarily tested, right? So if it is the case,
Right.
to say, well, God's metaphysical nature is just gonna be all perfect, all knowing, and all these other attributes, then presumably
I'm gonna
that's just
start
gonna be part
my
of
live.
metaphysics. So if I say something's metaphysically impossible, it's gonna be logically impossible as well.
No, I think this is the part that you need clarification for. So it's the divine nature in the flesh.
Divine nature in the flesh. So it's just to be clear, it's not the human nature, and the divine nature.
The human nature is the.
All right, we are gonna go ahead and debate some conservatives. Who is live right now? A lot of people live. All right, we'll see if we have to compete with all the live streamers today. Let's debate some conservatives. And yes, we are gonna be debating, seeing if any of these fuckers can defend the ICE murderer today. And get the audio good. Okay. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me set everything up. We got a lot of people watching already. Let's go. All right, Rock, if you keep spamming, bro, just behave yourself. All right, let me set this shit up, bro. What the fuck? Set up a Tumblr. Kit, thank you for the heart, man. Appreciate you. What's up, Scarlet? All right, let's do it. Might have to hit one restart. All right, welcome in, everybody. TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. We are live. Let's go. We might have to do a restart over on TikTok because TikTok, whenever I first go live, TikTok does like to suppress it and does not like to send it out. So, yeah, all that good stuff. Welcome in, everybody. We got 300 likes. All right, who we got in this motherfucker? Gary, good evening from Denver. Sorry, dinner. Jesse, thank you for the heart me. Kelsey, how you doing? Who else we got in here? Yeah. Freedom loving Second Amendment advocates. Oh, they're all joining ICE because they were always white supremacist coward losers. Yeah. Big man. All right, we might have to do a restart. It looks like we're not even breaking 20. The fuck? The fuck? I don't know. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man? You conservative?
Yeah.
All right, can I get your age, please?
27.
All right. Yeah, you want to tell us why you're conservative? Thank you for subscription.
Yeah, well, I kind of just wanted to like say I don't forgive Germany.
I don't know what you just said.
I don't forgive Germany.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's ambiguous. I don't know what you're saying. But anyway. All right. If anybody has any actual arguments, tell us why you're conservative. Go ahead and hop on in here. Anyway. I mean, because the Minnesota shit. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of protests this weekend. For the Minneapolis shit. So we'll see how that goes. Remind me. God damn it. I gotta go through all this shit. Oh, one of my favorite live streamers I used to watch. Just like scroll through. That's pretty cool. From my feet. Let's go. All right, hold on. Let me mod this guy. Moderators. Manage. Remove. There you go. Don't lose your account again, okay? Be careful with your language. All right. Conservative values make this country degenerate. All you guys do is support sickness, disease, high crime. You put like a criminal rapist in charge of the, like, get the fuck out of here, country. Great. Uptick in measles, removing vaccine scheduling, right? You support crime. You support political violence. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? One in Omaha. Oh, you're talking about the protests? Mark, you thank you for the shares. We might have to do a restart here. We're think we're capping out at 70. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick restart. We usually have to do these restarts just to send it out to the For You page so we can get some debates. So I'll be right back and see you guys in 10 seconds. Let's do it. God damn it. There we go. They literally inverted the food pyramid. Yeah, imagine that, bro. Fucking degenerates, bro. Making measles great again. I do not envy y'all because that is some good ass fucking water. That is some good water. Oh my god. Like it's like I went straight to like Antarctica, right? And I saw a big giant icy river and I just drank out of it. That's how refreshing that was. Let's just assume there's no germs there, right? Like I just drank straight out of a fucking glacier water, okay? That's what that shit was like. It's just beautiful. Stop drinking the glaciers. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, great feeling. Million years old viruses that are just now unthawing. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Volcano mineral water, yeah. Yeah, went through all the sedimentation, you know. Yeah. Some great hydrogen dioxide, exactly. There you go. All right. Let's see if we can get to 100. If not, we're going to restart until it can send us out on the For You page. You could take glacier tours in Alaska where they collect some glacial ice and serve glacier margaritas on the boat. Ooh. Hopefully they cleanse it, yeah. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're just now getting started. We will be discussing ICE. We'll see if we can get any conservatives who can defend this this ICE murder. All right. See if they can defend that. They are like, it's crazy because, like, you know, what was it? The DHS spokeswoman. She like straight up lied about everything that happened, and then the video was released. Now all of the conservatives, they're just like scrambling to like justify it. So many defending it, yeah. So let's see. I like your headset. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. I think Sue bought these, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it was Sue who bought them on my Amazon wish list. Pretty sure it was Sue. I have the, yeah, somewhere around here. Saying that was self-defense. Yeah, that's bullshit. He fired 2 shots when the car was driving past him. How's that self-defense? So. All right, let's get some debates in here. See if we can get some conservatives to defend their conservative values and see what we got. Mike, I'll get you up here. Christian, can I get your age, please?
26.
All right, you a conservative, man?
You said what?
You're a conservative?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. What makes you a conservative?
I just think a lot of my I agree with a lot more like the right side of politics, like the.
What are some conservative values
My
that
beliefs. I don't know if so, like certain things like I know you can't talk about on TikTok, but
we're a lot more loose with our language here. So go ahead.
well, like Second Amendment stuff, gun control.
Well, that's I mean, leftists support like Second Amendment too. It's mainly like moderate liberals who are like anti-Second Amendment.
Yeah, well, it's just a lot of the liberal states just have certain laws that I don't agree with.
That's your main reason?
No, that's just one of them. Border security. Just I feel like the left has really lost a lot of common sense. Like growing up, my whole family was all Democrats. But yeah, as I got older, a lot of that stuff just don't make no sense.
Okay, so there's a couple policy. I got one policy out of you that the left, you said, does that doesn't make no sense. You said they generally have more restrictions on guns. Do you have any others?
The most recent Democratic administration just dropped the ball on a lot of stuff.
Like what?
Border security is a huge one. Just foreign like relations, just whole bunch of things.
Okay. Well, the border security thing. First of all, I don't see how Trump is like handling that in any way. That, I mean, they just murdered someone today, a citizen today. But like, and then like,
I think that one was close,
but then like, I mean, the language that he uses towards Somali Americans, that's pretty much indicative of ethnic cleansing, right? What he said about Haitians during the election, lying about them from Nazi propaganda.
What did he say that was indicative of ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, he said all the Somalis in Minnesota should be deported. He wants them all gone, not just the ones that did fraud, but like all of them. Right? That's just straight up ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, and then I mean, him trying to give like just a blank check to ICE, and they don't have any standards of professionalism, rules of engagement.
Yeah, they do.
People don't trust them. No, they don't. Like right now, they're defending. They're calling this woman a domestic terrorist. Okay, like how is she a domestic terrorist?
Well, by definition, I think. I mean, look, I'm a realist, dude. The situation's bad. I don't wish that on nobody. I don't want nobody to get hurt, whether what side of the politics you come on. I don't think nobody deserves that. She got a family and stuff. You know what I mean? So it was a horrible situation, but in all reality, that situation was close. I mean, you got it. So she's driving a vehicle. That's a weapon. It can be used as a weapon. Not that it is, but it can be used as such.
But she didn't use it as a weapon. So how was it
well,
justified?
I mean, when she put her foot on the gas, he was standing in front of the car.
She was driving to the right. When they were telling her, they gave her conflicting demands. One was get out the car, and 2 was drive away, get out the way. Right. So she decides she wants to get out the way, and she turns away from him.
And she floored it.
Well, she was going like 5 miles an hour, my guy. And then he shot 3 times. So one time wait, hold on real quick, please. He shot once when he was like right at the corner of the car, right? And then what justifies the 2 shots that he gave off when she was driving past him and he was no longer like even anywhere close to being like pushed by a car? What justified those 2 shots?
So all I'm saying is,
That's a question.
I only seen 2 shots. Was there 3?
It was 3. Yeah, he did pop to the side of her, pop, pop.
Oh, so 1, we've all had the benefit of seeing the video in slow motion from different angles. So we can look at this from a completely different mindset than someone who's standing in front of a vehicle, hearing that engine accelerate. 1, she shouldn't have been there to begin with. Not on her street. Not blaming her. Well, I mean, she was out there protesting, and they were yelling at her.
She was a legal
She was
observer.
blocking them in. She was blocking them in.
Yeah, but like they're going one way, and then again they're giving conflicted like demands. One, they were like, you have these masked men coming up to you trying to get into your car, and then so you try to drive away, and then you get killed for trying to drive away from people trying to like. People trying to assault you, right? Like these are men trying to assault a woman, and then she's trying to drive away, and she's in the wrong for it. Like,
if a uniformed officer walked up to you or me and said, "Get out of your vehicle," are you going to get out of your vehicle? Or are you going to try and drive away?
For ICE agent, I'm going to try to drive away. No, he's an ICE agent. What does he have to do with me?
It's not for me to decide.
I don't trust. I'm gonna protect my life, right? Like if you said earlier, because I assume you support like the Second Amendment for like to oppose against like threats against your health, but also like government tyranny. But like she obviously she didn't have a weapon, but her recourse was to drive away from the situation of these men trying to get into her car forcefully against her consent.
But she was given a lawful order to step out of the vehicle. There was a uniformed officer.
They're not police.
Standing. I never said police.
The one that said it was not a police officer. He was an ICE agent.
No, I mean an agent, officer, same thing. Still law enforcement.
Immigration enforcement, not law enforcement.
Immigration is law. There's laws on immigration.
ICE cannot just go around saying, "Oh, you stole this from a car, and I'm just going to arrest you." That's not what ICE's job is. That's general crime. They're looking for people. Yeah, So she had nothing to do with laws on immigration.
But it's still law enforcement.
So, well, it's a specific law enforcement. Right?
Yeah,
a parking ticket. Listen.
It's still a law enforcement agent, officer, personnel.
Yeah. So if you have somebody, you're blocking them, right? And she was blocking them, right? Now that doesn't justify them trying to get into her car like that when she's not a threat to anyone, right? She was like a mom of 3. She got like stuffed animals in the passenger side seat. She's not a threat to anyone, and she's like telling people to just go around, like because there's all this space that they can go around. In fact, in the video, you can see a car go around her. Right, so you're able to get around, and on top of that, she has a car next to her, so she can't go that way. So she has to like go around this car. So that's the only recourse she can do. Like, I mean, what do you do at that point? You have an individual who's trying to get into your car.
With the command.
Why?
You comply with the command.
Why? If you feel like your life is at threat, why do you comply with that?
Why did she feel like her life was at threat?
Yeah, because there's 2 men walking up to her car trying to get into her car.
No, they weren't
and cursing at her.
They weren't trying to get into her car.
Yeah, they were. They were opening. They were opening the. They were trying to open the door. It was locked, and so she backs out and tries to get away, and then she gets killed for trying to get away.
No, but they weren't trying to get into her car. They were trying to get her out of her car.
Same thing, my guy.
No,
that's what I mean.
That's not the same at all.
Yeah, they're obviously trying to get into her car. They're trying to get into her.
If I open, hold on.
If you try to open my car and my property, I can defend my property and I can get away.
If I try to open a bag of chips. Am I trying to get in the bag or am I trying to get the chips out?
Yeah, you are trying to get in the bag. You're trying to get your hand in the bag.
No, I'm not trying to get in the bag. I'm trying to get something out.
You're trying to get your hand in the bag. Yes, you're trying to get in the bag. Okay. Yeah, you are trying. I'm sorry. Are you just trying to look? I'm sorry. Hold on. Is your hand being in the bag? That's a part of you being in the bag, right?
That's not me being in that. That's me trying to get.
I'm sorry. Is your hand a part of you?
No, but you gotta reach in.
Your hand is a part of you. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's an appendage.
Okay, cool. So that's a part of you in the back. It doesn't matter if all of you in the back. They're trying to get into her car to get her out of the car.
They're trying to get her out.
Yeah, exactly. That's consistent with what I said. I don't know why you're harping on
you said semantics. They were trying to get in.
Yes, those are both true. They're trying to get in the car, and they're trying to get her out of the car by getting into the car. Yes. Now
That's a more accurate statement.
No, that's the statement. That's exactly what I said. Now, okay. Now, so they're trying to get into the car. So she's like, it's her property, and they're trying to get out, like, open the door. It's locked. So of course, any reasonable individual, if you have a police officer who's like a dumb fuck, I don't know why I'm being overtalked. If you have a police officer who's being a dumb fuck, aggressive, he's like yelling at you, and he's armed, by the way. Of course, you're gonna try. He's not a police officer, by the way. I'm sorry. He was an ICE agent, not a police enforcement. And then so she tries to get away, like they were originally telling her to do, and then she gets killed for trying to get away.
All right. So one, they gave her a lawful command to step out of her vehicle.
I'm sorry.
Her window was down. Her window was down. She heard the command. Get out of the vehicle. She chose not to. There was someone standing in front of. Now, granted, I'm not justifying whether it was right or wrong. However, what I will tell you is he was standing in front of the vehicle. We had the benefit of seeing it in slow motion. We had the benefit of seeing it from different angles and all that. So we can make we're not in a sense of urge. We're not in a sense of high stress, like from work. You got to go through like certain trainings and stuff, and certain trainings that they try and give us all the time about like stress management and all that.
And he did not have trigger discipline, which is a rule of engagement. If you're in the military or military actually enforces trigger discipline specifically more than law enforcement, but he did not have his trigger discipline. He was out of the range of, he was out of the way of the car while it was turning right. You saw the wheels turn right. Everybody saw that. And he's right next to her, right? While the car was going this way, and then double tapped her.
So the thing is, again, we had the benefit of seeing this in slow motion. He was in front of the car. He was in front.
I'm talking about when he was on the side of the car. What justified those two shots?
He already shot once. I mean, I don't think. I think it was very, very, very close. I think
not even close.
I think if it was just the first shot,
not even close.
I would be able to. I would defend it.
We can't play the video on TikTok, but like not even close.
I know. If it was just the first, I watched the video in length. If I watched it in slow motion, I watched it full speed. If it was just the first shot, I think it would be a clean shot, just because.
Even then, even the first shot. You're not going to be able to so first of all, let's evaluate it objectively, and let's evaluate it from the officers, the police, ICE agents perspective. So objectively, his life was not a threat. Objectively, doesn't matter what anybody believes. She was going at 5 miles an hour, and he was at the edge of the car, right? And barely 5 miles.
Hold on.
So at 5 miles hold on, really quick. At 5 miles an hour, at best, if you're gonna get hit, bruises, maybe scrapes, maybe even a fracture if only your leg is getting hit. Yes. And we know this because he walked away perfectly fine after that situation. Just to be clear, this is a true statement. At 5 miles an hour, objectively speaking, your life is not at risk.
Not true.
Yeah.
How much does that SUV weigh?
His life was not at risk given the position that he was at.
SUV weigh?
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. It depends on his position, right? If he's laying, hold on, please stop over talking.
Let me finish though.
Okay, wait. I'm responding to what you said. If he's laying down on the ground, please don't over talk. If he's laying down on the ground and she's going at 5 miles an hour, of course his life is at threat. I'm talking about this specific situation, right? Where only his leg was in the pathway of the vehicle. Everybody saw that. Only his leg was in the pathway of the vehicle, and the vehicle was only going at 5 miles an hour, and the vehicle was turning away from him, right? So those three considerations, objectively speaking, his life is not even close to being at risk, independent of what he believes. Not at risk. Okay, now from his perspective, he's going to try to defend. He probably, I don't know what his thought process, but if he were to try to defend himself in court, he's going to try to say, oh, well, I had some reason to believe that I was going to, that she was going to try to run over me, right? Now the question is, why would that specifically justify 3 shots to her, even when she's no longer a threat to you and she's fleeing the scene, when she's fleeing away from you and she's no longer a threat to anyone? Why would that justify 2 taps there? If anybody can answer this question, I would love to hear it.
All right. So what I was gonna say was, your statement was that your original statement, you did correct it after, but your original statement was that 5 miles an hour, your life's not in danger, and you did correct it, and I do agree with your correction. Now, as whether you're law enforcement, ICE, whatever, you need to meet the deadly force continuum to justify the use of deadly force. You have to be able to prove opportunity, capability, and intent. Opportunity, she's in the vehicle's on. Capability, the vehicle is capable of inflicting what a person would know or should know could cause substantial bodily harm or death. Intent, obviously, is the hardest one to prove. The only thing that I can see that proves intent, if I was fighting this case, would be that they gave her a verbal command to exit the vehicle. The window was down. She heard the command and did not exit the vehicle. Put her foot on the gas. To me, that could meet intent.
It has no, because they were trying to, the reason why, and it's very clear, the reason why, if anybody denies this, they're an idiot. If anybody denies the reason why she backed up to try to go right was because they were trying to insert a vehicle. Do you agree with that? They were trying to open her car door to get her out. That's the reason why she left. Do you agree? That's the reason why she put the car in reverse and tried to turn right. Do you agree that that's the best explanation for why she did that?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah. I do not.
Anybody who denies that is an idiot, right?
No, I do not believe. I do not believe that she was trying to hit them. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't think she was trying to hit them. I do think she was trying to get away. I think she was out there protesting. I think she used her car to block them in, and I think she was out there just protesting. Might have got a little bit out of hand, and I think she didn't want to get in trouble, and she tried to flee. I think that's exactly what happened.
Okay, so one, we agree that she's not a domestic terrorist, like Trump is saying, right? And all.
So again, no, personally, like if we're talking like what I think happened, or what I think is legal, because it's a difference.
So Trump is lying and saying that she's a domestic terrorist, right?
So again, I think by definition, you could paint it as such.
I'm not asking whether you could paint anybody any way you want to. Is Trump wrong objectively about her being a domestic terrorist?
So I mean, terrorism is just using the fear to, you know what I'm saying, or
yes
trying
or no,
to incite
please.
fear. I wouldn't technically. He's wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, technically he's right, but
he's right that she's a domestic terrorist.
Yeah, I mean, she could. Yeah, you could. I mean, if you could argue that case. Yes.
So what's your argument that she's a domestic terrorist? Because you said, because this is now confused, because earlier you said that the reason that she was trying to leave the scene was because these ICE officers were trying to pull her out of the vehicle, right? And we understand domestic violence to be violence with the intent for a political purpose, right? So how did she intend to commit violence for a political purpose? Go ahead and give that argument for me.
Well, I mean, so like I said, I'm not saying that she did that, but you could argue the case. Like,
yeah, argue the case that she intended to commit violence for political purposes.
We don't know her intent.
Wait, hold on. You know that the most likely scenario, that the reason why she backed up and went right was because the ICE officers were trying to get her out of the vehicle. Do we agree or disagree?
That is what I believe. Yes.
Okay, that's what you believe.
But
now, how does that cohere? How does that? I didn't ask that. I'm going based off of your beliefs, right? So how does that cohere with her being a domestic terrorist?
Because so this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that yes, I do believe that wasn't her intent, but we don't know what her intent is.
Okay, so if you don't believe that was her intent, then you don't believe Donald Trump is saying the true statement that she is a domestic she is a domestic terrorist. That just follows from the logic.
No, yeah, I don't believe she's a domestic terrorist.
All right, so Donald Trump is wrong.
No, just because I don't believe it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Oh my God. Do you believe Donald Trump is wrong? Yes or no?
Yes, I believe he's wrong.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
But it doesn't mean he is.
Jesus Christ.
what everybody in the comments saying, what's your opinion on this? Everyone in the comments is saying that she lived there. What does that have anything to do with the situation?
Well, I mean, like, if she's trying to leave her house, right?
Was that all she was doing though?
Yeah, she was trying to leave the situation there, right? And
you married?
when they open up the car door, of course she was trying to leave the scene now, because now people are trying to get her out of her car.
Are you married?
No, what the fuck kind of question is that?
Okay, because this woman was married. I'm married as well. My wife doesn't record me driving away from my house every day. So why was her wife out? Why was her wife out recording? If she was just
because there
leaving
were
her
ICE
house,
agents surrounding her. What the fuck do
if
you
that
mean?
was all she was doing was just leaving her house, why was her wife recording?
Because there were ICE agents there. Are you?
They were stuck in the snow. They were pushing their car.
What?
One of their vehicles got stuck, and they were pushing.
And I'm pretty
the
sure. Wait, which video are you talking about? Because
the
the one where she was like, "No, you got." Like, I don't think that. I think that was her. Her neighbor.
No, one of the I don't know whose vehicle it was that was stuck, but the ICE agent. There were ICE agents that were pushing a vehicle. I don't know if it was their vehicle or a civilian's vehicle. ICE agents were out there pushing a vehicle, and all the neighbors came out and started yelling at them, screaming at them, telling them all get out of here, whatever. And this lady parked her. Well, I don't know if she was parked or not, but her car was horizontal in the street. Cars don't belong that way in the street. That's not how you drive. Why was her vehicle there? When I pull out, I just pull out and drive off.
Yeah, that's what she was trying to do.
So why was her car sideways in the street?
Oh yeah, so I'm sorry. You saw her when you saw the full video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you saw her say, "Go around." You saw that, right?
Yeah, that first car. She waved the first car.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why she was like trying to leave, which was because they were trying to open her car door. That's the reason why she drove off at that moment. Prior to that, she was trying to leave her house.
That's also illegal.
It's illegal to leave your house, or
no,
it's
no,
illegal.
I mean,
it's illegal to. Okay, well, we're not asking whether it's illegal to do something. We're asking whether somebody is justified in shooting this person 3 times, which nobody so far I haven't heard any defenses for.
Well, I mean, I told you. I mean, the officer at the end of the day, he has a responsibility to himself and his family to make it home at the end of the day.
So once she was past him and he was no longer in front of the vehicle,
I mean, it was a matter of a second and a half.
Why did he still shoot?
It was a matter of a second and a half.
So you're saying there was no reason for why he still shot?
No, I'm saying the reason that he had to fire, that I do believe was justified when he fired the first shot. I believe that reason is still valid for the second and third shot, just because they were in such close proximity.
Why? Why does that follow?
I mean, because
if you shoot someone, if you shoot someone, and then they start running away from you, and you shoot them twice again 1 second later, why is that justified?
I mean, because you have to factor in human reaction time.
Yeah, so like, I mean, this is
not a robot.
It was really more almost like 2 seconds. But so he was next to her, right? He knew at that moment in time that his life was not in threat.
Well, so do you believe there's a possibility that he could have believed that his life was in danger before the first shot?
Oh, what if we're just saying that if somebody's running away from you and you believe your life is in danger when somebody's running away from you, then you're just delusional.
I'm talking about the first shot, not the second and third.
Oh, I don't know what he believed, right? He could believe all sorts of crazy things.
Do you believe if you were in his shoes, if you were standing in front of a vehicle, in the vehicle, somebody stepped on the gas in that vehicle, do you believe that your life is possibly in danger?
No.
You don't believe at all that there's no.
I already told you if I'm where I'm at, which is if I see a car turning left, right, and I'm going right, and the car is going like 2 or 3 miles an hour, no, I don't think my life is in danger. At best, I think I'm gonna get it like bruised or something.
But I mean, it takes a second for her to turn the wheel the other way.
Yeah, and she was turning, and he saw that she was turning, and then even after that first shot, even after the first shot, right, she was already driving away from him, and he still double tapped.
But she could have turned her wheel back to the left.
Oh, okay, she could have got out with an AK-47. You could say anything about what she could have done, All we can go based off of, I'm sorry, all we can go based off of is what's reasonable to believe. Is it reasonable to believe that your life is in danger when there's a car driving perpendicular to you, I'm sorry, parallel to you, right? Not perpendicular because then be coming at you, parallel to you, going, not coming at you, right? And then you double tapping them. Is that like, are you justified in believing that your life is in threat there? And the answer is obviously no.
Well, no, I do believe that someone that their lives were in danger. There was one agent with his hand on the door. He could have got dragged and knocked over and ran over by the rear wheels. The agent that was in front of the vehicle could have got knocked over.
Now what you're doing is you're just trying to justify murder, right? That's what you're doing right now. You are. I'm sorry. No, you're not. No, you would not shoot this woman. No, you would not shoot her twice while she's driving away.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say if I was in that situation, I would be in fear as well. Now, not saying that I would shoot, but it would raise my stress level. You know what I'm saying?
You can be stressed all you want. I'm pretty sure ICE agents are always stressed. I'm pretty sure that ICE agent who arrested that pregnant woman was stressed. Like, oh, I really don't want to do this to this pregnant woman, or maybe I do. I'm really stressed. That doesn't justify murder.
I'm sure. No, I'm just saying that if I was in that situation, I do believe that I would have. I don't know if I would have been like, oh shit, I'm about to die, but I think I would have been.
That's why we should probably have higher standards for ICE agents, right? Not just like random kids who are 21 who are like neo-Nazis and just like don't give a shit. Right? Have like the reasoning skills of like a fucking turd, right? So we shouldn't like be high. We should have higher standards for ICE agents, correct?
I do believe the standards are pretty high.
Really? I mean, after all the videos you've seen over the past year with ICE agents like having no trigger discipline, they got muzzle awareness going towards citizens driving past them, no muzzle awareness whatsoever. You don't think their standards should be increased? Their rules of engagement should be increased?
I think if you point a camera from hundreds of media sources at any organization, any demographic, any person, anybody in the world, you point a camera from hundreds of media organizations at them, you're gonna catch them slipping a couple of times. These guys have been in the spotlight for months and months and months. It's inevitable. You put a cop behind the best driver in the country, you put a cop behind them for 500 miles, they're gonna get pulled over. You know what I mean? So just because we see a few instances on social media or on the news of one dude making a mistake or a couple people doing things that might not be 100% in the protocol don't mean that the standards are horrible. You know what I mean?
Like, what do you think his standards are with respect to what happened? Do you think the standards are double tapping in this situation?
You said, what was that?
Do you think the standards are permit double tapping in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, every I'm not gonna say every, but from my knowledge, I don't know any law enforcement, military, any person who's trained with a firearm who's not trained to shoot until the threat is neutralized.
Oh my God, that's crazy, bro. Brilliant, thank you for the kick. I appreciate it. I'm gonna use that as a kick. Thank you. Brilliant also sent $5 super chat on YouTube. Jesus fucking Christ, Carla, are you gonna ask what she was wearing to? Fucking insane, bro. The shit people like, the shit I gotta put up with. Oh my God. Okay, let's get some conservatives up here. Oh, I promised Mike I was gonna get him up here to talk about the slavery thing real quick. He'll say, oh, I don't know if he's still here. All right, let's get the next person in then. Oh, a lot of these people left. Hello, can I get your age, please?
My name is Keela, and I'm 50 years old. I live in Florida.
All right, Keela. You're a conservative?
Yes, I am.
All right, you want to tell us why?
Well, I'm a conservative because I wasn't happy with the prior administration. And every time I say that, people just go up in arms and say, oh, well, what was wrong with the prior administration? Well, it's pretty obvious to me. I don't think Biden was running the country. I didn't like what I was seeing. I didn't like the mass immigration, inflation, everything. I know COVID happened. I get that. But for me personally, and then when Russia invaded Ukraine, I don't think that would have ever happened under Donald Trump's watch. And that's when I got really nervous. To be honest, I'm just trying to be as honest as I can on why I voted for him. I was not always a fan of Trump. I didn't, he's not Mr. Warm and Fuzzy, and being a woman, there's that. And I understand everything he's accused of, and I get that, but because of the corruption and all the corruption on both sides and how things have turned out to be with politics right now, the mess that we're in, you don't know what to believe anymore. Like, I don't believe all the charges against him. Because there's been so much corruption. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. But for right now, one thing at a time, I just felt that he was a better option to run the country than Joe Biden. So that's why I voted for him. Now, as for which is,
I'll respond to that real quick. Like, I'm more so asking, I'm not asking why you voted for conservative. I'm asking why you are a conservative. Because, like, it's consistent to say, well, I'm not a conservative, but I just didn't support the last presidency, right? So I'll respond to the stuff that you said, but I think, like, saying that, well, this president didn't do well, therefore I'm a conservative, that I don't see how that follows.
Well, I suppose if you're going to vote Republican, that you're conservative. That's the way I look at it. Now, am I a MAGA? Maybe I was at the beginning for a little bit, but I want to try to be, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm right about my decision, but I'm not going to say that, Democrats are right about their decision. We all have different opinions, but I can't be blind to what's going on either. Am I seeing what I thought I was going to see? No, I'm not.
Okay, well, I'll just respond to some of the stuff then. So first of all, Russia started putting their troops on the Ukrainian border, getting ready for the strike when Trump was in office. They've been planning this for, since they've been planning it since the Obama years. But even during Trump's first administration, they've been planning it. I remember seeing in early 2020, right when COVID started, there was like a Military Times article showing that that Russia's like massive troops, around the border, and people were like, oh yeah, this looks like it might be an invasion, right? This is when Trump was very clearly, they expected him to win re-election, right? But he didn't, and they did it anyway. So I don't think who was president of the United States had anything to do with their decision. But I think if, in hindsight, if they knew that Joe Biden would win the election and he would start sending massive amounts of advanced weaponry and resources and intelligence to the Ukrainians, and Congress would have full support behind Ukrainians, I think he would have thought twice, right? I mean, he has a history of Donald Trump kind of like, honestly, like lapping up to him, right? Like Helsinki, Donald Trump said, oh, Crimea, I think that's rightfully Russia's. Like, of course, Putin probably thought that at least, and then on top of that, like Donald Trump, he literally got impeached for, impeached by the House because like he was trying to withhold Ukrainian aid for like some Burisma thing with Joe Biden and stuff like that. So like all these factors, they were like, okay, yeah, I mean, Trump will probably be softer, and so we're gonna go in anyway. So I don't see why. Yeah, go ahead.
Of course, there's a possibility for everything. I'm not saying, but to me, Joe Biden, the way that he represented himself and his cognitive situation, I don't think he was running the country. And then Kamala comes in, and I don't think that she's anything to write home about. I mean, I just feel like interviews with journalists were not the way they should be. They didn't answer questions. They had chosen questions. Everything was like, I don't know. It just was not as effective to me. I just thought that Trump would be more respected than Joe Biden was. And
yeah, but now we're not being respected now. Right? Like, look at what's happening. Everybody's laughing at us.
Well, now it's like, okay, I feel he had a mess to clean when he got in, and but how else are we supposed to fix the mess that that happened with the borders and the country, and there's too much migrants here, and is there another way to maybe get the illegals out of the country? I mean,
Well, we don't need to, like, at best I can give you, like, if there are violent criminals who came across illegal, then yeah, sure, get those out. But like we're talking about what, a few, maybe 10,000, maybe less than 10,000 people, right? You're talking about deporting anybody who's undocumented, right? I don't see why we would do that.
Yeah, it's gotten to that point. That wasn't the initial situation, but now when you see them in the streets, it's like, okay, this is going to be difficult to do. There's thousands and thousands of people who've been living here for years. How are you going to handle this? Okay, so there's that. And as for what happened today, so this is my issue. Nevertheless, that you're against ICE, you don't have the right to be getting in their faces. You don't have the right to be chest butting them. You don't have the right to try to grab their guns. You don't have the right to do that. Now, having said that, not in a million years do I think that this woman should have been killed. Not in a million years that he should have done, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but, the way that the whole video shows, I don't think this man was in danger at all. I think he was just Mr. John Wayne syndrome type of thing. They have a belt and a badge, and those are the guys you got to watch. I get that. I'm not saying they're all like that. But under the circumstances, why are you going to possibly, unalive somebody for the circumstances that is actually driving away from you? I agree with you. I don't agree with that. I don't think that this was but I don't agree with how they're, congregating around ICE, how they're intimidating ICE, how they're disrespecting ICE. These are police officers, and who are you to be spitting in his face? So they shouldn't be. There's limits.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't describe them as police officers. They're immigration enforcers, right? But the problem is listen, if you would be much less likely to see anybody surrounding ICE if they were only going, and I mean only going after the violent people, right? Which you would barely ever see ICE, right? They'd get a couple pickups a month. You wouldn't have a large presence of ICE. No, they're just going there, and then they're getting back up, and they're going after people who are they're pulling people out of their ceremony lines who are on their way to becoming citizens and did everything right, but because Donald Trump doesn't like the country that they came from, they don't get to be citizens even though they've done everything right. So that's what people are protesting. They're okay, now you're just terrorizing our country. You're not doing anything right here. And now you're in our neighborhoods, right? And you're the criminals in our neighborhoods. That's what people are saying.
Let me ask you this. Do you not think that also pertaining to that, I mean, we all want our countries to be okay. We all want to live comfortably, and, everyone's struggling. We have issues in America with our own citizens, but yet you have illegal migrants that are coming here that are just being treated they come from the border, and they're giving them cards and giving them hotels.
These are asylum seekers.
Yeah, but nevertheless, that's government tax-paying money going to these migrants. And what does Americans get in? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, first of all, it's just the right thing to do, so that's what you get out of it. But second, these are a lot of these are asylum seekers, right? And they're potentially going to be future citizens, if not legal documented. They're going to be legally here. They're going to be able to work. They're going to be able to go to college. They're going to be able to. Yeah. So yeah, you're investing in another person's future. Why is that wrong?
Because there was an fluctuation, or some people would say a spike, which I don't want to use invasion because that's out of context, but that's what it felt like.
Right. We're paying for. We're currently, your tax dollars are currently feeding Nicolas Maduro right now. And you think he's the worst guy, right? At best, these are people who are trying to flee, by the way, countries like Venezuela, coming here. They're seeking asylum, which apparently, the American government, the conservative government under Trump right now thinks it's an oppressed place. And they're coming here, they're asking for asylum, and we're okay, well, we'll process your asylum claim. And then some of these places allows them to have access to some benefits, very limited, right? And that's just a drop in the bucket compared to what else we spend our money on. I don't see why that would be a big issue.
Well, like I said, I just think that the perception, you got to remember, you know, we're pushed so much, we're pushed so much propaganda, and we're pushed so much media. We're pushed so, and someone who's not political, and I'll be the first one to admit it, I was never a political person until I felt like I had to be. Like, it was so important to vote. It was so important what was going on. It was so important. It was democracy against, you know, non-democracy, which is my biggest fear. I don't want any communists. And not to mention, by the way, one of the reasons, I mean, this has nothing to do with policies, but yet you know, you got your wokeness here. You've got, you know, men and women's sports. You got children indoctrinated in schools. You're a boy, you're a girl, you're this. Well, you know, that's part of the democratic, you know, agenda. We don't want our children indoctrinated. We don't want men and women's sports.
What's a specific thing that you think is a false belief that people are being indoctrinated into? Here we go.
I'm just saying it's been a little bit of an epidemic. I mean, parents weren't even allowed to speak at school boards. They were accused of being terrorists. These are all things that happen. This is.
Wait, can you give me something specific?
I mean, I don't have a specific case.
You said
but
epidemic.
If you were to watch,
like, there's like 20 or 30 trans people in sports nationwide. So how is that an epidemic?
yes,
And how is it
I
harming
know.
anyone?
I'm not saying it's an epidemic. I'm just saying that if you're going to allow that, and you're going to allow it, it shouldn't. No man should be competing against a woman, and it happened. It happened in the Olympics. Now,
Wait, so
you know,
are you against Patricio Manuel fighting in men's sports and men's boxing? He's a trans man, by the way, and he fights cisgender men. Are you against that?
You're kind of speaking a language that I
Okay,
don't.
so a trans man
Cisgender.
is somebody, yeah, a trans man is somebody who
Well, I know
identify,
that.
yeah, okay, and they're fighting a cisgender man who is not trans, right? In men's sports. Are you against that?
Okay, let me. Are you saying it's okay? So you're saying is a trans fighting a man? Is that
A
what you're saying?
trans man fighting a cis man in men's sports, right? So this is biologically somebody who is biologically male, somebody who's biologically female, signed male at birth, signed female at birth, right? And they're both fighting in men's sports. Do you think that is wrong?
Yeah, no, I think I mean a man competing against a woman.
Well, do you think a
Because
trans man is a woman?
man is not a trans man is not a trans is not a woman, is a man. No matter how much
Wait,
they try, no matter what
I'm
the
sorry,
doctor
a
do.
trans man is somebody who's assigned female at birth. Do we agree?
A trans man
Yeah.
is not is a man trying to be a woman.
Okay, no, that's a trans woman. Yeah, I get the language that you're okay.
Oh, wait. Okay, I think I get it now. I
Yeah.
understand. Okay, I'm sorry. I have it backwards.
Okay. So
Okay,
this is
you're
a
talking
trans
about a woman
man.
trying to be a man. Okay,
Well,
yeah.
not trying to, but okay. So they're in men's sports, right? Right? Are you against that?
Well, she shouldn't be fighting a man. No,
Why?
no, she shouldn't be in there
He, by the
because
way.
she's not
Why?
really a man.
Well, what, like, is she being, who's being harmed here?
Well, the man that's fighting her, I mean, the man, she shouldn't be fighting. I mean,
Yeah, I heard you the first time. I'm asking you who's being harmed. Why shouldn't he be fighting? Right? Right now, by the way, he's 3-1, right? So he's already beat 3 cisgender men, right, who are male. Okay? So who is being harmed here?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same scenario. I don't know.
Why?
Because first of all, this trans person is choosing
Yeah.
to go in there on their
Yeah.
own volition to do
Right.
this.
They're an
So
okay,
what-
so they're an adult making an adult decision, and if they don't want to fight someone who they think would dominate them, they can pull out of that, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like the Olympic situation that happened, where it was a woman,
Yeah.
and it was she was what was she? Was she a boxer too? Yeah, I
Okay.
think it was a fight. I can't remember, but it was a trans man. So
Uh-huh.
therefore, you know, obviously that he's going to kick her ass. She's a woman. But in this case, I'm not really quite sure how a trans man can beat a man. It's kind of shocking. I don't know how.
It's not a shock at all. Like it's just not a shock at all. I don't understand.
I haven't really seen that before.
Patricio Manuel is 3-1, right? He's just skilled boxer. I don't know how that's a shocker. Now, when it comes to trans women and women's sports, right? No, it's not the case. It's not obviously the case that if you go up against a trans woman, that she's gonna like dominate you. No, you could very easily dominate her, right? So, for example, Leah Thomas came in 5th place. What explains why she was beat by multiple other cisgender women if they could very easily dominate her?
Yeah, but I'm talking about if that person's a trans against a woman and wins, like I don't know, basketball or whatever. Two different genders, genders should compete against each other, not a man over a woman.
Yep, like you're just saying, like let's say we had a trans woman who had equal ability to a cis woman. Should they be able to compete?
A trans woman is a man.
Can you answer the question? I don't care about. I'm not worried about the semantics right now. Can you not? A trans woman, right?
If a trans woman is in the ring with a woman and they're boxers,
right? And let's say they had equal ability.
There's no equal ability from the beginning.
Really, zero? Wait, so you think that every single person who is biologically male can beat every single person who is biologically female? Is that your position? It's 100%?
If you're going to be in a sport and it's a man and a woman,
please answer the question. Yes or no?
Well, biologically, a man is stronger than a woman anyways.
On average. But I'm asking in every case, not just the average case.
Well, that's semantics now.
No, it's not. There's a Gaussian curve, right? Listen, I'm agreeing with... Hold on, please listen to me. I'm agreeing with you. When it comes to strength and speed and stuff, there's a Gaussian curve, right? It's a curve like that. There's like people who are the average, for example, the average male, and then there's males who are above the average, and there's males who are below the average, right? And then that Gaussian curve is shifted for people who are assigned female at birth. And there's a Gaussian curve. There are females who are on average stronger and on average weaker. Now, my question is, where those overlap, where those two curves overlap, why shouldn't those people be able to compete against each other?
I don't know. Are you talking about their skills in the ring? Maybe one's more skilled than the other?
Maybe if I made it extreme, you'll understand what I'm asking. Is it fair for me to fight Wonder Woman? Is that a fair fight?
Well, Wonder Woman, yeah, that's kind of putting that out there.
Is that a fair fight?
Well, no, I don't think so, because
am I oppressing Wonder Woman by fighting her?
Well, we're talking about astronomical powers here.
Yeah. So who's the oppressive one in that boxing
I don't
ring?
think you're gonna win against Wonder
Right.
Woman.
Never. I'm never going to win. No matter how many times, no matter how much training I get, I will never win against Wonder Woman. Right. But
I don't really ascertain that in a ring between two people as Superman and no. It's not the most logical.
Okay. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so it doesn't matter that the fact that Wonder Woman is of a different sex. Well, sorry, I'm going through puberty. Is of a different sex. What matters is that her ability is significantly greater than mine. Right.
Yeah.
You agree?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but nevertheless, to put those kind of equations into a ring in a match or in a sport, I still think it's irrelevant.
How? If you're a cisgender woman and you're fighting a trans woman and you are just like 9 times out of 10, you're always going to beat the trans woman. Why is that unfair on the trans woman's part? Why is the trans woman oppressing you? Why is she harming you? How are you not harming her if you're the cis woman and you can like beat the shit out of her 9 out of 10 times?
Well, why would you think that the regular biological woman can beat the trans
I didn't
woman?
say
You
the
think-
regular biological, like I didn't say that. I said like these are cases where this does happen in women's sports, where a cisgender woman is just always going to beat this particular trans woman because she's stronger, faster, yada yada yada.
Yeah, but your analogies, I'm looking at it different. I'm talking about the biological woman. You're talking about the trans woman.
Yeah, I'm talking about them competing against each other.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, because if you're talking about a trans, you're not talking about trans man. Are you talking about trans woman, right?
I'm talking about trans woman. Yeah.
Yeah. So the trans woman is still a woman.
Hey, I agree, but you probably don't believe that if you knew what you were saying.
Well, it doesn't matter to me what surgery you've had. It doesn't matter what
she's
you
still
do.
a trans woman, still a woman, right?
Well, no. The
we almost had
trans
her.
man is a woman. Trans man's a woman.
That's crazy, bro.
Trans woman's a man. Oh my god.
Yeah, so trans woman or woman, right? But like we're not arguing about semantics when it comes to when it comes to sports here, right? We're talking about ability, right? So if a trans woman has less ability than a cis woman, why is it unfair for her to fight the cis woman?
Because if they're opposite genders,
Yeah.
whether they're trans, whether they're not, they shouldn't be in the same.
Yeah, I'm asking you why.
Because one is obviously biologically stronger than the other.
I just
even though
told you.
skill-wise,
I just told you she's not stronger.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. What if she?
It
gets her
doesn't
butt
matter. That's
kicked?
your whole reason.
No, what if the one that you're talking about ends up kicking her? You know, like I mean.
Okay, let me try to put you. Maybe if you. Okay, you're a cis woman, right? Okay, so let's say I put you in the ring.
Well, I don't even. This cis woman stuff doesn't work with me. I'm a woman. That's all I am.
Yeah, that's
I'm not cis
consistent.
nothing.
Yeah, cis woman or woman too. Okay, so you're a cis woman. You go into the ring, right? Now, when you go into the ring, you're against a trans woman, right? How tall are you?
5'8".
Okay. Okay, so you are going against a trans woman who's 5'4" and significantly weaker and slower than you. Who has the advantage, you or her? Should be a very simple question.
Well, I mean, if you want to put weight and height, I
Yeah.
have the advantage.
Okay. Now, why would it be unfair for her to fight you?
Because you're talking about trans man, right?
No,
The
I'm talking
her?
about a trans woman, somebody who was born biologically male, right?
Okay, that's
But
what I'm
you are
talking about.
significantly stronger and faster than them. Why is it oppressive to you for you to fight her?
Because she's not a her. I'm a her. That's a man. He's still a man. Doesn't matter if he's 5'2". He's still a man. They significantly have more power biologically.
I'm gonna bring up
Whether
Demi
they're
real quick.
shorter
I'm gonna let
or not.
Demi handle you. I don't know why you're like not getting this. What's up, Demi? How you doing?
Hey, Carbon, how are you?
Doing good.
He's-
I need
he's-
some
he's-
water.
He's frustrated with me.
I mean, you're not being logically consistent, so I can understand why he's being frustrated with you. Your argumentation was having an advantage. He gave you a scenario where somebody doesn't have an advantage, and then you just pivoted to, well, it's a man. That's not a good argumentation. That's a male, not a man. There's a difference.
Oh gosh, here we go. Male, man, boy, young boy, son, adolescent. Okay.
Yeah, we have different terms to describe things. Very good.
Well, you know, a boy's a boy, a man's a man, a male's a male. Call it what you may.
Yes, males are males.
Okay. but
Nobody's
never-
arguing that.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
That's not what
he
you're
wants to
saying.
bring down the weight and the height and try to say it's okay to compete even though there's still a man or a male.
Yes, but again, we have co-ed sports for a reason. What argumentation do you have if it's a equal playing field, whether you equate that to height, you equate that to muscle mass, you equate that to bone density, you equate that to hormones. By the way, these are all things that are tested in different sports. If it's an equal playing field, why can two people not play against each other, whether they're male or female?
Well, if you're talking about like a sport, competitive sport, like Olympics or something like that, we're not talking about co-ed football here. You know what I mean? That doesn't matter.
I'm talking about any sport where there's no advantage.
But there's already an advantage right
But
from the
there's not.
beginning.
There's
there
not.
is.
So wait a minute. In all sports, everybody has an advantage. Michael Phelps had an advantage over his other cisgender counterparts. That's neither here nor there. What we're talking about is having an absolute advantage that somebody can't compete against. So if you can show me statistical data that the highest level of competitors of cis women are always going to lose to trans women, I will concede this argumentation right now.
Well, why would I can't sit here. Maybe
Yes, you can.
maybe that woman is extremely strong and she'll win and she'll beat that trans up. Okay, let's just say that happens. But nevertheless, the chances are probably pretty slim if this is a trans man.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. I'll put a picture of a trans man on the screen. I want to make sure we're talking about the
There we
same
go.
thing.
Maybe we can understand. And by the way, you were wrong about the Olympics. That was not a trans woman. That was a cis woman. You fucked up on that one.
Were you talking?
I know what a
talking about
trans
her,
man is. I know what a
Sheila.
trans man is.
Apparently.
I think my phone just froze. Hello?
Guys,
There we
I
go.
know what a
So
trans man is.
I've been talking about trans women the whole time, and then you said trans man. So this is a trans man. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so this individual
Patricia
fights with
Manuel.
cisgender men and is 3-1 kicking their ass.
Yeah, that's what I was telling her about.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mhm.
So this trans man is fighting men?
Fighting against males, cisgender men, yes.
Okay. So, okay. So, but this is a woman that's deciding to go in there and fight men, then that's her schmeal.
Okay.
But if you twist it around and put a trans
Wait, so if you're in women's
woman,
sports and you know that you are going to go up against a trans woman, right? Are you like being forced to go in there, or are you like consenting? Or are you being which one?
no, I'm just saying if this
In
person
women's
wants
sports.
to go in, yeah, if she wants to go in and fight a man, and she's a trans man, and she could beat them,
Yeah.
and that's I don't think it's something that should be happening anyways, regardless. But what's more bothersome if it's the other way around. If you have the women,
let me
let's just say
ask you two questions. One, when did you start caring about this?
Right.
I came to the conversation late, so if I'm asking things Carbon's already asked you, please indulge me.
I didn't ask that yet.
Well, I mean, caring about it, I care. I don't. It's not so much as bothersome if this woman decides to go fight men and she's beating them. That's
Right.
okay.
I'm moving back on to trans people as a whole, but specifically trans women, because you're like, well, if the woman that's a trans man, because they're a man, wants to go fight cis men, that's fine. You know what?
No, they're
Whatever.
not a
Let
man.
them. They are.
So this is
They
where
are.
No, they're
They
not.
are.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
are. They're not
So-
male, but they
but
are a
what's even
man.
more-
So we're not gonna. I'm not gonna play semantics with you. You said you gave the argumentation that that's fine. Let them do that. But now against trans women, you're all up in arms about it. So I want to know first off when you started caring about it, and how long do you think trans athletes have been competing at the highest level and winning?
I don't think that's been going on very long. I think it just came to fruition when they were allowed to even attempt to go into a women's sport and go into women's lockers.
So
And
give me an estimate. What year do you
I
think
don't
that
know. It
started?
hasn't been that long.
1976.
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, the answer is 1976 when the first that I can find, the first trans athlete competing in tennis, I believe took first place in one competition. So have you been arguing since like the day you were born?
No, no.
So in the 90s you were in an uproar about it, right?
No.
How about early 2000s?
Never heard about it.
How about
Never
early
even-
2000s?
Let's just 76. God, I was like 10 years old, 76. No, I would just say
My point to this conversation is you didn't start caring about this until the right started telling you to care about this. Because trans women have been competing in sports as long as both you and I have been alive. And there's very few that have actually made it to the
That doesn't
best
feel like
of the
purple, does
best.
it?
And
Does that look
once
like
they're
purple to
at the
y'all?
best of the best, actually taking a win is so few and far between that there's apparently not this overwhelming biological advantage because we have stipulations
It looks
and
blue,
rules
right? But
in
this is
place.
blue.
Specifically,
That's
the
blue.
sports leagues have you take 2 years of HRT.
Weird.
Have to
Looks
have
way
the
more purple in
same
real
levels
life.
of
Hold on, let me change
HRT
my-
as your
Give me a
cisgender
second.
counterparts.
well, I think it came to my attention mostly when it was all over media with the Olympics with the swimmer. That's when
wasn't the
it first got my
Olympics.
attention.
That wasn't the
You're right.
Olympics. That was That wasn't the Olympics. That was an NCAA event that they made a big deal about it. By the way, they won one race that day out of 5 races.
I don't know.
But that trans shouldn't have been competing with those women.
Why?
In the first place?
Why?
He's a man.
They're a woman.
No.
Even if I granted you that, again, they won one race out of 5 that day.
Yeah, but you can't justify them for even being there at all.
Yes, I
It should
can.
be separate.
They have no biological advantage because they had been on hormones long enough and met the prerequisites by the sport.
No.
They
That's
had
not
met the
going to be a valid
Hi, I'm
argument.
still talking. They had
not
met the
valid, ma'am.
prerequisites by the sports league. Are you part of the sports league? Do you make the rules? Are you on the NCAA commission? Is there something I don't know about? Were you part of the rulemaking for who can compete?
I think this whole women in men's sports,
It's giving up.
is really.
Okay.
Are
So
you
you're
giving
cooked
up?
on that.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just giving up. Like, you're just like, it's like you don't listen to reason. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Well, my reason is that you guys are trying to justify when and women.
Yeah,
are
tell
not
us
men
where
and
the
women.
reasoning is wrong. When you say try to justify, that means that we're failing in our reason. So tell me where the failing that is happening.
Well, the reasons that you guys are accepting the fact that these are actual women and men, and they're not.
Wait, no. When you say men and women, are you saying that we're denying that they're male or female?
No, I'm telling them that
Okay.
you're trying to say that they are, and they're not.
Or what?
Trying to say that they're
men
what?
are not women. Trans
Wait,
women.
okay,
are
you're
not
just
men.
equivocating. I'm sorry, you're just equivocating. You're changing the meanings of terms midway in
No,
your
I'm not.
sentence. Sorry.
It's very
I'm sorry.
basic.
Wait. When we say trans woman, right? What do you think we mean?
The trans man is the picture you just showed me. That's a woman, and then the other one is.
When
the
you say
trans woman
that's a
going to
woman,
man.
you're saying that they're female?
Yes.
And you think we disagree that they were assigned female at birth?
Well, no, but you're telling me.
Oh,
that
okay.
because
So
they-
we agree on the properties that they have. For example,
Yeah, so
the
they
property.
were born like that, and they stay
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
They don't
Cool. We didn't
change.
say they became male, right? It depends on what you
But
mean
you're
by male. We didn't
recognizing them
say.
because-
Hold on, real quick, please.
No.
Wait, real quick. Right. Nobody here is thinking that they're changing their reproductive system from male to female. You think that that's what we mean?
No, I'm just saying
Okay.
you're recognizing them as something that they're not.
How?
You've already said it several times.
How? Tell me.
They're
Give me the
women,
reasoning.
They're women. They're men.
Yeah.
They're
What do we
not.
mean? What do we mean when we say woman?
You're because they're trans. And they take hormones. All of a sudden, they become women. All of a sudden,
When
they
you
become
say
men.
woman, what do
And
you
that's
mean?
what you address them as,
You're,
and they're
you
not.
know, it's when you say they're not. See, again, you're doing the equivocation again. You're using your definition of woman, and then you're saying that that's the definition that we're using. It's not. Right?
My definition of a woman is just a regular woman, whatever you want to call her, cis.
I don't know what that
whatever.
means.
That's
you know
a
what-
great definition.
Let me read out this message real quick. I got 2 messages here. Brilliant sent $10 earlier, super chat. I think this was for you. You want Americans to get something. Don't vote for Republicans that vote against giving you Americans a living wage, healthcare subsidies, housing tax credits, tax breaks for the middle and lower class. Thank you so much, Brilliant, for that $10. And also, Nobody on Fire, thank you so much for the $2 on super chat. This is pathetic. Grandma, you need to get out of your echo chamber is what they said.
Are you talking to me?
Yep.
Well, they certainly ain't talking to me.
Okay, okay, what other topics did you disagree with the left on?
Oh, I was.
Well, I was going to have them give me the definition of what a female is, because I don't think they even know that. But go ahead, Carvin.
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I'm sure you'll spin that narrative also. So.
Oh no,
Guys
I'm
make it
just
so
smarter than you. There's a
complicated. Like,
difference.
there's not 15 genders. There's 2, man and a woman. That's it.
I was talking about sexes. Male and female would be sexes. So you're still stuck on gender.
Well, gender is the same thing. You guys like
No,
to
it's
just,
not.
there's not 17 genders. There's a man and a woman, and there's a girl and a boy, whatever you want to call it.
Oh damn! You just gave me 4 genders right there.
Yeah, but they're the same. They're all the girl.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
A boy
You're
is the same as a
telling me
man?
A man and a boy is the
No,
same
I'm
thing.
telling
That's
you
gross.
I'm telling you, a girl and a woman are the same. A male and a man are the same. They're the same. So don't
Wait a
try
minute.
to
So
spin
are
it.
you attracted to men or women?
I'm a gay woman.
Okay, so you're attracted to girls?
I'm
So you're
married.
attracted to minors? That's gross.
Minors.
A girl is a minor.
See, there you go, spinning it again. There
That's
go,
not spinning it. That is using our society's terms for thing. A girl is someone that's under the age of 18.
Okay, but what does that matter? She's still a female. She's still a girl.
Nobody up here has made the claim that a trans man or a trans woman is not the sex they were born as. The fact that you can't follow simple comprehension shows me you did not pass
No,
5th grade biology.
I'm the one following comprehension. You guys
Oh
are
my
the
God.
ones spinning.
All right, Gretchen sent 25 over on YouTube for the kick. Appreciate you, Gretchen. Gretchen says the concept of being trans can't even live in her head. She's just too fucking stupid and bigoted and too narcissistic that she thinks her personal feelings are everyone's personal feelings. It's not about you. Thank you so much, Gretchen, for the $25 to kick. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you're a conservative, please go ahead and hop on in the guest request and we'll get you up here, okay? Let's do it.
Carbon, I just want you to know there's only 2 genders: man, woman, boy, girl.
Binary code 01234. Kim, can I get your age, please? Kim, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Okay, Kim's not with us. Okay. All right. If you are a conservative, please go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'll get you on up here, and we're going to open up the panel in just a second here. I'm just trying to find some conservatives to get up in this motherfucker. Let's try this person.
I was just going to ask if you wanted me to drop down. I only requested because of the topic.
Yeah, I was done. I was like, let me just, I can't do this. She was really fucking frustrating. Okay. Z Gen Crystals, are you opposition? I see you in the guest request. I don't know if you did that on purpose or not. Let's try this person. Hello, can I get your age, please? We'll wait for them to load in. Hello, can I get your age, please? You're up and you're muted. Hello? Hello?
All right.
Hey, what's up? Can I get your age, please?
Yeah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I am 24.
24. And you are a conservative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want to give us your best reasons why you're conservative?
There's no best reason. It's simple because I only believe there are two genders.
Oh, you think that's just like that's the only reason that you're a conservative? You think that there's only two genders?
That's my first reason.
Okay. And what's your other reasons?
Well, let's focus on the first reasons before I give you the others.
Okay. So why is that a conservative value? That you thinking that there's
Big time conservative value. I think that teaching people that gender is just how we see each other is a really big misconception and really dangerous. And I don't believe it's appropriate to teach children or adults that just because you can identify as something else, you just ignore the fact that you have a dick and male hormones and a male Adam's apple and all this shit and just be able to enter inside women's spaces.
Okay, so let me evaluate what you're saying. When you say that, when you say gender, what do you mean? Let me like check this out.
What is a gender?
Yeah, what do you mean by gender?
No, what is a gender? What is a sex?
No, I'm asking you. You said there's not only two genders. What do you mean by gender?
How is this really hard to know? What is a gender? You don't know what a gender is?
Are you not going to answer the
So
question?
if you can't give the definition, we're just going to assume you have no concept of what gender is.
Okay, you tell me your point of view. How many genders are there? I want to hear your.
Sorry, you said there are two
are there from your
genders.
point?
What does gender mean?
First of all, I want to hear from your point of view. What is a gender, and how many genders do you guys believe
What
there
do you
are?
mean by gender?
Gender means that you're assigned male or female at birth.
Okay, so gender is what? Gender is male or female assigned at birth, right? That's your definition?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So when you just say there are only two genders, you're just saying you're either assigned male or female at birth. That's all you're saying, right?
Not just signed, but that's how biology works. Yeah.
Oh, it's not just assigned. Let me delete that. So
Why are you typing,
biology.
by the way, wait, get off the keyboard. Let's have a.
No, because the reason why I'm doing that is because when I type in
Why
my
are you on the
notepad.
keyboard?
Hello. So when I type in my notepad, thank you guys for the hat mustache. When I type in my notepad, what your definitions are, I notice a lot of you equivocate or you run back and you like run away from your initial position.
Are you sure you're not using ChatGPT?
Oh, you want me to use? I can pull up ChatGPT if you want me to.
Oh, sure, because you always blame people when they use it.
Okay, cool.
You always
So
get
I'm not
pissed.
I'm
You
not
get
using
so pissed and
ChatGPT.
angry whenever people use ChatGPT, but
I
you're
don't get
willing to
angry.
use it.
I don't get
so
angry.
dumb.
And no, I'm not using it.
Anyway, back to the
I'm on my
statement.
notepad now.
Back to the
So
statement.
anyway, so gender is whether gender is one of the two sexes. That's all you're saying. When you say gender, you just mean sex, right? Male or female?
Yes, male or female.
Okay. And then when you say that, male or female, you just mean something about like reproduction or something like
No,
that.
not just reproduction. Those are one of them, but it's more to it. Yeah.
What like can you define it, please?
What is the difference between a human and an animal? Is that hard to define?
Well, a human is a kind of animal, right? But now what is male or female to you? Because many people
Yes.
mean different things by male or female. Go ahead.
Okay, to break it down, what is the difference between a tiger and a lion?
Okay, male is what is the difference between a tiger and a lion? That's your definition of male question?
No, that's not my definition. I'm asking
Oh,
you.
I
You're
asked you
saying
what the
that-
definition was. I'm sorry, let me delete that. Male is what again?
Okay, get out the keyboard and let's have a
What is a
one-on-one
male?
debate here. Male or a female is somebody that is assigned at birth.
Oh, I thought you said it wasn't assigned at
That
birth. Now you're
is
saying it
a
again.
man.
I deleted assigned at birth earlier. But now you want me to re-add assigned at birth?
So how do you view sex as? Can you give me a little explanation about yourself? I'm confused.
I don't understand what you mean by sex. You're just like
Let me
all
ask
over the
you,
place.
if I-
Demi,
if
just
I
drop
tell
out and
you-
come back. I don't know why
If I
TikTok
tell
is doing
you
that.
if I tell you what is Earth, or what is a planet or a universe, or what is an atom, what would your response be? If I tell you what is something that exists,
Those are different questions. Which one do you want me to answer?
they have the same concept. Okay, well, what if I tell you
An
what
atom has
is
the same
nothing?
concept as Earth.
What is nothing?
What?
What is nothing?
Nothing. You can't. It's the lack of any properties.
Exactly. So a man is a man, right? We have a dick, we have a penis, we
Okay,
are
so a
born
male-
with all this shit.
Okay, so a male
Yeah.
is someone with a penis. Okay. Anything else?
Penis assigned by birth.
Penis. Somebody born at birth with a penis. That's what you're saying.
somebody born with the penis and male biology. Does that answer your question? Yes.
Well, I don't know what
But
male
just
is. We're trying to define male, right?
You don't
So
know what
saying
male
that they
is?
have male biology.
Oh,
Listen,
okay,
I don't
so
know what
you don't
you
know what a
mean by
gender
I don't
is.
know what you
You
mean
don't
by
know what a
male.
gender is.
You
Okay,
understand
so
when
you
we
you
say
admitted it.
I don't know why I'm being
No, okay, I'm
overtalked.
gonna. Hey.
Okay.
I'm not
If
overtalking you, bro.
don't
Stop
don't
deflecting
overtalk.
here.
Don't overtalk. Okay. So what we're trying to establish is what you mean by the term male. Of course, I have different definitions of male. Now, what do you mean by male is somebody who's born with the penis, correct?
Okay, give me your definition, please, since I already explained you mine.
I'm going with yours. So somebody born with the penis?
It wasn't just that. I gave you more. See, now you're just giving me
Okay,
one
what else? Go ahead.
answer.
Bro, stop crashing out. Just give me the definition.
How am I crashing out? I'm just having a
Because you're
simple
like
debate with
dodging every question that I ask you.
you. And you even banned me from commenting.
Oh, I didn't ban you. It's probably you. I don't know. It's probably one of my mods. Anyway, male equals born with the penis plus what?
Let's just say a male is a male by biology, just like how a tree is a tree by biology.
Okay, a male is a male by biology, but what does male
Yes.
mean?
See, there's the confusion. You don't know what a male
You
is.
use the term male in the definition of male. Wait, if I were to tell you a woman is a woman by biology, would that make sense to you? Does
Yes,
that
it
make
does.
sense to you? Oh, that
Yeah.
makes sense to use the
time.
self-referential term inside the definition itself.
Wait. Okay, let's stop here. Okay, let's stop here. Okay, so what is a woman according to biology? Just biology, no social construct, no social anything. According to biology,
yeah.
what is a woman?
The term woman, when describing biology, means typically an adult human female. Okay.
Yes,
Now, what
and
does male
she
mean?
What is she also biologically internally compared in a difference with a male? She has a vagina. She has breasts. She has female hormones. Right? It's more
Well,
than that, by the way.
What's the necessary conditions to be female?
These are all necessary conditions.
It's
Biologically,
necessary
she
that
is
you
a
have
female.
breasts.
Can men have boobs that give milk?
Yes.
Naturally, no, they can't.
they
Unless you
can.
put the hormone in there, they can't.
Oh.
Can a man get biologically pregnant? That is biologically born. Has
Well,
that
I still
ever
don't know what
happened in
you. I
history?
still don't know what you mean by male. So
Oh, it's a
whether
very
the
simple.
answer.
Okay, wait.
So
Okay,
whether
let's
the
go through.
answer that
Okay.
question, whether the answer that question, I would have to know what you mean by male. For example, let me help you out since you don't understand what I'm asking. Right? If what you mean by male is XX chromosomes, I'm sorry, XY chromosomes, then yeah, a male can get pregnant. If that's not what you mean by male, if you mean a male is somebody who produces, the smaller gamete of sperm, I don't see any cases of those happening where they can get pregnant. So probably no. Right.
Okay,
So if what you mean by male is phenotypes like having a penis and things like that, I don't know what you mean by male. You keep dodging the question. Can you give me a strict definition of male? Give me the necessary conditions of being a male such that if you were to take away those properties, it would no longer be male. Can you give me something like that?
Okay, simple question. Has a biological male ever gone pregnant in history that was born as a man?
I
Have
just
they
told.
ever gone pregnant?
Did you not listen to what I just? Oh, it's making me disconnect you again. Demi, do you have a backup?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, just
one.
come
I
back
don't
on that
use
one.
it very often.
Well, Demi doesn't need to be here because just me and you debating, so we can just kick her out.
Well, Demi was up here anyway. Okay. So remember earlier I said in order to answer the question of whether a male can get pregnant, I need to know what you mean by male. You understand that, right?
I answered this question 50
No,
times.
you
already.
said a male is a male with male biology. That's all you said. That doesn't tell me what a male is. You just use the same term.
Okay, what is a bacteria?
Bro, answer the question. Stop dodging.
I'm not dodging anything. I'm
Okay, then
confused.
answer. I'm gonna keep asking. I'm never
telling
going
me.
to. I'm never going to allow you to deflect.
Okay. Here,
What is the
okay.
answer
Take
to
a-
the
take a
definition?
chill-
What is the
okay.
definition of male? You're
Okay,
the only one
Carbon.
crashing out. All I want you to
Take
do
a deep
is
breath.
tell me
Take a
what
deep breath.
it means to be male. Hurry up.
Carbon.
You're the only one
Take
crashing out.
a deep
Tell me
breath.
what a male is. Come
Take
on.
a deep breath. Carbon, don't mute me, please. Take a deep breath, man. That's
Waiting
how
on
the debate
you.
works. Okay. So let's go back to biology. When we go into the science book, right? Not into the science of social construct, this garbage. If we go into a biological book or a health science book, they clearly define a male, biologically a male, that is born, assigned male at birth, and that has male anatomy and male biology. Does this help?
What is male anatomy?
Dude, you don't know.
You're using the term male. I want you to. Here, this is what. Here's the. Now he's crashing out again.
I'm not crashing up, dude. I'm
Wait,
confused.
I'm gonna ask
You don't know
you.
what
I'm gonna ask
anatomy
you
is.
this
You don't know what
again. I'm gonna
biology
ask you
is.
this again. Can you define the term male without using the term male? Yes or no?
You can't define something without talking about it. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I didn't say without talking about it. I said without using the word male. Define male without using the word male.
How can you define something without using it?
Okay. Bacteria, the definition of bacteria is bacteria. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, and how do we know
Oh, it
that's
does?
bacteria versus...
Get out of here, bro. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. New Blue and Virillion with a $25 kick. Thank you so much. Get out of here, bro. You're done. You're done. New Blue Eyes. Shout out to New Blue Eyes with the $19.99. Kermit needs to get the fuck out. Thank you, New Blue and Virillion with the $5. Last time I checked, a man isn't given to an infant at birth. Yeah. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, let's open up the panel. Let's get some debates in here, okay? Jesus Christ. Yeah, bacteria is bacteria, guys. Did you not know this?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, bacteria. It's bacteria.
I think I'm convinced. I think I've turned. I think I'm conservative now. That was the most intelligent conversation I've ever seen on this app. Oh my God. I think 100%. You know what? Donald Trump. I can't even finish that fucking
You
sentence.
can't even do it. You can't even do it.
Take you so fast. Oh my God.
Oh my God. I need a debate here. User, can I get your age, please? Still loading in. Oh, user, you're alive. Can I get your age, please? Okay, I guess user's not with us. Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal and bio. If you guys want to support that over there, thank you so much. We're gonna get the next person in here. Opposition, if you are a conservative, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody keep tapping. We're almost to 50K. Thank you so much. We got 200 people watching over on TikTok, 36 over on Twitch, and 58 over on YouTube. Welcome in, everybody.
Pretty sure I told y'all to get those up to 75K like 20 minutes ago. What's going on? Do you not love carbon? Hello?
Not only we love carbon.
Then
What's the strange
tap away.
warning? What's the strange warning on the bottom?
Please
says,
avoid
"Please avoid
promoting.
promoting."
Oh, that's crazy. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah, it
avoid
says
promoting
first.
negative stereotypes and generalizations about other groups of people. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Dicks. Next chat.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Apparently, I mouthed off too much.
Was it the grandma comment? I wonder if it was that.
Maybe.
I'm
Bean, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 21.
All right. You're a conservative?
Yep.
All right. You want to tell us why?
Yeah, because I'm pro-life.
Pro-life?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I value humans in the womb.
Okay. You think? Oh, just like at a certain point, right? Like at the conception.
From conception, yeah.
From conception. Why?
Because they're human from conception.
Yeah. Why do you value? Well, saying you value humans from conception because they're human from conception is just begging the question. I'm asking you why you
Hasn't
value
he
them from
been up here
conception.
before?
I don't know.
Yeah,
my
yeah.
name is Goku, sir.
Didn't we have this same conversation like 2
Yeah,
or
he
3
got
nights
cooked.
ago?
Yeah, he got cooked
Well, let's just
really
go.
badly.
Let's just go through it. Why do you value? Where's that value come from?
I know this is circular, but it's literally because they're human. That's what it's gonna distinct them from like animals.
It's just in virtue of them being human.
That's right.
So why are you a vegan?
No.
Is it murder to like slit the throat of a puppy?
Is it what?
Is it murder to gratuitously slit the throat of a puppy?
Yeah.
You said no or yeah? I couldn't hear you.
I did. I said yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not just human. You can also be a domesticated descendant of the wolf too, right?
So yeah. So can I ask a question?
Yeah. Well, can we resolve that real quick? You said it's because they're human, but
Yeah, so,
other things that are not human also have that too, right? They have that value.
Yeah, but there are distinctions between humans and animals.
Well, a human is a kind of animal. You mean non-human animals? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But why specifically humans and dogs?
Like, what do you when you say that? Like, what do you mean? What are you referencing? When you
Why
say,
is it wrong to do that to a dog if the dog is not a human?
because you're unjustly killing it, or sorry, unaliving it, kind of like with the human.
You can say killing.
Okay. Can I do that? I
Oh,
can do
okay.
that with a grass blade too, right?
Yeah, but it's not a human being.
The dog isn't a human being either.
Yeah, but it's societally, it's gonna be something that is like it's just viewed as immoral. So
Why?
Well, okay. So like if
because
society
they're
would,
small, innocent, like a little
yeah,
baby.
what did the grass blade do to anyone?
Yeah, the grass blade would be innocent as
Yeah,
well.
the grass blade didn't do anything to anyone, you know.
So it's innocent. So like,
So
I guess
it would
cutting
be
your
wrong.
grass is not bad.
But that's not you're equating it falsely though. It's
Why?
not. There's a huge
Why?
distinction
Okay, give me the property
between the grass.
that's morally relevant between why it's wrong to kill a human and a dog, but not to a grass blade. Give me the property.
So I would argue sentience, consciousness, rationality, things of that sort.
Okay.
Except
So
I don't know if
sentience,
animals have
consciousness,
rationality, but
and rationality. At conception, is there any of those three things?
at conception, at the moment of conception, no,
Right.
there isn't.
But you said you
Right.
valued it at conception. So what's going on here?
Yeah, so I value those things just as well as I value its humanhood.
Wait,
But it
what?
doesn't
I'm
have those
asking
things
why
at
do you
conception.
value the fact that it's human? You said the reason why you value a human is in virtue of consciousness, sentience, and rationality. But there are some humans who don't have consciousness, sentience, and rationality. Do we agree?
It's human. Are you referencing out of the womb or?
No, like at conception.
Yeah, for sure. That's obvious. Yeah, before like. Yeah,
So
right
why
after
not just
the
value it
conception.
when it begins to have at least one of those three things? Why are you valuing this thing that doesn't have those properties?
Because it's a human.
Well, okay, so you would realize it's a category mistake now. You're doing like a buck passing thing, right? You don't value it because it's a human. You value things that have consciousness, consciousness, sentience, and rationality. And it just so happens that humans tend to have consciousness, sentience, and rationality, but not all of them do.
No,
Right?
I
This will
value
just be
both
an
of those
association
things.
fallacy.
I value both of those things together.
Yeah, but why do you value humans without mentioning consciousness, sentience, or rationality?
So why do I value humans from the moment of conception?
Yeah, if they're not conscious, sentient, or rational.
Well, I think I appealed to an argument that was when I was here before, but it's basically because they're unjustly being unalive during their natural developmental process.
Yeah, but that's the same thing for the grass blade.
Again,
Right, but you're not giving. Stop. Hold on. You were asked a very specific. Stop. You were asked a very specific question. If they don't meet the criteria for you to give a damn, which was what was it, Carbon? What was it? Sentience,
Rationality,
consciousness.
Sentience, consciousness, and rationality. Why do you care if the zygote is removed? That's the question you were asked.
Because it's not my only establishment.
What
Then
is-
establish your
as I've said
actual
before,
point.
because of their humanity.
Yep. Well, that's
Wait,
just
that's
like
not true though, because that's not true because you also said that it would be murder to like gratuitously slit a dog's throat. So you obviously like value things that aren't just human.
Well, no, because a puppy
So there's
has,
something else that you're
sentient
valuing.
consciousness as well. So
does a cow. So does a chicken.
yeah,
So does a pig.
but that ties into
Right.
like the veganism debate, you know.
I know, but
Yeah,
but you
most
eat,
abortion
you
are
eat those,
Yeah,
right?
it
You
would
don't-
be
you don't value
consistent.
that.
Also,
That's
really
we're
quick,
trying to pin
chat.
you down
I
on
love
this.
you, but please don't gift me on this account.
yeah,
Yeah, Demi probably can't get the funds from it.
Okay. Yeah, listen, like what is it? What is it just like irreducible? You just don't know why like it's the fact that it's human is you don't know why it doesn't go any further than that. It's just because they're human, or is there some further reason?
Yeah, I would say because they're mainly human and because they're unjustly being unalived. Yeah. Something like
Okay,
that.
so if you're human, and when you say unjust, what do you mean by that? Like, there's
mean
no
that they have
justification for it.
That's right. I mean that they have no sort of choice or say in the matter, that they're
Yeah.
quite
So
literally just being unalived.
understood.
without
So
any
I mean, first of all, a grass blade also does not have any choice on whether you rip it apart, right? But you're saying the grass blade has I don't know what their species name is, let's just call it Grass bladius, right? And then we'll say for the humans, Homo sapien, right? Those two different kinds of DNA. These are organisms with two different DNA, Graspeladius and then Homo sapien. Why, in virtue absent consciousness, sentience, and rationality, why is it wrong for me to rip apart the Graspeladius but not the after conception blastocyst that is of the Homo sapien species? Why do
Yeah,
you
I
guys?
never said that it was wrong to rip a grass blade.
I didn't say you did. It's not. I'm sorry. It's
That
not
was
wrong
just-
to do that. It's not wrong to do that, but it is wrong to do that for the human.
Yeah, that's right.
Why? Why the fact that it has Homo sapien DNA and not Graspeladius DNA is that morally relevant? Why do you make the
Because,
distinction without special
yeah.
pleading?
I would say because it's a human with potential for rationality and consciousness, unlike the grass blade.
Oh yeah, that's just gonna be false then.
Why?
Yeah, it's
Why
just
is that
false.
Why?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, like
so-
a fetus, a blastocyst has no potential for consciousness, sentience, or rationality.
So what is that specifically? A blastocyst?
Blastocyst is like right after conception generally.
Yeah. It's
So-
like the first starting of like when the cells start like multiplying, like the first beginnings of like a human.
So this ties into like natural developmental process where they would gain those characteristics later on
No,
if
they
they
wouldn't.
were unjustly unalived.
They wouldn't gain those
The human-
characteristics.
The human, later on wouldn't gain consciousness and sense.
No.
The organism
Cells,
itself, no.
Yeah, cells don't gain consciousness.
No, but I'm saying during its natural developmental process, it would.
Yeah,
That's
listen.
what I'm saying.
There's an organism that as the organism grows, eventually that organism will grow an organ. That organ will in the future have consciousness. That's
Yeah,
a
so
different
that's
claim
just-
from the organism will have consciousness. Those are two distinct
so-
propositions.
That would just tie into natural developmental process of gaining that organ, which would then gain that.
Well,
those
no.
other characteristics.
Because there are cases and such where like a fetus wouldn't develop said organ to host a mind.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just appealing to the majority of cases where the
I
pregnancy
don't
hopefully goes well.
understand
That's a
this.
fallacy.
I don't understand this potential for something.
Yeah,
Because I think it's such a poor argument due to the fact that, okay, let me say I granted you that a blastus, which this is really going out there, a blastus through natural process of development, will have the potential for higher capacity, consciousness, and intellectual thought, correct? Is that more or less your argument, Bean?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Okay, does that mean we can judge individuals,
Graspeladius.
let's say a 5-year-old, they have the potential to become a mass unaliver in the future. Should we judge them at 5 years old?
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay, so we don't judge on future potential. So I need a better argument.
Well, again, so I claimed earlier that it was unjust because of the potential that they would later gain on in life.
I just disproved potential argument.
Hold on, wait. If we're gonna use potential as the argument, every fetus has the potential to unalive the mother. So the mother has the obligation to protect themselves in this scenario.
So
That was going to be my next argument logic.
yeah, so in that case, I think what I'm trying to say, I'm not too familiar with it, but I think a C-section would be what would
Wait.
ultimately be the thing. So that
Because that
Wait.
can also be harm to the mother.
Yeah, that can also end fatally, right? And for a C-section, you have to be so far along, right? Pregnancies can turn fatal at any moment. You understand that, right?
So
yeah.
if we're gonna go potential,
Right. There's
every
always that,
fetus
like,
has the
there's always a
potential to unalive
potential.
the host.
There's always a potential for a pregnancy
Not
to be
this
fatal.
yeah, so I would just ask, like, would that be
Specifically
the case for, like,
proven.
yeah, so would that be like the case for the majority of pregnancies?
Wait, why do
Does
we
that
care about the
matter?
majority? That's an
Well,
appeal to majority fallacy.
Yeah. No, I'm just
No.
appealing to majorities just simply because it would help.
Yeah,
my
that's
argument.
fallacious.
Bean,
That's fallacious.
You're actually
Your
appealing
That
to
entire,
shows.
minorities.
Bean,
so
One
it's
second,
your
one
just
second,
entire
one second.
argument,
That's- yeah, that's-
argument hinges on the fact that this fetus will have the
His voice,
potentiality
his
to
voice
be
is
a
weird.
full-grown
It's like he's
living
under the blanket or some shit.
human adult. That is your entire argument.
Yeah.
And I can flip that back on you saying that fetus has the potential to unalive not just the host of said fetus, but itself.
So
many things could go
self-defense
wrong,
in every circumstance would be justified.
C-section harms the
So
mother.
So every circumstance of abortion would then be justified.
would Boyd like turn her logic and say that you're being fallacious by appealing to minority then.
I'm not mentioning the minority. I'm using your argument against you.
How rare is it?
Wait,
Like,
it's
how
not.
rare
It
is
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a critique against your position.
No,
It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, the reason why the
The
majority
reason it doesn't matter is because logic isn't making an argument. It's an internal critique.
No, he is making an argument against mine.
I'm
No, he
using
hasn't
your
made a
own
claim.
argument against you, dumbass.
You're asking me a question from your stance, which is an argument.
Oh my god, let me just
No,
move it along.
it's-
I'm sorry, let me just move this along. I'm sorry, do you give like the rape exception?
To unjustly unalive it, no.
Okay, so no rape exception. Right? Okay, so
I only say.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. So I guess I would say that if the mother's life is endangered, yeah.
That's the only exception you'll give.
Because obviously we don't want both of them.
But she has the
alive,
potential to
but-
die, right? Yeah, okay, so regarding the rape scenario, okay, so you think like a 12-year-old who's like raped, right? They should like be forced to carry the rape baby.
Well, this would just appeal to subjective morality, which you.
I didn't ask that.
I know.
Should the
but this would
12-year-old be forced to have her stomach ripped open and deliver the rape baby? Yes or no?
Well, that's not how pregnancy works. You don't.
I'm gonna ask the question again. If you don't
Have
answer,
you had a
hurry up.
C-section? Interesting.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. So I don't think two wrongs make a right.
That didn't answer my question. So
Well,
it is
you can make a
justified.
basic inference off of that.
Is it justified or is it not? Should she
to
have to
unalive-
deliver the rape baby? Yes or no?
I would say so because two wrongs don't make
Okay,
a
so
right.
she should. Okay. Now, different question. Next question. You have a woman who is raped, right? And she's forced to become. Now she's pregnant. The rapist does not go to prison because whatever reason.
Why the fuck would he in America?
Technicality, yeah. Maybe he becomes president. Who knows, right? So, so now, because he's not in prison, just to be clear, he is the father of that child, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And let's say this woman is about to go get an abortion, right? Is he justified in physically restraining her to prevent her from going to get the abortion? The
No.
rapist? No?
No.
Why?
Is
I
he
wouldn't
about
say
is
so,
she
but-
about to kill his child?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Okay. So is he justified in protecting his child?
No, he's not justified in restraining her physically to, not.
Wait, I have a question.
Because he's. Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead
ahead.
real quick.
I wouldn't say so because he's like physically going to be like holding her back from doing whatever. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Follow-up
that's what
question.
is. Wait, hold on. It's stipulated in the hypothetical that in order to prevent her from getting the abortion, he has to physically restrain her. So you're saying it is permissible. He should allow her to go out and get that abortion, correct?
No, I'm just saying that he shouldn't like restrain her, like
Why?
physically or
If
hurt or anything.
he has to, it's the choice that he has to make, right? Under your view, is either physically restrain her or allow his child to be, under your lights, murdered. Which do you think is the better option?
I would say probably. Yeah, I would say I wouldn't want the child to be unalive, so I guess prevent the abortion. Yeah.
Okay, so the rapist
no,
should
so-
force.
so here's
Okay,
what
so
I'll
just
say.
to be clear, the rapist should physically force, himself on his rape victim to prevent her from getting the abortion of his rape baby. Correct?
Because, like I said, yeah, two wrongs are not gonna make a right.
Go
So
ahead,
she's
Nick.
already traumatized as it is from rape. So.
Reduct, yeah.
Please never
Yeah, that's
have
just gonna be the
children.
reductio. Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, since you fell on that sword, right? I was gonna ask because if you were gonna continue to say that he's not justified in holding her back, I was just gonna give you the 2-year-old hypothetical that's analogous. But I don't know how to have a conversation with you because you just seem like somebody who's irrational.
Void, let me ask them a question. I want to see how far they'll push this. So, if a 6-year-old is great, should they have the child?
If a 6-year-old is grave, should they have a child?
Yeah.
I would say in that case, yes, because it's still unjustified in unaliving a child.
You're
Just
fucking
drop.
disgusting.
Just drop. You
Alright, just try
literally
to
need to be
refute what I'm saying.
reported to the FBI.
questions.
Try to refute what I'm saying then. And also, like the mother being raped already is
presumably-
trauma added with.
Alright, go ahead.
Added with an abortion is more trauma. So.
Actually, no. We can see statistically, majority of abortions aren't traumatizing. Nice try though.
Well,
Auntie, go ahead, because I can't talk to this person. Not only are they a grape apologist, but worse, they want 6-year-olds to give birth.
Yeah, well, it's obviously disgusting.
Auntie, did you have
but
a
I think-
question?
I think
Yeah,
it's
well,
disgusting to kill a human.
Shut the
Yeah, I
fuck up.
Sorry. Yeah, I did have a question. From like what from the beginning, it seems like you actually haven't like justified at all any of this. Kind of seems like you have this, how can I say, irrational thinking, dumb thinking. So presumably, if it is the case you think this, okay, why do you think it's going to be the case that they're obligated, or they should do this action?
Yeah, so as I stated before, I don't think that two wrongs are going to inherently make it good. So I think that in
That's
the
not the
case
question I
where...
asked you.
Go ahead and ask it again then, because I didn't understand it.
The simple question I asked you was just, why is this person obligated to continue the pregnancy?
The person is going to be obligated to continue the pregnancy. I think I answered this coherently, don't you
No,
think?
you didn't.
How didn't I?
No, you never established like.
To be frank, I was helping my mother,
obligation.
so I wasn't necessarily here for like a couple of minutes. Maybe you did.
You never
see the
established
answer.
obligation. The only thing you stipulated was you value it because it's human.
That's
Auntie, I have one more question for the heinous individual. when you're
That's
done.
not an obligation. That's not the same as grounding an obligation, right? Because then if you're saying like somebody is obligated to sustain someone's life simply because they're human, it's going to extrapolate to the entire population. So like if I needed a kidney and you matched, I could just take your kidney because you're obligated to like save my life.
Yeah, but I'm not generalizing it though, like you are.
Yeah, I'm
What are you
gonna ask-
fucking
I'm gonna
talking about?
ask
That
you-
didn't.
But you're generalizing about all humans. I'm not.
Bean, you
Because
can't
I'm
follow.
asking
You can't follow a simple conversation.
Asking
I'm gonna ask-
you to establish
go ahead.
obligation.
So it's gonna be unjust. Therefore, it's gonna be an obligation. There.
That doesn't follow, you stupid fuck.
Oh, hold
Bean,
on.
here,
In
let
the
me ask
same
you
breath-
hold on,
Sorry,
Logic.
Demi.
I need to
Sorry.
ask one question. Bean, let me ask you a simple question. In my hypothetical, we've advanced in medical science where either a male or a female can carry the child, so that we don't lose the life of the zygote. The woman that you impregnate no longer wants to carry it, so by law it has to be embedded in you. You gonna carry it?
Am I gonna carry the human?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna unalive it. Come on, it's terrible.
You're the first one to fall on that sword.
Well, dude,
Well,
come
if
on.
I
I'm
could just,
not
like,
gonna. I'm not gonna.
Point
Just
out.
unalive a human. So.
This is what I find funny. You said you don't have a grape exception, but you do have an exception when the mother's life is at risk.
Because if it's the case that both of them are gonna unalive, then yeah, it's
All right.
terrible.
Wait, what's the percentage?
Wait, what if-
How high of a risk?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Like if the doctor says there's a 20% chance of this pregnancy being fatal, can she get the abortion?
Well, I
Wait a
don't
minute.
know.
He also
It's gonna
said
be a yes or
he
no.
also
Because
said
that-
both unalive, and nobody made that stipulation. You do realize
Right.
that the baby can survive and the mother can fail, right?
Yeah, I do know that.
So wait, if the mother is going to unalive but the baby survives, does that mean that the abortion can't be permitted, or you
Bro,
don't
needs a
permit for an
period
abortion?
simulator.
No, that's not what it means. I'm just saying that.
Okay,
in
so
another
I'm
way-
asking you. I'm asking.
Still
you,
waiting on a number.
If
I'm just
if,
getting asked multiple questions. So.
Well, yeah, because somebody else brought something, and I think it's very important to explore it real quick. If the mother is going to survive and the baby, or if the mother is going to die, hold up, what the fuck? I'm lost now. Hold up, 2 seconds. So if the mother is going to pass away and the baby is going to survive, is that abortion permissible? Yes or no?
No, I don't think so. No, because the mother is already fully developed and has.
So you think
distinct
mothers are
characteristics from a
required
child.
to self-sacrifice for their children?
No, I'm saying that'd be the opposite.
That's
That's
literally
what
what
that
you just admitted.
No, I'm saying that.
That's what that fucking stipulates.
You're just a gross individual.
No, look.
Please
I'm
stay
saying-
away from women.
Also, the force of please stop vocal frying. It's
Funny how you
not.
say gross when you're for unaliving human beings. So.
You're for
Irony.
turning
Yeah,
women
you
into
still haven't
incubators.
justified.
First of
You're
all,
for turning women into incubators.
You
If-
watch at
if
the
I
corner
may
of the
quickly-
hotel
Bean,
room. That,
if I may
you watch at the
Bean,
corner of the hotel room, bro.
Hold on.
Auntie,
Hold on.
hold on, real quick. Auntie was trying to do line of questioning, and it just kind of went off on a tangent. So, Auntie, go ahead.
Well, it seems like from this short little conversation that we're having, you actually don't have a rational reason to do this. You say that they're obligated. Well, obligated in what virtue? You haven't still explained that. That's still
Because that's
not
just
explained.
subjective. That ties into subjectivism. That's why.
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, just because something's subjective doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't have an explanation.
I agree,
Pro-choice is.
yeah.
Please let me finish. You keep
Sorry.
interrupting me. It's rude. Thank you. Yeah, pro-choice and pro-life, they're both subjective, but I say have more reasons on why you should be pro-choice. For an example, you don't have to force children to have children. And I think that's a really good example on why you should be pro-choice. But presumably, I'm not going to be like, well, it's kind of subjective. Like, that's obviously doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure.
Love that new voice on to you.
Okay, so then could you provide reasonings
sure.
on
So,
why it could be the case that they're obligated?
So I would say that first premise would be like that the mother having that, or sorry, the child having that child.
P1.
And then he sort of, it's
Wait,
terrible.
P1
I
is
agree.
what?
Sorry, hold
What
on.
was P1
So
again?
I
It was
agree.
fucking convoluted as fuck.
Sorry, so
What's P1? What's P1? Sorry?
Sorry, so the premise one is going to be that the child has a child. And I think that's terrible. I think that's absolutely horrific.
Premise one is child has a child? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, let's continue. Actually, no, hold on, wait, just be clear. So P1, child has a child. Okay, what's gonna be P2?
Equals horrific.
Okay, a child having a
horrible,
child
bad.
is horrific. Okay.
Terrible, bad.
P2.
P2 is going to be child having child is going to be does not equal to unjustly unalive the human.
Okay,
So,
so
oh my god, that's not the question that was asked.
the child having a child doesn't justify, you're saying? Justify
The unaliving of a human, yeah.
unaliving a human. Okay, what's premise 3 or the conclusion?
No, that'll be, just those two is fine.
It's no conclusion, just like.
You are dumb as shit.
Okay, wait, hold on.
I
Just be
know
clear. Are
it's
you
like a training, but, like,
you're not a
goddamn.
you're
I'm
not
gonna say my conclusion.
you're not a Christian, are you?
I'm agnostic.
Oh, you're agnostic. Okay, so you don't believe there's a God or anything. Okay,
You
just
can be
making
an
sure.
agnostic
That's not what
Christian.
agnosticism is. It
You can
just
be an
I don't find
agnostic Christian.
sufficient proof. I
Okay,
don't
so
know whether or not.
So
but
you don't know if there's a God, right? Okay.
that's right.
All right, cool. I
Believe
just
there's a
give
God?
is
So I
it no?
believe. So yeah.
Do you believe there's a God?
I don't know if there's a God, but with the
That's
evidence,
not the same question.
With the evidence, I would lean. I'd be more lenient towards like a yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
So
it's
you're
more
agnostic
likely.
Christian?
So you think it's more likely than not that God exists, right?
First you said there's no evidence, then
I
you
would
say
say
there is
so.
evidence, so I'm leaning more the other
Yeah.
way.
No.
You
And
I'm
if
saying
you-
that I
what
don't
you're
find
talking about.
sufficient evidence,
If-
but I'm leaning towards.
Wait, hold on. Why do you lean towards it if you don't think there's sufficient evidence for it?
Well, because for example, like the Big Bang, right? I believe in that, and I believe if that's the case, then there's a beginning, which then asserts a cause, and then from there.
Anyway, you don't believe in God,
The-
so whatever. I'm just like I was just asking that
the
to throw away a
conclusion-
premise that I was gonna give. What's the conclusion?
Yeah. So the conclusion is therefore abortion is morally unjustified.
That doesn't even follow. That's the most. I think that's probably the most invalid argument I think I've ever heard.
I
Right,
think
or
it's
You're
year.
the
simple
worst fucking
premise.
Phil,
Past
bro.
year.
You are the worst
Yeah,
Phil, bro.
look, I'll admit it.
Yeah,
but,
what's
like,
the
I'm
inference
dumb.
rule for
I don't
this one?
understand anything, but like I'm just trying to.
We
Glad
can
you
tell.
admit it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Listen.
yeah.
Okay. So, what makes a person of value is whether they are a biological organism that is a human, right?
Yeah, from conception. Yeah.
Understood. Let's say you had a person with two heads. I'm sorry. Let's say you had a organism, a human being with two heads. How many persons are there?
So an organism with two heads.
Yeah.
I would
A
say.
human organism
I would
with
say
two
there's-
heads.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
different heads, two
I would say
faces.
there's-
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say there's two. Yeah.
There's two persons.
Yeah, two. Yeah, with
How many
yeah,
human
like,
beings
they
are
have
there?
different minds. They
Yeah,
have
two different
minds.
brains, two different minds. Yeah. How many?
Yeah, so there's two.
And then there's one human being, right?
They share one body. Yeah,
Right. Okay. So why are there two persons?
because of the mind. They both have distinct.
Okay.
minds.
So what makes a mind as a person? I mean, what makes a person is a mind, right?
In this case, yeah.
Okay. So at conception, is there a mind?
No, not fully developed. Not developed. No, not through conception.
So there's no person.
No.
So you would say at conception, if a woman gets an abortion, she did not kill a person.
No, that's not what my argument was.
Wait,
just
no,
still
that just
human
follows from the
conception.
argument. If
I
there
know,
is
but
no
it's still
person
gonna be
and
the
she gets
case
an
that they're
abortion,
still
and it's
human.
not the case that she killed a person, right?
Yeah, but I've established it's still going to be the case that it's a human there for it's
Oh,
unjust.
well, yeah, I understand it's a human, but that human is not a person, correct? And what I mean by person is just the entity that deserves the protections.
Well, in the case with the two heads, no.
Yeah. What?
When you said when you brought up that example with the two heads,
Yeah.
And you asked me, oh, is that a person? I said,
Yeah.
well, there's two people because
There's
but
two
they just share a
persons.
body.
Okay,
Yeah, they
so
share
we
one
established
body.
from there, all that meant is to establish that if there's a human, that if there's one human, it doesn't follow from that there's one person. There
So
could be
if
one
there's one
human and
human,
two persons, correct?
yeah, so there, it would be the case that it'd be a person once it develops its mind. Yeah.
So it'd be one person if it develops one mind, right? Okay, so prior to the development of a mind, there is no person. Do we agree?
What do you say? What do you when you say person? What do you mean?
Yeah, the entity that deserves the protection, they have value and all that.
Oh, so you're just saying a human with certain characteristics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're asking me like, oh, is it not a human with characteristics? Yeah,
No,
obviously there's
oh my
still a
God.
human.
Okay, so if a organism does not have a mind, is it valuable to you?
It's still value. Yeah, it still has value.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's valued in virtue of what?
Of its human.
Well, no, that's not true because there's puppies, right? So what? Like,
We
okay.
just keep going back in circles here.
No, like you're just like contradicting yourself over and over, right? So, when you say the human has value, is there no further property that you care about? It's just like the fact that it's human.
I would say that, yeah, I think that's the only thing that's really gonna give it value. I don't.
Yeah.
If it wasn't a human, I don't know, like
Why does the fact that it's human give it value?
because it has a potential for those characteristics that you mentioned.
Okay, so if you had a human that couldn't develop a brain, then you wouldn't care.
Well, if they couldn't develop a brain, would they even be like alive? in
Yeah,
that
you can
case?
keep their body alive.
Yeah, like
they
there's
just
this thing
can't.
like
They're not
hi-
self-sufficient.
Oh yeah, that's
There's
still
also this thing called
unrealistic,
I think it's anencephaly, right? Where the only thing that the baby will develop is like certain key parts of the brainstem. They don't have a brain. They're
Yeah.
alive. though.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's sad, but I wouldn't say that immediately equating it with the unaliving of a baby is gonna be justified.
Why? Why?
'Cause, dude, like we've established that, like, or I've at least agreed upon
Carbon,
that.
we've established that this individual wants a 6-year-old to have a child
people-
with their
people-
brain.
people-
This
people wanna
individual
listen.
needs to stay away from all individuals that can bear children.
And this is
25
what
Cash App Venmo
Trust,
to
he's never
25
touched a woman.
25 Cash App,
morals.
25 Cash App Venmo to Kick. I appreciate you. Now,
hold on.
Bean,
Everyone
the
stop
question
real quick.
is
Still talking,
that
dude.
do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I'm up here, so I'm a conservative.
Okay, so you know that his gutting of USAID that has caused deaths of countless children. You know that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, well now you know. There's a study that also predicts how many children are going to be killed because of his 86% cut of USAID over the next 4 years until 2030, right? So that's going to be 14 million people in general in total, and about 5 million children overseas and underdeveloped nations that we are providing resources to, and then we pulled those resources away from them.
Yeah, so with the thing about like with Trump is like obviously I recognize that he's like not perfect or he's not good in a lot of cases, but I do just have beliefs that I share with him. Like obviously.
All right, New Blue, thank you for the $25, the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch to Kick. I appreciate you, New Blue. Appreciate you.
New Blue, you are now my favorite person. Thank you so fucking much.
I need to say this for anyone who else comes up here and fucking tries to do an abortion debate. If your argument includes you being okay, who the fuck is echoing it?
Oh, maybe me.
That's
It's you.
manners.
God
If
damn
your
it.
argument in
Is
any
this
way,
Solange?
it's you.
Okay, I'll be right back.
If your argument in any way leads to the fact that you're okay with 6-year-olds who got raped, carrying the rapist fucking kid, don't come up. Don't come up. I bit my fucking tongue to let the rest of the panel go. I'm not letting go next time.
I really wish you didn't let go that time.
Let it go. Sorry.
All right, if you are a conservative, go and hop on the guest request to get you on in here. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping the screen, and let's keep it going. I'm gonna try to be live earlier tomorrow because I do gotta go. I gotta be at drill this weekend, so that's gonna be fun. Obviously,
3-day or 4-day?
it's 3-day. I got all
You
3-day, all the way until
You sure don't have the double.
all until I ETS. I have 3-day drills because of the shutdown. They're making us make up all the drills that we missed because of the shutdown. So it's all 3-day
Were
drills
you,
from now
were
on.
you ETS? If you don't mind sharing, were you ETS?
Till August.
No, not the month. Where are you going?
I'm sorry. I'm exiting the military.
Oh, you're done. Got you,
Yeah.
got you.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, I had my contract. My
W.
contract's coming to an end.
W!
W.
Wait, that means you can't appreciate us from under your boot anymore. What are we gonna
He
say
could still put
now?
me under his boot, but yeah.
Debbie, listen here.
No, Logic, the only reason I didn't go off on that individual when they answered that is my husband is literally 6 inches from me sleeping because he has work in a couple hours.
I get it.
Carbon, can I try coming back on my other account? I don't use this account often.
You can only do it if I restart, because anytime you come back during the same live, I get the restriction whenever you join.
Oh, okay.
And I'm
okay.
probably just gonna restart anyway.
I thought it was for 10 minutes.
No, it only while
No.
she's up
Yeah,
here,
it
I got restricts
a
it for
10-minute
10
warning.
minutes. Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Not a big deal.
Honestly, I kind of fuck with this profile picture a lot more, not gonna lie to me.
This one?
Yes.
This is my old profile picture.
Well, listen, respect, like, no diss or anything. I didn't know you existed until I got on the Carbon's panel. So.
Damn.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Love you, but I did. Wait, that's not fair because I didn't know. The only one I knew
You
from
should have.
Minnesota
You
was
should
Carbon.
know. You should have known about her long ago. You should have been thinking about her when you were growing up. Okay.
When I was growing up, is
Nah,
insanity.
You should have
No,
been.
Carbon.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
a little
no
fucking
excuse.
weird, friend. That sounds
No
weird.
excuse.
They're like, what, like 7 years older than me?
Cancel.
I don't know.
Hell,
We don't
when-
talk about my age on TikTok.
I'm 25, so if
Yeah,
7 is wrong, just say wrong.
Wrong. I'll message you on Discord.
I got like 30 extra people randomly. What the fuck? And no guests.
There's people
I
in
mean,
the
50 other.
quest.
Oh, there's one guy. I don't. I think they're.
Oh, I know why. I know
What?
why. Parker just ended.
Shit. Well, let's go ahead and restart them. Oh, now we got 3:30. Fuck. I don't know if.
Just give it a minute.
Yeah, we'll see.
Anyway.
We got an extra like 100 people in the past like 10 seconds. And from
Damn.
Parker stream, hell yeah. All right, if you are a conservative, go and hop on the guest requests. Got slide down. Yeah, I know. Like when Parker like ends, it like does a little slide thing. It's pretty cool.
And Matt and Nemo ended at the same
Oh,
time.
a double raid. Bro, we're getting it from both sides.
But see, the
Oh,
problem
okay.
is when those happen and TikTok is not on its For You page push, it doesn't matter. Like it gets all the people, but it doesn't send it out anymore. So I have to restart. Like it's so stupid. I hate that shit.
If
I got a really-
viewership is going
oh.
up, they should push it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good. I just have a really big shout out. Big W to Sergio for the $45 on Cash App. W.
Yo,
shit,
W
Sergio.
Sergio. W. I want to see W Sergio's in the chat. If you don't know how to spell it, that
W.
sounds like a skill issue.
Sounds like you're racist.
We got a couple raiders coming from YouTube too.
Hey Sergio, what's up, buddy? It's been a while.
Oh, now you want to notice him.
Got your feet tilted in.
No, listen. The first time, it was crazy. But no, the first time I seen Sergio, I think I was hosting a live, and they hit on Nanners, right? And I was like, "Calm down, she's
Yeah.
fucking married," because I thought I was just like a weirdo. And then Nanners was like, "No, that's a friendly." Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sergio's one of the OGs from my early days.
W
I
Sergio.
think I scrolled into that live and heard Void going off.
Sergio is one of the few Christians on this act I can actually stand being on a panel with.
He's an actual Christian. Like, he actually has Christian love. That man is one of my favorite humans.
WW. All right, we're gonna do a quick restart just so we can get pushed down to the For You page. So if you're not already following, go ahead and drop a follow. Raiders included. We're just gonna restart so we can get some more debates for you guys, debate some more conservatives for tonight. And yeah, let's get it in. So if you're not already following, again, drop that follow. When you see the live end, just count down from 10 seconds. I'll be back live again. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, see you soon.
The button.
Bye.
All right, let's do this. Video quality 720p. Got that shit and go live. Got a Parker Ray. Let's go. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Hello. Hello, puppet. We got some Parker Raiders. Let's go. As soon as I join, yeah, I hit a restart. Yeah, it's hobby. Welcome in, folks. Demi, you can come back on your main account if you want, because we restarted. Last guest in Parker's live was shocking. What the fuck? Damn. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Go and tap that screen. Let's go. Oh, you changed the... Okay, I got you. Boy made you self-conscious. You're ignoring us. Oh, it's another orange. Are we just doing orange all night, or I'm gonna have to watch that shit. All right, let's get some folks up here. Huh?
Oh, just a comment I had to mute.
Oh.
It was a bad one.
All right, let's get it in here.
Carbon, selling it.
Let's go. Let's get people in here. Rachel, thank you for the $1 on Cash App. I appreciate you. You always restart when I'm mid shower like a wet rat.
That's so fucking real.
Just like at the worst time. All right, let's get some conservatives in here. Hayden, I don't think you're a conservative. I'm gonna remove you from the guest request. Let's try this guy. All right, let's see. Hello, can I get your age, please? If he joins, or she, or whatever. Thank you guys for the gifts. Appreciate you. Okay, I don't think this Sab guy is joining, so we're gonna drop them. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome. We got almost 200 people watching. If you're a conservative, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Let's do it.
And there's 188 people in here. Hit the fucking repost button.
Yeah.
I already did.
Let's get those.
Well, you're not part of the 188 now, are you?
I'm hoping not part of 80.
Let's go. Welcome in, everybody.
I couldn't be. I'm Latina. I couldn't be.
Keep hitting it. I only see like 13 so far.
Come on, repost, share, like, all that good stuff. And yeah, if you're a conservative, go and join the guest request. We'll get you in here. We got another cash out.
All right, Zed, you're getting
Thank you,
muted.
Ren. Thank you.
Zed's getting muted for 30 seconds because they didn't listen.
Dino, thank you for the $1. Twitch chat says orange. Thank you so much, Dino. Appreciate you.
Everyone keep going. We're not there yet.
How many are we trying to get to?
We're trying to get to 188. That's when I made the announcement.
All right, let's do 189. Okay, I don't like that.
189. There you go.
187. One person gets a pass.
I know I'm old, but where the fuck is the repost button?
It should be when you hit the share, and it'll be like an orangey yellow color.
Yeah.
I don't have a orangey yellow.
Demi, hit the share button.
Huh?
Okay. You know how there's faces of people you share the live to?
Yeah.
Look down one row.
Okay.
It should say repost.
I don't have a repost.
Then you
It
need
says
to
You gotta
update your app.
Demi
Fair
hasn't
enough.
updated the app in 6 months.
I have not updated the
Shit
app
gonna stop
since
working
TikTok
for
was
you.
going away.
So a
Damn.
year.
Oh yeah, that was like
Yeah.
a year ago almost. Jesus Christ.
It's almost been exactly a year.
Deadline. Can I get your age, please?
37.
All right. You a conservative?
I am.
All right. Cool. Good to have you. You want to tell us why you're conservative? Like your best reasons?
Yeah, I say I'm a conservative because, well, damn, you know, I never had anyone ask me
What's like the
why.
biggest conservative value you have?
Well, no, I'm just thinking, like,
Yeah, take your time. It's fine. Rachel, thank you for the $1. $1. Sorry. Love you, but
$1.
sometimes your panel pisses me off.
What did I do?
I don't know. Yeah. What's your biggest conservative value?
Say it to my fucking face, Rachel.
For real. Say it with your chest. Say it to my Cash App. How about that? What about
Wait a
mine?
minute. I got the hint. I won't come up anymore, Rachel. Just send me 50 and I'll go away.
25 to kick any guest. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, man.
so I would say the biggest conservative value is God.
Okay. Well, I mean, like there are a lot of people who believe in God and are not conservative. So why do you think that that's a conservative value?
Well, I think that conservatives definitely honor God's ways more.
What's God's ways? How do you know what God's ways are?
Well, it's just like the family unit, the traditional values.
How's that God's way? God doesn't get married. How's that his way? Are you just saying his commands?
Right. Yeah. Like his way of life.
Oh,
you know.
that's one specific interpretation of God, right? But there's like so many different, even within Christianity, right? Like there's people who believe, like the Methodist Church in New York, right? They believe in family too, but they allow for like, same-sex marriage and raising children and things like that. They find those to be permissible. Right? There's many different interpretations. So why would
Well,
that?
I say Baptist.
Just Baptist interpretations specifically.
Right,
Now,
Southern.
is this Southern Baptist specifically? Is it 1913 or 1918 Southern Baptist interpretation?
You
Either
don't
one.
know that.
No, I don't know that. I
That's
don't know
fine.
that.
Okay, so I mean, like there, you understand there's like a lot of Christians who believe, like even in Christian, who believe that God exists, but like it really is kind of up to your interpretation, is it not?
No, there's one way.
Why? How do you determine what that way is?
You've been to church.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to church, but guess what? I can go to the Methodist Church in New York, and they're going to tell me that it's okay to be gay. But then I go to an Orthodox church in like Georgia, they're going to tell me it's not. Which one do I listen to?
Well, which church speaks to you?
None of them do. I'm an atheist. I'm saying if I were to be Christian.
Well, get the Bible.
I have a Bible right here. Let's see which verse. This is a verse that's going to speak to me, okay? This one really solidifies with me.
Well, you can't go into it with the predisposition that
I'm not. I'm just going to read the words that God says, and let's see what he has to say.
But
Let's
you
see if
actually have to say to yourself, you're
Mhm.
willing to accept God.
I'm so
Okay,
willing.
well, let's just see if I'm willing to accept him after reading this. It says,
Well,
"This is what the Lord
you can't-
Almighty."
you have
Hold
to
on, please,
believe it, and then you read it.
please. It says, "This is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go, attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death the men, the women, the children, and the infants, the cattle and the sheep and the camels and the donkeys." End quote. That's what God said.
Yeah, that one doesn't really speak to me.
Oh, I wonder why.
I fucking hope not. No.
Why does that not speak to you? It's God's words.
No, but I'm just saying other verses speak to me more.
But why does that one not speak to you specifically? If it's God's words, isn't that like the perfectly good thing to do, to genocide these children?
Well, I'm just saying I didn't like feel anything that I didn't.
You didn't feel
Other-
anything at the
other-
mass death of children? You
Other
didn't feel
No,
nothing?
when I let God into me, I didn't feel much either.
He's only like 3 inches.
You know, it's
How,
not-
how,
it's-
how can you not feel anything when God is saying kill infants? How do you feel nothing?
read it again.
Okay, so I'm going to start from the top. Samuel said to Saul, I am the one the Lord sent to anoint you king over his people Israel. Listen now from the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says, quote, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go, attack the Amalekites, totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death the men, the women, the children, and the infants, the cattle, the sheep, the camels, and the donkeys. End quote.
All right. It spoke to me a little bit more the second time.
What did it say to you?
Yeah, what are you hearing?
It's not a joke. You know, I don't appreciate it.
Just
What are you
tell us,
hearing?
please. Like, yeah, please, just tell us.
All right, you know, I'm not gonna have my religion be, you know.
Just please tell us what
uh,
it's speaking to. I told him to be quiet so you can talk. Go ahead.
Well, now I lost it.
Okay. Do I need to read it again or?
Sure.
One more time. Okay. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go, attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death the men, the women, the children, and the infants, the cattle, the sheep, the camels, and the donkeys. End quote.
What did you get from that?
I got that genocide. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Well, I don't think it is exactly genocide because the scripture isn't black and white. You kind of gotta like, these are more like stories and parables, and you gotta like read between the lines. They're not
So
really.
what are you
like,
reading out of this?
that a tough choice was being made for the greater good, and there's a story behind it, and we're just not at that level to understand it yet because
You
we're
don't
not
understand
God.
you don't understand in order to kill men, women, children, and infants. You just don't understand that. You don't even know what's being said here.
Well, what part of the Bible is that from?
It's 1 Samuel 15:3.
Old Testament, New.
Samuel, Old Testament.
Okay, yeah, because I really follow like the New Testament.
I'm not asking what you follow. I'm asking how this speaks to you.
I'd have to read it more, and I'd have to pay attention to it more. And
At first
you know,
glance, what does it look like?
Can you read it again?
One more time. Samuel said to Saul, I'm the one the Lord sent to anoint you king over his people of Israel. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid
Hold
them
on.
as they
Who are the Amalekites?
as a group of people that were not the Israelites.
Who are the Israelites?
The Israelites, God's people in the story.
Moses,
know that-
who
Moses-
Jesus descends from. Ancient Jewish people.
Ancient Jew. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you even read
There
the
you go.
Bible?
Yeah.
All right, it's fine. So when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt, right? So we have the Amalekites, we have the Israelites, and we have God commanding the Israelite soldiers to do this to the Amalekites. Okay, that's the context. So now go attack the Amalekites. This is what God's saying. Go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them, right? Do not spare them. Put to death the men, the women, the children, and the infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. End quote.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's genocide. I think there's something more going on.
What's
with
more
that.
going on?
Again, I don't know.
Then
but
why do you think there's something more going on? If you don't know, just say
Well,
I don't know.
Well, because you're taking one snippet of
Uh-huh.
the whole story.
Is it ever justified to kill children and infants for what their parents did?
For what their parents did?
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Did he do it?
Yeah, he commanded it. Yes. I'm asking you, is it justified?
Yeah, but you don't even believe it because you don't believe.
Wait, now
God.
you're dodging, right? So answer the question.
Yeah, he commanded it. I mean, you
Okay.
read it.
Is it good to command the killing of a child for what their parents did?
I mean, I don't want to say like, listen, I'm not giving up my faith, okay? All right, like I believe.
No one's asking you to give up your faith. We're just doing an internal critique on said faith, right?
I don't want
Like-
to critique on my faith.
Well, that's just dogmatic then. You should question your beliefs, should you not? Don't you
God
think that's the
told you to.
hallmark of what it means to be a rational person? Is to say, let me critique my beliefs and make sure everything is coherent and reasonable. Don't you think that's what a reasonable person would do?
And I'm sorry, your reasoning for coming up here was because you said the Conservative Party leans more with your faith, and you think we're not going to question your faith?
The Conservative Party is more Christian. I will say that.
No one's disagreeing with that, but do you think we weren't going to question you about it?
Yeah, I mean it's fine to question. It's a free democracy. You can question all you
So
want.
you should be able to answer the question. Is there ever a circumstance where it's okay to unalive children and infants because of the crimes of their parents?
What crimes were they?
It says
Need
it.
to
It
ask
says,
that?
"I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came from Egypt." Right. This was a few hundred years prior.
For context, the Amalekites were just simply existing in this land, and God said that this land was the promised land for the Israelites, and the Israelites were like, "Gimme!" So they were going to try and they were defending themselves.
But wait.
Hold on,
I
that
am
doesn't-
curious. I need to ask this question. I am curious. What crime would they have to commit for it to be okay to unalive their children and their babies?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Is wait a minute, there is a crime that you punish the child of the parent?
No, that's not where I was going.
That's what you asked.
But I only asked for clarification because obviously there was a crime that was committed.
All right, let's say they went to war with the Israelites. Is
Wouldn't
it then
matter if
okay
they
to unalive their children?
Wouldn't matter if the crime is stealing a piece of gum or unaliving somebody. You don't punish
Just
the
need to know-
children
yeah,
for
I
the
just
Yeah,
crime.
we got to get them to answer though.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's accept. You shouldn't punish the children for the
So
crimes.
you disagree with God?
Yeah, you're saying God did something. Wait, that's a contradiction. You're saying you shouldn't do it, but God did it. Therefore, like you're just saying God shouldn't do it.
God can make contradictions.
What? So God
Wait,
can
wait,
make
wait.
it. So God can make it to where God both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. At the same time, can he do
No,
that?
He exists.
No, I asked you. Is it a contradiction to say God exists, God does not exist? Is that a contradiction?
Sure.
Okay. Can God make that contradiction true?
No.
Okay. Next one. It's a contradiction to say that a triangle has 4 sides. That's a contradiction?
Yes.
Okay. Can God make a triangle that has 4 sides? The answer is no, Deadline. No, that's by definition. We understand contradictions are not. God can do all things that are logically possible. He can't do things that are logically impossible. We just accepted that with the God existing, God not existing, God creating a triangle with 4 sides. It's not possible.
But I
It's
think, like-
incoherent. Wait, hold on, just
but
real
I
quick.
think
Because
some-
the reason why it's a contradiction is because a triangle has 3 sides, and therefore it doesn't have 4 sides. So when I ask you, can God make a triangle with 4 sides? I'm asking you, can God make a triangle with 3 sides that does not have 3 sides? You understand that how that's incoherent?
No.
Yeah. Is it coherent or is it not coherent?
No, a triangle has 3 sides.
Right. So if I were to say God can make a triangle that has 3 sides and doesn't have 3 sides, that doesn't make any sense. He can't do that, correct? Can he do that? Yes or no?
No, a triangle
Okay.
has 3 sides.
Right. Okay. So God can't do contradictions.
Some he can.
Wait, which contradictions can he do?
Well, the first contradiction you said was he's alive, he's not. That
Okay,
can't
so
happen.
here's the first
That's a
I
dead
understand.
different-
Okay, so here's the next contradiction. God should order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents, right? God should not order, and we'll just copy and paste that shit because I ain't typing all that again. Okay, so Proposition 1, God should order the death of children as punishment for crimes of the parents. Proposition 2, God should not order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents. Do you agree with both of those propositions?
Well, I mean, through God's lens, that's what he said.
Yeah. Which
So
are
that-
either
that-
the which one is true and which one is false? Or are they both true or are they both false?
Well, they both can be true.
So it can be true that God both should and should not order the death of children as punishment for crimes of their parents. You think both that's true?
Well, no, I'll clarify the proposition.
Uh-huh.
God believes it should be commanded of doing that.
So okay,
But-
that's proposition 1. So it's true that God should order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents. Okay? But what?
Yeah, but basically, it's a thing about perspective, because I could
Christ.
I could believe that it's not acceptable.
No, I'm not asking
But
about
then
what
if you
you
Reality from
think.
the Bible.
I'm not asking about what you think. I'm asking from the objective standard of God. Is
Mm-hmm.
it true or false that it's a good thing to order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents?
In that scenario, in
Mm-hmm.
that text that you read, specific to that specific story, yes.
Okay, so it is permissible
Specific to that story.
sometimes
It would be wrong
to
today, then?
order the death of children as punishment for the. That's what you affirm. It's permissible sometimes to order the death of children.
Specific.
Yeah, that's
specific
consistent
to
with it
that.
being sometimes. Okay, so it's
Well-
permissible to order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents. Is that true or false?
No.
It's
I need
false?
to clarify that proposition. It's not.
No, it doesn't need
sometimes, it's specific.
Yeah,
It's
at that
specific
time,
to
that
story.
time is
In the-
sometime.
In the no.
If you
Okay,
if
go
you
ahead.
say in this case, if there's one case, that means sometimes, right?
I don't know. I think it's a stretch.
Okay.
But we'll go ahead. With it. We'll go ahead with it.
Yeah, okay. Like, listen, I sometimes go running, even if I only ran once or twice, right?
In your life?
This guest is
Yes.
so out of their depth. It's not funny.
Listen, okay, so it's a true proposition. It's permissible sometimes to order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents. That's true. And that's a Christian value, right? And therefore a
From God-
conservative value?
From God's perspective.
Yeah, that's the only perspective we're looking at, because you don't get your morality from Joker, right? You get your morality from God, right?
I do.
Cool.
Yes.
So the conservative position is it's permissible to sometimes order the death of children as punishment for the crimes of their parents, correct?
No.
Oh, well, now we got to restart, because you said conservative values come out of Christianity. This is a Christian value. How is that not a conservative value too?
You're kind of like cherry picking one line.
I can
out of
go
the
to another
Bible.
one. I can go when God didn't like King David, so he like tortured his child for a week and killed his child as punishment for what his father did. I can do that one too.
The multiple
Judgment.
times
Was
that
it
God condones rape,
what verse
God
was that?
condones slavery. You do realize every one of us on the panel were, I believe every one of us were a Christian at one point in time, right?
Auntie wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Auntie wasn't.
Yeah, but why would you leave your faith?
Because I actually did some logical reasoning
Wait.
and deductive
Yeah.
skills
Hold on.
behind
About it,
it
and it
and
didn't
did
make
exactly
sense.
what Carbon's doing to you. Instead
Deadline,
of
do you hear
going,
the conversation right now? Like, do you hear this conversation? I didn't want to be you.
Exactly. And I spent years being you, trying to defend it tooth and nail. It's indefensible.
Yeah, but what harm is it to believe
What
in
harm
God?
is it to justify like murdering
It's, yeah, I
children
would
for the
say
crimes
it's,
of their parents?
I would
Hello.
say that's kind of
Oh
harmful.
no. To be a Christian, you can be a Christian and you cannot believe that you should punish your children for the crimes of your parents.
But
You can have
But
both.
the faith is-
You would be disagreeing with God.
Deadline. The
No.
conversation we just had, I gave you an out. I literally
Eat
said
the
so you
flesh of
disagree
their
with
own
God,
children. What the fuck?
and you said no.
Did I not hear about that
So
verse?
you are defending it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Let me
I
read
didn't
out
wanna-
these super chats real quick. Brilliant, thank you for the $2 in super chat. Matthew 25:35 doesn't sound like a conservative. We're gonna read that in a second. And then Gretchen, thank you for the 311. Christianity is like 80% of the problem with the right. Yeah. Let me pull up Matthew
Yeah.
25:35. So
But-
that is
Really quick, let me just
for
say
I
this
was hung-
though. I didn't want to be one of those people who have to defend things like slavery, rape, sex slavery, and things like that, right? Like that's what like Christianity and like if you are going to be a Christian, eventually you're gonna have to defend these views.
Yeah, mine's the same as Void. Also, I was raped in the church and then told it was my fault. So yeah, I left Christianity. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I was never, because I would never be that confused. Like, let's be so for real.
I think we can have that conversation another time.
Well,
Go ahead, Carbon. Read that verse.
For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat, and I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. Immigration. I need clothes and you clothed me. Immigration. And I was sick and you looked after me. And I was in prison and you came to visit me. Yeah, definitely not a
Universal
conservative
health
value,
care,
by the
prison
way.
reform.
Yeah. But what were you gonna say, Deadline?
Well, no, I mean, what was wrong with what you just said?
That's not conservative.
What was wrong with what? With that verse that right there?
Yeah, with what you just said.
Yeah, we do not associate propositions like that to conservatives. That's usually a liberal thing, or a leftist thing at best.
Like Kamala Harris.
Yeah, these are not things that we see typically coming from the right, because when we try and encourage the right to vote on bills and allow things like free lunches for children in schools or USAID and all kinds of
Cry about
different, yeah, they throw fits. Oh my God, I'm not gonna feed. I'm not with my tax dollars. Get those immigrants out of my country.
You think I'm gonna feed a poor? You think I'm gonna feed a poor? How dare you?
Yeah, really?
Be compassionate to those who have solid mutual funds.
Yep.
Well, I mean, God teaches to be kind to the poor and to.
Then why don't you?
Help
To
out
wait, and
the
to be
needy.
kind
Why
to the
don't you?
foreigner, and to heal
Welcome in the
those who need to
foreigner.
be healed, and to feed those who need to be fed.
But it's not.
Then why doesn't your party follow any of those values if you're the one saying that? And I'll grant you this because it's probably true. Conservatives are more often Christian, yet they don't follow any of the good values in the book.
No, you guys
Christ's
only want to do the bad
words.
ones, right?
Yeah, you hold on to either like non-biblical things based on bigotry, or you defend slavery and genocide.
No, I don't defend slavery. No way.
Well, okay, let's see.
So then
let's
you
go.
disagree with God.
Let's go
Can I
to
take this
Leviticus 20. Yeah, I'm just gonna read it out and you can take it. I got Leviticus 25:44 pulled up. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start reading from 39. This is when Moses was given the commands by God. And he's giving them to the Israelites. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor, I'll pull it up so Twitch can see it in YouTube. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and they sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Verse 44. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You can also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. What do we think about that deadline?
So maybe that was a test.
Never stated.
What do you think it is? I didn't ask what it could be. What do you think it is?
That's what I think. I think it was a test.
So he tested. So God knows that these individuals should listen to every command that they have. Correct? He knows that, right?
Well, that's the test part.
No, wait. Does God know that these people should follow his commands?
Well, if his commands are a test to see if they can rise above.
Well, if they know it's a test, it doesn't matter, right?
What's that?
If they know it's a test, then that would defeat the purpose of the test, correct?
Well, they didn't. They what? No.
Wait, then what is he testing? What's the test?
Testing their moral compass.
Okay, so their moral compass is such that they should follow God's commands. That's your moral compass, correct? That's the correct one, moral compass, right?
No, so listen, slavery is bad.
Oh my God, stop. No, you brought this up. You brought the test up. I'm not letting you dodge from it. Right. The test of your moral compass should be guided by God's commands. Is that your position? Yes or no?
Depends.
Okay. What else should your moral compass be driven by?
Well, no. The moral compass is driven by God and his way of life and his teachings.
Okay. So these people, they get a command from God, and it says you may own slaves as long as they're not Israelites for life. So that means they should do that, right? That means they should. Well, they don't have to, but that means it's permissible for them to do that, right?
Well,
think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
So if they owned a slave, then they would pass the test, right?
No.
Also, I'm really curious why there's this random test in the middle of all of the all of the commandments. Because understand that Exodus and Leviticus are all of the laws, right? There's over 600. Oh, excuse you, I'm still speaking. There's over 600 different laws, right? That God has given to Moses to give to the Israelite people now that they have settled in the Semitic lands after everything that they had just gone through by coming up from Egypt. So why is this a random fucking test in the middle of all of these different fucking commandments?
Because it's just a fairy tale that humans wrote. Sorry.
Can you answer that?
Answer why this is a test?
In the middle, smack dab in the middle of 600 commandments given by God to Moses to give to the Israelite people.
This was one of the commandments, to own slaves.
Yes, and how
You're saying
they
how
about
to, yeah.
Well, I don't.
I mean, you're kind of eating those words that you said earlier. You won't defend slavery, right? But look what you're doing.
I mean, I don't defend.
Dash.
You're defending it
with
right
the
fucking now.
$5.
Oh, wait. Was the passage that Carvin just read?
No.
Was God wrong for saying that?
I'm saying that he said it as like a test.
That was a yes or no question.
Hold on. I need. Then you need to find a fucking passage which specifically states that the commandments before the New Testament were a test. Because Jesus specifically said to uphold the commandments of the Old Testament.
But I don't think you understand like the test part that I'm talking about.
No, I don't think you understand. Because no other law that is specifically referenced in Leviticus in any way implies this is a test. If you wore mixed fabrics, they would put you to death. No one ever says that shit, but the second slavery comes around, everyone's like, oh, wait, hold on, maybe it's not that bad.
But we don't even
You haven't
believe
read
in...
this passage of the Bible, have you?
We don't
He's
even...
not read any of the Bible.
No, I have.
It's very clear that you haven't.
Well,
Give
the
me
fact,
a verse that
the
says
fact,
Jesus is against slavery.
the fact that you're condoning slavery because you refuse to admit that God said some abhorrent shit. You probably would defend rape because God also gave rules for that.
He didn't give rules for that.
He sure
Wanna
did.
bet? Want to bet?
Like, how many verses have you ever read? Gretchen, by the way, have you ever read the fucking book?
Again, I stayed on the New Testament.
Have you read the entire
Why?
Bible or just the New Testament?
Would you read the sequel and not the original?
Jesus was pretty clear
Wait,
in
hold on,
that.
wait. Have you read the whole Bible?
Is the new the translation something or another?
Have you read? So you only read the New
Something
Testament?
or another.
What?
You only read the New Testament? You haven't read the Old Testament?
No, maybe I've read.
You haven't.
So like
Gretchen, thank you
Genesis,
for the
Exodus,
311. Appreciate
Leviticus, Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
You've not read any of the original books that the New Testament was based off of and followed up on?
And you're worried about us not knowing the Bible when you don't know a goddamn thing about it.
I mean, Jesus like clarified in Matthew 5:17 through 18 that you are to still hold to these laws that are spoken in the Levitical chapters.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you read the Old Testament? He says to read the scripture. He says to hold to the scripture because Jesus was a practicing Jewish man, a rabbi, a teaching Jewish man.
I have a lot of work to do. I have to read the Bible. I have to pray more. We're all people of sin.
Okay.
So
Well, this is what you need to do. Take 2 weeks, read the entire Bible. Come back here and tell me if the values of the Bible are conservative values.
I already know they are
Conservative hell.
They're not.
Old Testament,
That's
sure.
disingenuous as hell.
Old Testament, absolutely. New Testament
Sorry.
words, the red words of Jesus, absolutely the fuck not.
Also, really quick, can you get the new guest's age?
42.
You're conservative?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was your objection when you came in?
One, this dude is telling this man to go read the Bible and then come back and quote and see if, you know, the Bible lines up with conservatism. Like, the Bible isn't, you know, so many
What's
years
his-
old
hey,
and still
okay,
being
friend.
argued over.
Friend,
Like,
hold on.
it's
That was
crazy.
his claim. Friend, that was his claim.
Yeah, but
That
even
was
to
his
say
claim.
that is kind of crazy, bro. You know.
Okay, you're talking to him. then.
Historians and scholars.
Yeah,
He's the
you
one
need
that
to talk
said
to
it.
that guest then.
Yeah, he's the
Hey,
Christian
that's
below
it.
you. Jamil, the Christian below you is the one that said that.
Yeah.
what I say?
That
So how you guys doing?
conservatism is Christian values.
Yes.
Yeah, they're rooted in Christian values. It's not
Yeah,
a mere,
including
it's not
slavery?
one for one, but slavery isn't a Christian value, sir.
Okay, so why is it not a Christian value under your view?
Slavery is slavery is older than the Bible. It's older than Judaism. It's older than anything.
So I'm sorry.
except
When I say
prostitution.
it's a Christian value, I mean the Christian God does not mean that it's not impermissible to the Christian God. He allows it to happen multiple times, not only in the Old but also in the New Testament. And
Answer
he
me
has
this then,
and
why
he
did-
has
I'm sorry.
and he has regulations for it. You're allowed to have it, but there's certain ways that you can't treat your slaves, certain ways you can, stuff like that. So
Yeah, that was in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Jesus actually undone that. I can't quite quote
No, he
it.
didn't.
Let
It
me
says
go to
in
it.
Ephesians.
No, he fucking
It,
didn't.
it says in
you
Ephesians.
just cut me off, didn't you? I let you talk.
Well, I'm
You just
responding to
cut me
that.
the fuck off, didn't you?
No, I'm responding to that.
Whoa,
So
no.
it was Ephesians 6:9. So Ephesians 6:9, it says, "Slaves, obey your earthly masters." So what's your response to that? That's the New Testament.
Run, baby, run, don't ever come back.
Not running.
Not you, the other
We're talking about you, friend.
Okay. You guys, you mute people and you get all offensive and you cut people off all the time.
Because you were talking when the host was talking, right? The host gets permission to cut
Well,
people off. This is his live.
See, just like you just did again with me. You cut me off. This isn't your life.
You co-host.
Here,
Anyway, I gave
yet,
it to you
Carmen
in
asked you a
Ephesians.
question.
Yeah, just answer it. It's Ephesians 6:9. That's New Testament. And it says, "Slaves, obey your masters." Can you respond to that, please? Imagine saying slavery is okay and fear your masters. Yeah, exactly.
Carbon, will they figure out their mic system? I have 7% of my battery, so I'm going to go for the night. Thank you for having me.
All right, good. Take it easy.
Beauty.
Bye, everyone.
Done.
Okay, so Ephesians 6:9, that's New Testament. It says, "Slaves, obey your masters." How do you interpret
Right.
that?
At least finish my statement before I'm muted again, right?
Yeah, as long as you respond.
I'm responding and you're muting me, but okay, we'll get into it. Part of Jesus is why you have to hurry me and then you're going to mute me.
Can you hurry? Like, why you keep like talking about meta? Just answer the question. Hurry up.
Okay, but part of Jesus' nature was one of forgiveness, was one of killing people with kindness, as you might say. Turn the other cheek, that kind of thing. When he's speaking to a slave and he's saying, be the best slave, he's saying, do more than what your owner is saying so he can see the horror in his ways. And those tactics actually work. May I ask you a question?
Wait, so I'm sorry, just to be clear, can I clarify what you said? You said the interpretation of slaves obey your masters, right?
Yes.
Is what
He's
again?
Speaking to slaves.
He's speaking to slaves. And what does the word obey mean?
Slaves. Obey, right?
Yeah, what does that mean?
You know what it means to do what your master says.
Okay.
Keep on reading. Can you keep reading?
Cool. Okay, so slaves obey your master. So he's saying slaves do what your master says, correct?
Quote it. Can you keep reading?
Oh yeah, I can quote the rest of it, which is talking to slaves. Yeah. Slaves obey your masters with respect and fear. Interesting. And sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Wow. Obey them not to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord and not the people. So just to be clear, he's not saying, yeah, cool. So you should serve a man who owns you as property the same way you should serve God, correct? You affirm that?
So do you see what?
Answer the question.
Oh,
No, answer the question.
The Almighty. Do you see what the I am? Do you see what the Almighty
that's not an answer
Jesus
to my
was
question.
telling you? He was to.
It's a yes or no question.
Jesus was telling you, even if you're in the lowest positions in life, to do it with your whole heart, as if you were serving God, and to always keep Him in eye.
Why couldn't he just say don't own people as property?
Why didn't he say free
I
your
mean, you
slaves?
could have just told the slaves. Yeah.
Yeah, why didn't he say free your slaves?
Well, in a day where slavery was
He's all powerful.
widely worldwide.
He's all loving. He's all good. Why wouldn't?
Yeah, like if something is worldwide and you are the moral standard, should you or should you not say free your slaves? Whether they're going to do it or not is a different question. You should have done it, right? But and he hasn't done that anywhere in the Bible. He never said free your slaves, correct?
Well, let's go back to the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, you.
Moses said free your slaves, right?
Which
Slavery
slaves?
continued.
No, he didn't say that.
Spoke to Pharaoh. And
Yeah, he said
"Free your
only.
slaves."
Only the
Israelites
Israelite
were
slaves. No other slaves, though. Only the Israelites.
He then
right?
turned
Let
around
my
and said you
people
can
go.
own the other
They're-
slaves as long as they weren't Israelite.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Okay, let me
Because I've
tell
read
you.
the Bible
I'm going to show you.
times.
I'm going to show you. So he says, free the Israelite people. We agree on that, right, Jamil?
Yes.
And in Leviticus, he says your Israelites are allowed to own other non-Israelites. We agree on that.
Sure.
Okay, so now we have ourselves a little conundrum. You're allowed to own non-Israelites. You're not allowed to own Israelites. Why?
Because they were chosen for another mission.
Okay. So
That's
it is
disgusting, bro.
permissible to own somebody as a slave as long as they're not Israelites. I don't understand what the problem here is. Where does God ever
At the
say
time-
free your slaves if that slave is not an Israelite?
Well, at the time, it was very permissible worldwide. And
Is God
From
not a
God's
man?
lights?
groundworks. Whoa.
Wait, from God's lights or
Jesus, can I finish?
or just
please?
like
pick up the
you have to
page.
clarify,
Can
like
I-
from God's lights
can
or
I-
from our lights?
If I could finish my sentence, so I could clarify. Can I finish a thought?
Well, like if you keep continuing,
You
and I
do
don't
it
know
quickly?
if you
I'm
keep
trying,
continuing.
but you guys let me get 4 words out.
Yeah, because that's why before you continue, I just
Do
need to
you
know
guys
who
take
you're talking about.
Adderall or something? Are you
I'm
on
about to,
drugs?
so I can focus on whether you can answer an actual question, right?
I'll
So the
wait.
question
I'll
is,
wait.
so the
I'll
question
show
is,
you some
Jamil, hello.
Not the ableism.
So the
Yikes.
question is, when you say it was permissible, all I'm asking, and then you can continue, is by God's lights or humans' lights? Just answer that and then continue, and I won't cut you off.
Hold on. But you are, so I don't trust you anymore.
Hurry up.
So,
Are you gonna run?
no, I'm not. I don't have to run. You guys are the.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question again, right? So, by God's lights or humans' lights, was it permissible back then? Go ahead.
See, I'm gonna have to keep on unmuting this thing. It's gonna get real slow and stale, bro. Come on.
Just
What
answer.
are you doing? I can't because these.
Yes, you can. You unmute and you answer. It's that simple. Now answer the question.
And see, when I leave, you're gonna say run, run, run. But this.
That's because
I
you're
can't
avoiding
do
completely.
Do I need to repeat the question? Okay, let me give you the rules for muting, okay? Maybe he doesn't know the rules, okay? Rule number 1, over talking, that's going to get you muted. Right now, you're violating rule number 2, which is failing to answer a question, right? And this is a clarification question, right? When you say, because here's the dialectic, right? I asked you, where in the Bible does it say it's impermissible to own a slave if that slave is a non-Israelite? Now you were starting to go off. Hold on. Rule number 1. Now you were starting to go off and say that it was permissible, right? Worldwide. And all I'm asking for to clarify what you mean by permissible is it permissible by humans' lights or God's lights? Now answer that question. Go ahead.
It was practiced all over the world. That means humans were doing it, dummy.
Okay, I didn't ask what humans were doing. I asked whether it was morally permissible to own slaves.
Humans were doing it. It was permissible to humans, right, dummy?
Okay, cool. So it wasn't permissible by God's lights, or was?
No.
It was not
Then why did he
permissible by
command it?
God's light. Okay, so it wasn't permissible
Not
by
at all.
God's lights to own humans as slaves if they're not Israelites. Is that your position?
No.
Oh, what is your
Bruh.
position? Is it permissible or not?
It was never
was-
permissible by
okay.
God. Man was sent down here perfect. We sinned. That
So
introduced sin into
why
the world.
did God
that brought on
command
slavery.
it?
So,
Why
yeah.
did God command it?
God never introduced
Yeah.
slavery into
I
this
never
world.
said he
And-
introduced it. Jesus Christ, stop changing the question.
Uh-huh,
The question
but you-
was, hold on, please guys. The question was, did God find it morally permissible or impermissible to own another person as property who is not an Israelite? Now you said he didn't. So now I'm going to read Leviticus 25:44. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. Uh-oh. Or is he going to run? Well, while we're waiting on that,
I do have a
Gretchen,
question.
thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. So enslaving Africans was chill for the founders of the U.S. because everybody did it back then. Like finders keepers, no backsies, no reparations show. Yeah,
Oh.
okay. Now, so Leviticus 25:44 contradicts your statement that you said it was impermissible, right?
Yeah, it's impermissible.
Okay, why is it impermissible if he's saying it's permissible, Jamil?
Who's saying it's impermissible?
God in Leviticus 25:44.
Or one of the authors of the Bible, where slavery
Wait,
is
oh,
very
I'm sorry.
trade.
Wait, yeah. If you don't believe that God gave these commands to Moses, then this argument's not for you.
He inspired it, but
Okay. Oh, so
man
he
wrote
did.
it,
So
of
it is
course.
his. Is it true that God commanded these
It's God's
in
word.
Leviticus? Oh, okay. So I don't know why you brought up
It's
that
God's word.
objection. That was an idiot move.
For
Okay,
for a time and a place.
cool. So it
Jesus
says
was the final covenant, right?
okay. So God did find it permissible.
All right. And the
Cool. So
religion
God
that's based
did
on
find it
Greek-
permissible to own another person as property if they were non-Israelite. Correct?
See, you get mad when I delay because you mute.
Yes
me.
or no?
Shit, no. I've already
Okay.
answered. the question.
Okay. So explain this context to me. Okay. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. What does that mean to you, Jamil? Come on, let's use our brains.
Good trade,
The what?
fair trade.
Slave trade? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a slave trade.
I didn't say slave trade. I said
Oh.
fair trade, but yeah,
Is
it's
it
a
is
trade
it
of
is it
slaves.
fair to buy another human being as property as a slave? Is that fair to you?
Of what? I just said slaves. Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so
Fair trade of
God
slaves,
said, when God said you may buy slaves and you may own them as property, does the word may there mean permissible or impermissible?
Permissible because
Okay.
it was already going on.
Cool. So God found it
Do you want me to
permissible.
explain?
So
or
God
no?
found it permissible to own another person as property and buy
So
them as
do you
slaves.
want me to just sit here and answer set
Yes,
yes or no?
because you're gonna
questions?
dodge
Yes,
every
that's
question.
Okay.
I'm being very specific with the language
No,
because I
you
don't
asked me
allow.
to
I will
explain
never.
and
You
you
got
mute me
you
as soon as
Christian.
I
No,
do.
you Christians will always dodge these questions. So I'm being very
You
strict
Christians,
and very
I am
linear
not
with you.
dodging anything, sir.
Okay, cool. So now we got a conundrum here, right? The conundrum is the following, right? You earlier said that it was
Now,
impermissible. I don't know why I'm being overtalked, right? You said earlier that it was impermissible for God found it impermissible to own another person as property as a slave back then, right? And now we just read a text that you just agreed God says that he finds it permissible. So go ahead and reconcile that for me. Go ahead.
Text when you find it agreeable, but you need to explain yourself, but answer yes or no questions. Do you see how stupid that is?
I told you, I'm not going to allow you to dodge. I don't care what you say. I'm going to keep asking the same question over and over and over again until either you run away or somebody pays to kick you. I will never drop the question.
Do you see how stupid this framing of
See, you're still doing it. I'm going to keep asking the question. Why is it impermissible if God says it's permissible?
Oh, after you're done carving, can I go down the line of questioning?
Yeah.
Dude, do you honestly think you're gonna get a fucking answer?
Yeah, he's dodging every question, but
Nah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna be
get it.
honest.
He knows he's trapped. That's why. That's why he's crashing out. Waiting on you, buddy. Come on.
Grown ass man can answer questions.
Grown as hell, by the way.
And now y'all giving him ammunition because now guess what? He's not going to respond to my question. He's going to respond
That's
to
fine, I'm
Daddy
gonna
and
mute him
Boyd.
then.
Watch. Watch what's going to happen. He's not going to answer the question, are you, Jamil?
Can I explain?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you to do. Hurry up.
Can I get 30 seconds of your time?
You got 15. Go.
I don't believe you.
I'll put a timer
Come
up.
on, man.
5 seconds.
We can't do this. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this.
All right, you got 10 seconds. You got 5 more seconds. Come on.
We just can't keep doing this, dog. You gonna let me talk?
All right, so now I'm going to ask the
Sure.
question
Yeah,
again.
sometime.
I'm going to ask the
Right.
question again, right? Why are you saying it was permissible, impermissible, when God said it was permissible? Go ahead.
Am I unmuted now? Oh yeah, I am. Okay, good. All right. So can I please get 20 seconds?
Go ahead. As long as you answer the question. Go.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, you should have just let me get 25 in the first place. All right. When men were created, we were created with free choice, right? Correct. All right. We were put in the Garden of Eden with choice. Couple of choices. It was pretty binary, you know of everything or don't. There's another tree that nobody talks about. It's the tree of life. You know what I'm saying?
All right, that's
So
20
they
seconds.
ate
Okay, so now I never got an answer to my question. Right, I'm gonna ask the question again. All right, stop taking your ass to Yapping Town. All right, we're gonna go back, and here's the question. Right, the question was, right, you said that God viewed it as impermissible. That means it's morally wrong to do to own another person as property as long as they're not an Israelite. You said it was impermissible. Now I just read you a verse from Leviticus 25:44 where God said it was permissible. Reconcile those two. Go ahead.
Gotcha. All right. We're all born with free will, right? God
Yes.
doesn't want to influence the earth too much.
Okay.
He's trying to let us do our own thing, make our own choices, right? We're imperfect people. Imperfect people do imperfect things. Just because something is going on and you do nothing about it doesn't mean it's permissible. Just because something is going
That's 20
goes on
seconds.
and
If
you
God
do
says something's permissible, is it permissible? Answer that question. If God explicitly says X is permissible, does it follow from that X is permissible? Yes or no?
God didn't say in those
I'm going to ask the
words that
question
it's
again.
permissible.
If God said that X is permissible, does that make X permissible? That is a yes or no question.
If God said it, which he didn't.
Okay, so we're going to say this. All right. If God says that something is permissible, then it's permissible. Now, if God says you may buy slaves, what does may mean again? I forget.
It's possible.
Huh?
It's possible.
So when he says your male and female
Permissible.
slaves, when he says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, from them you may buy slaves. What is he saying again?
The nations around you
Yeah.
pay a fair wage for your slavers.
Okay, so you can buy slaves from other nations, correct? That's permissible,
Sure.
right? Okay, that's what that's what
Sure.
may means. Okay, cool.
At the time, of course.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
All right,
sure.
so I'm gonna write this down, and what we're gonna do is put this in premise conclusion format. Okay, if God says that X, right, is morally permissible, then X is morally permissible. You already agreed with that. We're gonna move to premise 2. All right.
Sure.
God said in Leviticus 25:44 that buying and owning non-Israelite slaves was morally permissible, right? What do we conclude from that, Jamil? What do we conclude from those two propositions?
I'm sorry, you sweeping them keys. It sounded melodic.
Sorry, I'm gonna say it again. Premise 1.
All right.
If God says that X is morally permissible, then X is morally permissible. Premise 2.
I'm not
God said in
beginning, right?
Leviticus
Okay, good.
25:44 that buying and owning a non-Israelite slave is morally permissible. Therefore, buying and owning a non-Israelite slave was morally permissible. Do we agree?
No.
Okay. Now, so listen, this is a simple modus ponens, right? That means if P then Q, P therefore Q. So the argument's valid. So that means when you say no, you're rejecting one of the premises. Which premise are you rejecting? Premise 1 or 2?
If P then Q, then Q then P, why are P and Q different in the first place?
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Bruh.
What is wrong with you?
you? You're not real.
Dragon, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. Ask him why the slave Bible exists.
Look, just because there's wicked Christians or fake Christians or people that are Christians
Is
by
Moses a
name,
wicked one?
Is Moses one of those wicked
Hold on,
ones?
wait. Moses
No,
wasn't a
no, we've let you
Christian.
ramble
He was
and
an
just
Israelite.
drain and drain and drain. We've just gone and gone and gone. Like,
No,
hello?
the fuck you have.
Yes, what the
Crazy
fuck
ass.
we
Get the
have?
That's not
fuck out.
Christian.
Oh my god.
So
Wait,
that's
I did,
very
I did,
Christian
I
of
did,
you.
I did promise Auntie to ask a question.
Go ahead, Auntie.
No, I'm too tired for this. Go ahead, honey.
Does anyone get the opinion that we're talking from that fucking sloth from Zootopia?
Exactly. That's kind of why I don't want to have this
Also,
conversation.
I think it's wait really quick. Annie, you have like the most zen music playing. Somebody has like the
Yeah.
zen music playing.
It's how I keep the toddler asleep, okay?
Okay.
It's literally like therapy, zen music for sleep.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I fucking hate it at this point.
End of the discussion.
surprised
It's
somebody
okay
fucked
to
you.
own slaves.
Yeah, it's a conservative value.
I know you're not talking about that bald ass head of yours. Go fucking shine your forehead.
Are you jealous that you're still single and no one's touched you ever in your life? And I have children, and I've been married for almost 10 years in a house.
Yeah,
and
you're
still home.
pushing your fucking 50s, bro. I don't
Oof.
think you want to talk to people.
Oof.
You upset that they lowered the age of, or they raised the age of consent in your state?
Oh.
Is that
Oh.
why you're a conservative?
Yikes, chat.
But this is giving.
Mind you, one of the conservative values is a nuclear family, which is what Manners has actually. So.
Yeah.
So Jamil, so do we agree? So just to be clear, so just to be clear, we do agree that slavery is a Christian value, right? We do agree.
Yeah, you're for.
I thought so. Like, Git, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for the 25 motherfucking dollars on Cash App. I appreciate you. Git, can we kick this clown? Thank you so much, Git. I appreciate you. And if you are a conservative, go and hop on in the guest request. Let's go.
Wait, was he 12? That insult is like, I heard that as a 4th grader. Hello?
Bro said 4 eyes.
Anime, thank you so much
do
for the
need to let
confetti.
you
I
know.
appreciate you.
Oh, that's cute.
I do need to let you know, I got a job.
Oh
Finally.
shit.
Fucking
W
finally.
employment.
You want to? Did you want to say what it was, or you're keeping that?
It's the same thing. It's medical reception.
Oh, okay, I got you.
He started at
Good
OS.
shit. What they
He
what
started
they
at OS.
It's good news, but it comes with some bad news. It's gonna be long days and early mornings, so I may not be around as much as I have been.
Boo.
Yeah,
So
weekends
this
off?
week might be some of the last few days I'm able to do this because they want me to start as early as next week.
Do you have
Okay.
guaranteed days off?
The weekends.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's still there. All right. And if I go live early enough, it might be like when you were back on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be on for like maybe an hour and then I'll head to
Yeah,
sleep.
that kind of shit. Yeah.
Oh, W Annie.
All right,
Can
if
you
you are a
read?
conservative, go and hop on in that guest request. Guest request is empty right now, so if you come on up and you are conservative, please make sure you're the 18 or older. That will get you up here. I appreciate you.
Congrats, Logic. I'm actually happy. Let's go. W.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dude, the interview was so fucking. I was so nervous.
Are you eating right now?
I have ice cream.
You sound, you know who you sound like? You sound like that Spider-Man game where the guy who's like chewing a sandwich and he's giving you the tutorial.
Yep.
Like
That is such a niche reference.
he's like the funniest guy. It's like a tutorial, but he's like telling you how to swing and stuff. But he's like really funny, he's like a narrator or some shit. And this one time he's like telling you how to swing, and he's like has a sandwich. He's like, "I just came back from getting my sandwich. Are you finished swinging now?" Or it's so funny. It's Bruce Campbell. Yeah, I think he's the same. Is he the guy that did the Stanley games?
Stanley?
I don't know. No,
Not
Stanley.
any of these
like,
references.
the Stanley video game.
Probably. They
I
put
don't
Bruce
know,
in
maybe
everything.
not.
Oh,
The dude who cameos. That tells me absolutely fuck
yeah,
all.
the fucking. Have you ever seen Evil Dead?
No.
Jesus Christ. I'll send you a fucking picture of him.
I was gonna say, is this another segment of where we find out how uncultured Void is?
Yes.
Wait, we need segments for that? I thought this was just like general knowledge.
Girl, fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
Oh.
Why are you fucking horses? That's weird.
No, fuck. Wow. They make prosthetics.
Oh my god.
But,
Or you
by the
could
way,
just
I'm
be
gonna
like
plug
Marvin.
myself. I'm gonna do my own grifting. Anything. My CA is in bio. Any little bit helps because I'm not gonna have a paycheck for probably till the end of the
Little
month,
bit.
and I have $30 in my checking account. Any little bit helps.
Thank you,
I
Annie.
really appreciate it.
It's Anime Amy.
Dragons.
Can you?
Oh, I can't fucking read. I'm sorry.
There's an M.
Thank you, anime. Listen. Not just Bad Dragon, but anyway. We're not gonna talk about that.
You would think you would know how to spell your best friend's name
Don't support
versus
that company. They're
anime.
transphobic.
Yeah, they're hella transphobic.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate you.
Extreme restraints is better. Anyway.
Wait,
All
what are
right,
you doing?
we're gonna do last call before we do
Oh.
a restart. So if you are a conservative, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. And yeah, we'd love to talk to you. And then if not, then we'll do a quick restart to get some more debates in here. Yeah, good shit. Love you guys. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Anime. Let's go.
Sean.
Thank you, anime.
Sean, thank you so much
Sorry
for
for Jamie.
the 38 months resub over on Twitch. W. Sean, Carbon has the best recipes for cooking conservatives. Yeah, low key. I
love that.
Yeah, I put the little bit of butter on it. I put it on high, you know.
Seasoning.
Right? That shit.
You know why
comes
folks don't do
out.
that?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, really quick, if anyone wants to do PayPal or Venmo for Logic, you can send it to me, and I will send it to him.
Yeah, if you send me $1,000 for Logic, I promise you it'll get to him. Okay.
Motherfucker, I need to leave. If you need to send $1,000, I want 300. I'll let you take the majority, but I want 30%.
He's like, fine, take some, but not all.
Take some because I got rent. Okay, here you go.
Right.
I got a car payment, man.
We're in the cooking with Carbon. Yeah, what's a good name for that?
Carbonara. Yeah.
Carbon.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Carbon fire?
No.
That makes no fucking
It has
sense.
to-
That is shit.
What's
Don't
another
speak
word for
ever
cooking?
again.
What's
What about carbon fiber?
Carbon's
Carbon
Cool
fiber?
Kitchen, right? All K's, and then you
No!
have
No.
Why are you like this, Carmen?
all right.
I mean, he makes the joke of Carbon's counseling corner.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
find
never
a
did
way
that, by
to
the way.
hack into. I'm gonna find a way to hack into your TikTok. I'm not gonna do anything except change the K to a C.
No, because I did that
was
at first, and
confused
then
about
like
that, actually.
yeah, well, because I wanted to be like, because I was looking for
Different.
yeah, when I was registering my name, that was actually the only one that was available. So it was C, so I just changed it to a K. And then like when I first did that, everybody thought, oh, like are you like a blood or something, or like a Crip or something? What? No, I did
First
this
of
for
all, hello?
yeah.
It doesn't even make any sense if you were a Crip because they
Well,
use
yeah.
C's, they don't use B's, and then vice versa for hello?
Right.
Y'all just be saying shit. Y'all don't know how anything works.
Yeah. What up, man?
Yeah, it's been a sec, buddy. You remember me?
Sierra,
No, what did we talk about? Maybe I will.
this is
We were talking
Darla.
about the Bayesian probability of Christ being like probability.
Oh,
that Christ,
yeah, yeah, I
the
remember you,
the resurrection being true. Remember?
Yeah, I think I remember
It was
that.
you and the other guy. I forgot his name. I always forget his name. You know the other streamer guy with the dreads.
Oh, Javon Bradley.
Javon, yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
a Phil
Oh,
bro?
yeah.
Carbon?
Yes.
Is this a Phil bro?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
a Phil bro. Yeah.
he's like
what?
you're like a Christian pro-choicer. Like it's vegan.
He's pro-choice?
Yeah, he's on the left.
He can't-
But he's like Christian, and we were debating about Christianity or something like that. Oh, did you
Oh,
kick?
I mean, I'm not doing it. If you bring him up, I'll kick him. I'm not doing it.
Oh well, I mean, I'm assuming he just wants to do the Christian debate because he's still a Christian, right?
I don't wanna.
All right, let me see what he has to say. Maybe he has a new argument or something.
Here, wait, I'll do this. Go.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Go,
Yeah, what
Darvo.
are you doing?
What you got, man?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna give my proposition why I think.
Hold
Obviously,
on,
I think
before
that
you go. Darling, thank you for the 25 on CA, and Jacob, thank you for the 10.
Oh yeah. Okay, what's
Yes.
your position? Go ahead.
Yes, obviously, I'm just okay. I just want to say, like, I'm literally just giving normative claims, right? I'm not saying that like we ought to do anything, but the thing is that I'm a cultural Christian in the sense that like I was brought up Christian and everything. So I think that the Christian moral code is a valid code, and it's it is a very good code to live in. But I think my only concession is just, or my only argument I'm coming here is to. Obviously, in the last time we never had time to flesh it out, but I just want to engage. Like, why do you think that the probability of Christ or the resurrection? Why do you think that it's not a true premise? I guess, Carbon.
Yeah. I mean, because of our background information and the historical success of natural, sort of trivial causes over non-trivial supernatural ones, right? So I'll explain that. So one, we have a long history of believing in our history where we think something's supernatural, and then later we find out that it's some natural explanation that we didn't know about. That's one. And then two, specifically because we were talking about the resurrection, right? We were specifically saying something like, well, if somebody believes that he was resurrected after seeing that he died, right? At least they believe that he died, right? What's the best explanation for that? And the best explanation is obviously not that he was resurrected, right? It's obviously some other explanation that's explained that better fits in with our background information. That's how Bayesian analysis works, right? Because you're positing new entities like a resurrection. So for example, there's the botched execution hypothesis. There's the twin brother hypothesis. I can go even further to less likely scenarios like the alien hypothesis or, the scam hypothesis or something. But no matter how unlikely they are, once you see him walking around, their probability goes up. And the question is like, why do you put a resurrection over those other hypotheses? And that's the problem I think the Christian can't get out of.
Real quick, Gretchen, thank you for the $31.11.
W, Gretchen.
I have 66.11 in my seat.
Yeah, give him 55 cents. Let's go. All right, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think I didn't even contend with that last time. I even agreed with you, but I think where I disagreed was that it seems to me that like the motivations that obviously prove, or the motivations that intrinsically hedonically prove that like this particular kind of like beliefs, right, are obviously self-evident. It's actually going to be more, because obviously you can claim that there are other counterfactual theories that prove that maybe the possibility or the theories of why these particular beliefs might be stronger than the other ones. But I don't necessarily think that like just because obviously just because you confer that these particular beliefs do not have any kind of truth value because the other beliefs could be counterfactually true. But I just think that with respect to my kind of propositions, I'll just argue that like the fact that there are other like obviously using Bayesian epistemology, like I mentioned last time, the fact that there are actually more facts like like we have people people giving up their lives, martyrdom, and also kind of like sacrificial, or in the sense that like we have a lot of people who have given up their lives for these particular beliefs, right? I think it also increases the probability as well, rather than you thinking that there's this kind of like aliens coming down or whatever, or this other kind of like counterfactual theories, like you brought up with the one about the lady in England and all those particular theories. I don't think that they have that particular factor of martyrdom, which was also like one that increases the probability at least greater than 0.5 at least, because the martyrdom fact is also like one of the most crucial ones I was trying to expand last time. Obviously, I also talked about other points. I don't remember them, but I remember very well that I talked about how martyrdom and how your particular point will not be able to counterfactually prove how this particular even within people, it's not obviously, you can say that maybe there's a psychological factor to that, which is obviously you could say that maybe it's a pathological thing, but it's not necessarily pathological. We all know that like a lot of priests and preachers back in the day, obviously there's going to be, I don't really think that there's going to be not silent, they're psychological, they're obviously very moral, and like obviously they're normative, like people who actually had like beliefs and stuff like that. So I don't really think that that you can claim that this particular psychology of them giving up their lives was pathological. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to the martyrdom, right? When you say it's probability raising under the resurrection, right? Um, that's consistent with the resurrection hypothesis, but you're saying it as if it's like counts against the other hypotheses, right? Because what really matters is the fact that they believe that he was resurrected, right? Whether he was actually resurrected is a different story, right? That's what the hypothesis is looking to explain, whether he's actually resurrected, right? It was looking to explain their beliefs, but their beliefs are consistent with a resurrection hypothesis or a non-resurrection hypothesis. So if it was like I don't know, like a botched execution, for example, people are going to think that he died, and then they see him walking around later, they're going to think that he was resurrected, especially all the way back then. So if they think that he was resurrected, then that explains why they would go and die for him, right? Like that explains all of that, right? Like you can see that in a lot of different other religions too. You can see that in recent cults and things like that. Whether somebody is actually divine or something like that doesn't matter. All that matters is that people believe it, right? People are willing to die for things that are false all the time, right? They just don't know it's false. That explains why they're willing to die for it, right? So when you say, the botched execution hypothesis, for the example, or the hidden twin brother example, I think better explain it, right? And they're more epistemically virtuous, and it also explains why somebody would die for it, right? Because they thought that he was resurrected.
I think
real quick. Sorry, Lincoln. Thank you for the 1555, and Zed. Thank you for the 15 so fucking much.
No, W everybody. Also, your time's out, friend. I'm sorry.
Well, I think in this case well, I guess in both cases, yeah, no, actually, I think Carbon's correct in this. For a second there, I thought you were correct. It is going to be the case that this does raise the probability of them unaliving. For this, it does raise the probability a little bit, but also raises the probability of the other things happening as well, because it isn't mutually exclusive to that specific proposition. Like, you would agree, right?
Are you talking about the
martyrdom
factual evidence that you just brought up?
Yeah, because if I deceived you into believing, let's say it was the twin brother. Let's take the twin brother hypothesis, the hidden one. It says, oh, if one of us die, the other comes back and pretends that we're resurrected. Right? Let's just say that for the case, however unlikely it is. Right? Now, if we successfully pull that off, I see my twin brother die, I hide back for a little bit. 3 days later, I go in, I steal his body, and then I walk around with his scars and stuff like that. Right? Well, now everybody thinks I resurrected. Right? And also on top of that, because they think I resurrected, we would expect some of them to die, right? Because now they have this strong belief 2,000 years ago, very, very religious people, very, very spiritual people, right? Wouldn't we expect that? We would expect the same thing. So the question is why accept the resurrection hypothesis over the botched execution hypothesis over the twin brother hypothesis, if they all explain the data equally?
Yeah. I mean, my proposition is just that, obviously, if you're talking about, obviously, I'm trying to use Bayesian epistemology to raise for giving a probability raising case. But the problem here is that, I'm obviously talking about the, oh my god, I'm obviously talking about, right, the arguments against classical skepticism, right? Obviously, if you're being a classical, I don't know if you're being a global skeptic, a classical skeptic. Obviously, I'm assuming that you're being a classical skeptic, right? Because I don't think that you're rejecting every single possibility of any kind of
No, I'm not rejecting the possibility of the resurrection. I'm just using the same standards I do for the Jesus case to every other case when somebody gives me a supernatural claim. You tell me that you were abducted by aliens, I'm gonna think it was a dream. You tell me that you prayed a couple years ago that you had a family member that would be healed, and then your family member was healed, I'm just gonna think that they were naturally healed. Maybe it was chemotherapy or something. Somebody gets into a car crash, and it seems like everybody around them. Well, actually, this did happen with in Nigeria recently with the boxer, right? Like all his friends, right, died, but he survived with barely any scratch. You'd be like, oh, that's supernatural. I'm like, oh no, it's because of the seat that he was in, right? He was the only one in the back seat, so he was protected in that way, given the angle, right? I'm always gonna appeal to some natural explanation, so why wouldn't I do that for the Jesus one too?
Yeah, At least let me just give you the reasons why I think like obviously under my kind of worldview, the reason why I think that martyrdom, right, and other kind of like facts such as other kind of facts such as like strong belief or kind of like the consistency of like oral tradition or like institutions, right? I just think that like when it comes to like some sort of like theories such as like obviously like naturalism or even any kind of theories that try to explain why these particular beliefs have any kind of consistency. I think the bottom line here is that like if I'm obviously using Bayesian epistemology, I'm just saying that the particular priors that motivate the Bayesian confirmation I'm not giving a deductive proof that this particular thing is true.
Yeah, it's
but
objective.
at least it's inductive, and I'm just trying to say that basically, right? Let me just give you my hypothesis, right? I'll give you a hypothesis. I'll just give you like a formal hypothesis.
Okay.
Right? So if the hypothesis, right, is that God raised Jesus from the dead, right?
Okay.
And then we have like commonly cited historical claims like Jesus, like these are the probabilities, right? So Jesus, like death by crucifixion, post-mortem experiences are reported by viewers, early proclamation of resurrection, like the willingness to like martyrdom, suffering, right? Absence of competing plumb narratives, right? Obviously, the likelihood here is going to be high, and then there'll be the rival hypothesis struggle will be lower. So these particular kind of theories, obviously, they increase the probability rather than decrease it compared to other theories. And I'm seeing this particular theory outperforms other counterfactual belief theories such as classical skepticism, in which, like I said earlier, I don't think you're a global skeptic, you're probably a classical skeptic, right? And obviously, I'll just be saying that like the testimony of this particular thing, obviously, we know that the Bible's writings are just testimonials, they are oral tradition. The testimony in itself is probabilistic. We have multiple independent witnesses. We have the Gospel of John, we have the Gospel of Mark, Luke, right? They all talk about like some sort of like witness, right? And then you also have like background
Okay,
like
he's just doing it again.
like intuitions that also prove this particular thing. So if you're a classical skeptic, my view will still follow. But if you're saying that, obviously you talked about abductive reasoning earlier, right? Usually my reference to abductive reasoning just said the resurrection explains a particular data set that is like obviously it explains why these particular agents have this particular will to like give up their life for this particular thing, like penalizing it improves the probability, like the probability.
How is that not explained? How is that not explained by the other hypotheses?
Yeah, the resurrection. Okay, so the resurrection best explains using pure abductive reasoning.
Yeah.
Right. The resurrection best explains the data set because it has like it penalizes ad hoc complexity, right, and it integrates background possibility and allows partial belief rather than yes or no. So, Bayesian, like using Bayesian like proof, right? Pure abductive reasoning still increases the probability of it being true, and also probability versus raising proof, right?
Wait, that doesn't answer my question though. Like, why? Let's take the botched execution hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
And let's just say what we're trying to explain is why these people believe that Jesus was resurrected, right? That's what we're looking to explain, and they believed it. They went out and died for it, and things like that, right? How does the botched execution not explain that data?
Well, botched execution hypothesis, like I said earlier, right? The botched execution hypothesis, obviously, when you look at the practices, right? Like a good example is I'm giving the medical arguments against the botched.
I'm not asking how likely it is. I'm just asking whether it explains the data, and then we'll get into how likely it is.
Yes, botched execution hypothesis can explain the data, but the problem here is the counterfact. I'm giving the counterfactual commitments that cannot exist under botched execution hypothesis. It's going to have to claim that the survival is equals to rapid recovery, because obviously Jesus did not just survive, right? He literally he he didn't recover. Like there's no like Bosch hypothesis will have to say that there's some sort of rapid recovery going on, but with Jesus he resurrected, so obviously he survived. So but with with Bosch hypothesis, right, it's gonna require him to like obviously like inspire belief, right, to other people, which obviously Bosch hypothesis cannot do. And Bosch hypothesis also has like some sort of like psychological and sociological arguments in which you have to explain that like what are the kind of predictions, right, of the kind of belief. So obviously the disciples saw someone who was wounded, weak, and recovered, right, and he survived. But with Bosch hypothesis, there's like like obviously Bosch hypothesis just says that he conquered death, and well, he just like he conquered death and
no, it's just that they failed with respect to the execution.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
They failed to kill him. They just maybe they stabbed in the wrong place, and then and then he survived.
Okay, but it doesn't predict worship. It doesn't predict like exaltation.
Yeah, it does. Because if they think that he died, but he didn't actually die, they're gonna think he was resurrected, right?
No, Bosch execution hypothesis can predict relief, right? But it cannot predict worship, right? Do you disagree with that? Or
why doesn't it predict worship?
Yeah, because the Bosch execution hypothesis did not produce, right? It doesn't produce any kind of probability raising facts that tells us that the particular agents that have, like, let's say, experienced that fact can, let's say, have some sort of very strong belief and even have some sort of like martyrdom tendencies, right? It can't produce that.
What do you mean? Wait, did these people? Wait, I'm sorry. These people, if somebody believed, let's take person 1 and person 2, right? Now, person 1, and let's put them in 2 different worlds, right? World 1 is there's a resurrection. And world 2, it was not a resurrection, but it was a botched execution. It's the same person, same belief. Like I called him person 1. Let's just take one person in different worlds, right? Okay. So under the resurrection, what does this person see? Well, they see the Romans execute this person, or at least they hear about the Romans executing this person, because not all of the people that saw him after resurrection saw him die. They weren't at his crucifixion. Let's assume that they saw him at the resurrection, at the crucifixion. So they saw what they believed to be his death, right? And they truly believed he died. And then later they see him walking around, right? So that's now, if Jesus was actually resurrected, they're going to see the same thing and they're going to have the same belief as world number 2, where they see him, they think he died, and then they see him walking around. They're also going to believe he was resurrected if it's the same person, because it's the same data that they're looking at, but there's different reasons for why they're seeing what they're seeing. And world 1, the reason why they're seeing him walk him around is because he actually did die and was resurrected. And world 2, the reason why they're seeing him walk around is because he didn't die and therefore wasn't resurrected, and so he's still alive, so that explains why he's walking around, right? So they're experiencing the exact same thing, except it's just different explanations. So when you say it doesn't predict worship, it does, because it's the same guy experiencing the same thing, but for different reasons. They're still going to worship him no matter what.
I mean, I can still grant that, but okay, can we do like a comparative analysis, right? Of the kind of, let's do a comparative analysis to look at the kind of, like the kind of inferences that can be derived from the BH, right? BH, this is the kind of, okay, so we have, I believe that BH fails because it can't explain that, it requires implausible medical survival. 1, it predicts the wrong psychological response. It misunderstands, obviously, like resurrection concepts in general.
Can we stop? Can I stop you right there? You said it implies medical survival. That's what you said?
It requires implausible medical survival.
Okay, and just to be clear, under the resurrections are also implausible, correct?
Yes, but the problem with the resurrection, but the problem with the resurrection, it's not just survival though. It is how you call it. We're not saying that Jesus.
Yeah, they're truly dying. They're going through brain death. Their body experiences actual death, and then it, regenerates and then come back to life. Do you think that that's more plausible than being stabbed and surviving?
Yeah, but the problem, but the problem is that, like, even if, we're talking about survival versus rapid recovery. BH BH can only go for rapid recovery. It cannot explain survival because Jesus didn't just recover. He didn't recover rapidly. He's like, he literally, like, in the sense that all his wounds were healed, right? So it's not just like some sort of like survival thing that he survived. He actually lived with a BH. She survived, but she didn't like actually like completely, let's say, like heal, right? That's not the account that.
Yeah, why would he still have
So
why would he still have the scars? Why would all of his bodily functions heal but not the scars? I don't understand that.
With BH, the patient doesn't. With BH, the patient survives. The patient doesn't live. That's the difference.
Wait, what?
There's a
Say that
difference
again?
between living and surviving. With the Bosch execution hypothesis, the patients survive. They
Yeah,
don't
he survived.
live.
And that explains why he would have scars versus a resurrection when everything regenerates. Why would he have scars under a regeneration?
Yeah, but the scars will just be the fact that, like, obviously believers can just say that, like, it's a human, like, obviously that even if he's still a god, he still has like a human biology, right? They can still use like those kind of arguments. The main problem here is that, like, with the BH, right, it explains less than it claims with the resurrection. Because resurrection just tells us that it's not just about the survival, but it's the fact that this particular being was able to live, right, completely, right? Like, so there's total recovery versus partial recovery. So I think at least there's a difference in that.
Yeah, well, okay, so you're just saying, well, like, because it seems like now you're packing more into the hypothesis in order to try to explain more and more data, right? Which is just called a just so story, by the way, right? So when you say something like, because I'm telling you, under a botched execution, you're going to expect scars, right? You're going to expect like somebody having scars that are like healing or something like that. But under resurrection, why would you expect that? If somebody's like gone through 3 days of death, right? Most of their body has degraded, and then you're saying that it comes back, like the entropy is reversed. So why would the scar still be there?
Streamlabs.
I mean, because, okay, the scars being there proves that it has, well, even though he's still a god, he has human biology, right? I mean, that's all what's going to entail. So human biology will obviously mean that if there's some sort of like obviously natural cause for death, there'll be a natural process for healing. So whether you want to tell me that I'm increasing the probability of it being false, which I don't. My main point is that I'm referring to the particular I'm referring to the particular witness testimony, obviously I'm referring to the testimony.
I can refer to them too. We're referring to the same data. I'm saying, like, why is it more expected? Why is it more expected that they would have, like, he would have scars, right, under the resurrection hypothesis than the botched one, right? Because we understand under botched execution, we understand, like, when you, like, we understand that stuff doesn't regenerate if it's severe enough. But in a resurrection, I don't know why I would expect the scars to stay there, right? Given that, like, all the other body parts and bodily functions have completely, like, Deadpool regenerated, or like Wolverine or something like that.
I mean, it depends. If you're saying that the scars reduce probability, right? I mean, it will reduce probability under certain assumptions. So a very good assumption with that, obviously, I am not claiming that the Christian resurrection is medical healing, right? I'm just claiming that the Christian resurrection is, obviously, it's some sort of like spirit, like, well.
But listen, somebody did pay 25 to kick, so we're gonna move on. I appreciate you coming up. He said, "Oh my God."
Oh, who sent it?
Natalie.
Who sent it?
$25, Natalie.
Natalie, thank you so
Natalie,
fucking
I
much.
fucking love you, Natalie. I love you so much.
Listen, I put my fucking pillow on my desk because I was like, this is gonna be a minute.
Next
Natalie, do you want to be in a throuple with me and Parker's? That's how much I love you at this point.
That's crazy.
All right. Let me do a couple shout outs and we're gonna get to the next person, next guys. Collapse sent, I think, a total of $15 so far. As a black dude, it's lame when black dudes believe in Jesus. Not gonna lie. Yeah, tell them to shut up.
That's what?
Carol, can I get your age, please? Carol, you're live. Can I get your age, please? Hello, Care. Okay,
Hi,
John, can I
bye,
get your
Carol.
age, please?
Yeah, I'm 40.
And you're conservative, right? I think you've been up here.
This is the Christian Ninja. How do you not remember this guy?
It's just
Carmen,
yeah, they
we've
blend together. I'm
spoken to
telling you.
him 30 times.
It's been a lot. Like, I
Yeah,
just see
what's
that
your
lightning bolt and I know it.
why are you conservative?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. You
Swear
know,
to fucking God.
I,
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will
Go ahead.
kick you.
I voted for John Kerry 20 years ago or so, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm pro-choice. Pro-choice, you know.
W
so I don't
abortion.
think it's a problem. You know,
Okay.
I think the left is fucking crazy.
Why do you think the
Literally
left is
crazy.
crazy? Give me one.
You're a Christian Ninja.
Let's get one left. Well, let's get 3 crazy left ideas. Go ahead.
Okay, so in during C-19, the left was imposing totalitarian lockdowns in 2020 and 2021. In the summer of
Not true.
2020, the left flips. They do a complete 180, and they encourage
Lockdowns.
protesting, and they allow chaos, riots, and looting. Okay, that's one.
Okay, so
two.
okay.
Okay. Second thing, I would say the border. Approximately 10 million illegal immigrants were allowed into this country with no due process. That's a national security issue,
Okay. Well,
right?
but go
Among
ahead.
other problems. All right, and number 3 is this obsession with the glamorization and indoctrination of the
Gay people.
Homosexuality.
Gay people.
Yeah, those 3. Yeah.
John, please, I'll give you all the money I have for my next paycheck if you just admit you're in the closet.
I'm not in the closet. I'm not.
Wait, I just
Please.
wait. One second.
Nobody
In all
talks about
seriousness,
gay people as much as you do.
yeah. I also want to point out really quick, right? You're saying that being gay is like a leftist thing, right? You understand that there are gay conservatives, right?
Sure.
Okay, then so how is being gay like a leftist thing?
The glamorization and indoctrination of young people is a left thing.
Yeah, how is it being glamorized?
Okay, drag time story hour for children.
Wait, that has nothing to do with the LGBTQ. You can be straight and cis and be a drag queen, so that's irrelevant.
Hey, look, maybe this is an age thing, but when I was
Yeah, I don't give a
growing
fuck
up,
what happened in the dinosaur days, bub. I don't care. I'm talking about what the facts are, right?
You
And the
don't care
fact
what happened
is,
in the 1900s.
right?
How much do you weigh, lady?
Oh, are you gonna
Hey, boy,
pivot? Are you gonna pivot? Are you gonna pivot, Christian
Like, you
Ninja?
just insulted me about being a dinosaur.
No, I'm talking about. I don't care about what happened in the past, right? I'm talking about what is, right? You do not have to be gay to be a drag queen. You understand that, right? That has nothing to do with the LGBTQIA plus.
Okay. Look, I know our definitions probably differ. Like, I'm sure our definitions.
What do you think a drag queen is?
What do you think a ninja
homosexual
is?
Okay.
A homosexual man
Okay.
dresses as a
Okay, wait,
No.
okay.
So
wait,
drag
wait.
is so. For example, no, that's not how it's defined, right? Like you've seen Medea, right, Tyler Perry?
No.
Okay,
You're,
you've
okay.
seen. Have
Robin
you seen?
Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah, have you seen the White Chicks?
No.
Yeah. Okay, you've seen. Okay, I'm sorry. Have you seen any movies where a
Mrs.
man
Doubtfire.
dress? Okay, so there you go. Robin Williams wasn't gay. That's drag.
All right. Drag is simply the
Dressing
wait.
up
Shut
like
up.
that, so
So drag is
fucking
essentially
rude.
the. I don't
Fat
really give a
bitch.
fuck, bro. You're mad. You're
That's too
mad.
mad,
You're
bro.
mad. You're in the closet. You're mad. You're in the closet. Anyway.
You're
You're
a grouch from hell.
anyway.
Hell.
So drag is just the over dramatization of certain characteristics, right? Like a drag queen is overly dramatic within femininity, right? A drag king is exaggerated with the masculinity. That has nothing to do with your sexuality or your gender.
I do have some line of questions for the individual above me after.
Look, this is why the right thinks the left is fucking crazy. Don't you understand this?
This is why.
Because I told you what drag is.
Because we
This is
destroy
why
you in
we
every
think the
argument.
right
That's
is
why.
fucking stupid.
You don't destroy shit.
Right.
No, we destroyed
Like,
you.
you destroy me by
Bro, that
saying,
by the way, terrible kicks. Terrible
Yeah.
kicks, by the way.
destroy.
I'm
Terrible
actually
kid. Terrible form.
that's true,
Randomly
but
gets louder.
I kind of want to go down this specific line of questioning, if I may.
Yeah, let's go on to go.
Yeah, hold it, John. I'm really curious on why you're conservative in the first place. It seems like you didn't necessarily answer that question. If you want to unmute and give me like some values, then we can talk about those values.
Yeah, he basically said because of C-19 then protests.
Let me answer.
Oh, let's just test your logic.
Mine?
Answer the question.
Let Auntie take this.
Hello? Am I glitching? Am I lagging?
No, he is actually. He's glitching actually.
MAGA Wi-Fi, John. Is the router at the Ninja Academy not good enough?
Good fucking
Man.
argument. It's a great argument.
All right, anyway, go ahead, Auntie.
Well, since your Wi-Fi is better now, I asked you a simple question. Why are you conservative?
I answered you because I think the left is fucking crazy. That's why.
Okay, well, let's talk about some leftist policies. Presumably, one of
Just
the left
gave you
was...
3 of them, and then the.
Hey, man, I was
I
like kind of
gave 3 of
talking.
them, and then the.
Thank you. Yeah, let's talk about leftist policies. Do you think it's crazy to accept people for who they are? That's going to be a simple yes or no question.
No.
Okay, do you think it's crazy for a woman to have rights over their own body?
No, I'm pro-choice.
Okay, do you think it's crazy to feed children?
No.
And I'm really curious on what you mean by the left is like effing crazy. If you don't disagree with those things.
Okay. Well, let me ask you. Were you for the C-19 lockdowns?
Yeah, sure, I was actually.
Okay. Were you for the BLM protests in the summer of 2020?
Presumably, yeah.
Okay, see, that's fucking hypocritical and crazy.
Well, if you say it's
Because
like
if we're all
hypocritical, hey man.
It is? Go ahead.
Well, not necessarily. I can explain why.
Okay.
Yeah, presumably, if it is the case, you ask me, am I for the lockdowns? Well, yeah, I would be for the lockdowns in certain circumstances, right? But if it is the case that the police are starting to unalive black individuals for no reason, then yes, I think a protest needs to be done so the government can do something about it.
Okay. He was fucking fighting with police for about 30 minutes before.
It's not the question
He
you
was
asked me.
accused. He was accused.
That wasn't the question that you
Oh,
asked.
absolutism.
Do you have another question?
You muting me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because you didn't answer the fucking question. I'm nuts.
I like to hear you squirm, John.
Oh.
Fucking what? 5 on.
Wait, John, just to be clear. Wait, John, I don't want to like to interrupt you, but just to be clear, that isn't the question you asked me, and I answered your question. Is there another question? Because I do have another question.
You said some.
You can unmute it now.
Let me shout this. Daniel, thank you for the $2. Fun fact, in red states, the hub has more searches for LGBTQIA content. Let's also not forget that Grindr's server crashes by account volume during things like RNC. Also, Collapsilism, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You closet gays and transphobes are more obsessed with it more than my 74-year-old ass. Holy shit.
Oh. Anyway. Wait, actually, let me pull up that source really quick while whatchamabob is talking.
Auntie, I won't mute him anymore. Just tell me when you want him muted.
Yeah, sure. You can speak now, John, if you want to.
Look, man, you
That's
made
your
some
question.
comment. I was talking about.
Yo, Collapse is
you
going
made
in.
Some comment about how like the BLM protests were justified or something like that. And I'm just pointing out to you, the guy fucking was accused of passing counterfeit money. He was under the influence of very powerful substances.
Still murdered.
He fucking he was resisting arrest and
Still murdered.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Still
Can you
murdered.
tell me like I can grant you that all of that happened, but you still have to justify why it was okay for the police to kill him.
Say it was. It was. There's
Okay,
reasonable
there it
doubt.
is.
So So you agree that it was murder, that it was unjustified?
No, I said there was. I don't think Derek Chauvin should be in prison.
By the very
Reasonable
fact that it
doubt.
went to court, and that he was found guilty, it means it was beyond reasonable doubt.
But so you
Right.
think the courts always get it right?
Yeah, how did the
I
court
think
get
in
it
majority
wrong?
of cases.
Hold on, wait.
How did the court
He's
get it wrong?
appealed 3 times, and every time it was thrown out.
You think maybe that people were worried about their fucking like being
Tell
right?
me
You
how
think
the
maybe
court
he just killed a guy?
how did the court get it wrong?
He resist? He resisted
No,
arrest.
tell me how the court
I'm
got it
telling
wrong.
you.
No,
I'm telling you.
you were asking a
I'm
question.
telling you.
No,
No,
you're
I'm
reiterating the same
making a
point that the
statement.
court made.
I'm
You're
making
reiterating
a
the same point that the defense made.
He resisted arrest.
Yeah, the defense
He was
made that
under
point.
The influence. He was under the influence of very powerful substances.
The defense made that point.
Relevance.
Wait, the defense made that point.
Oh, irrelevance? You don't think that might have had?
Wait,
a
no,
difference?
Oh my god.
Wait.
Just keep going, please. Hurry up.
Okay.
Come on. Give me stuff that yeah, you're smarter than the
Resisting-
lawyers who defended him. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Resisting arrest under the
Defense
influence
made
of
that point.
powerful substances.
The defense made that
in and
point.
out of in and out of prison several times in his life.
Okay.
The defense made that point.
Waiting on you. Waiting on the justification. You didn't give anything that justifies killing him yet. So go ahead.
Fact that he was fucking resisting arrest and under the influence of very powerful substances, you don't think that had any impact?
Oh, cool. So when are you gonna give me something that justifies killing him?
I just told you there's reasonable doubt. man.
No.
Yeah,
That's not
no.
what reasonable doubt is.
There's
I need
reasonable
reasons.
Okay.
I want a reason. I want a reason for why it was
Dude.
justified to kill him. Go ahead.
I already gave them to you.
No, you didn't.
You want me to do it
Alright.
again?
Those aren't
You're not listening?
yeah, those aren't reasons.
Why
Being in
was
and
it
out of
justified
jail,
that
for
Derek
example,
Chauvin put the knee on his neck? Why is that
Fighting
justified
with
until the point?
Oh, and okay, well, wait a minute.
Bro, like, everybody keeps over-talking me,
in
bro.
the manual of the Minneapolis Police Department, that's actually an approved tactic to have a knee on the neck, and actually they say at a different angle it was more on the shoulder blades.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming-
again.
neck compression.
Sorry.
That
Sorry,
wasn't the
that's
cause
the
of death.
medical. So you lied, Jordan. You lied.
I just
What was the last?
I just kind
Jordan,
of
you
want
lied.
to like make
Jordan, you lied.
something.
Mission abandoned. Mission abandoned.
Real quick, Collapse is going in the super chats on YouTube. Holy shit. Collapse with the $10. John, you are a sad, sad person. Imagine debating this on Thursday, so make your parents
Give a
proud.
fuck what you people
Collapse, also thank you for the
care less what you
$10.
Watch out.
Collapse said, John, you broke loser. This is why you aren't invited to family holidays.
Wait,
Yeah, I actually.
So that's
One
20,
second.
right? That's 20, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I want to specifically talk about your claim that like he was on substances, right? Are you aware of like the fact that if you're in deep addiction, you have a higher tolerance for substances compared to like the average person?
Yeah, but he was on Fent and
Yeah, I'm going to explain that,
MD.
right?
Yeah, look,
Ice? Are you talking about ice?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, an avid consumer of said substances is going to build up a tolerance to these things, right? So if I was to go do M or ice or Fetty, right, it would probably unalive me. But somebody who is a seasoned addict, it is not going to have nearly that effect on them. You understand that, right?
Seasoned addicts do unalive.
Yeah, so
What?
just to be clear, how likely is it when they're
Okay,
handcuffed?
they do.
How likely is that when they're handcuffed and on the ground and not resisting?
How likely is it?
Yeah, if you're on your stomach
You say it was
and
a
you
fact-
wait, hold on. If you're on your stomach,
factor.
hold on. If you're on your stomach and you are handcuffed and you are not resisting, how likely is it?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, so in the actual charges, he was handcuffed, right? The actual, like, he was handcuffed and he was on his stomach. Do we agree? At that point in time,
Yeah.
did he pose a threat at that point in time?
No, but the reason they did that was because he wasn't complying.
Problem's
He was
solved.
resisting arrest.
Yeah, the problem's over.
He
You're,
was
you're done.
resisting
Your
arrest.
argument's
He
done.
was resisting arrest.
Your argument's done. It
How
says
can you
right here.
resist arrest when you're
Evidence presented at the federal
Um,
trial defendants, right,
was
established on May
resisting
25th, 2020, that
Shut
the
the fuck
then
up, John.
MPD officer Chauvin had his knees on Mr. Floyd's neck and back as Mr. Floyd laid on the ground, handcuffed and, unresisting. What it says on the official documents, the charges.
He was resisting prior.
Yeah, but he wasn't
Are you
resisting.
denying it?
He wasn't resisting.
No, no, no.
We can grant all that. He wasn't resisting
Okay,
when
so
he wasn't. I'm sorry.
consider that.
Hello, stop over talking. The charges is not about what happened prior. The charges is about what they were doing given the facts currently being presented, which is that he was handcuffed, he was on the ground on his stomach, and he was unresisting. It says right here, unresisting.
He was doing.
Is it on
he
your
was
Twitch?
Yeah, it is.
He was doing. He was put in that position because he was resisting prior.
We acknowledge that.
Okay, you acknowledge.
Can I just, like,
Okay.
That's not the contention here, John.
Yeah, I think-
After he was stopped resisting, they continued the hold, and that's how he unalived.
It doesn't zoom like that.
It does on my phone, which is weird.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, so John,
Yeah.
it seems like
Mr. Floyd lay on the ground, handcuffed and unresisting. So it doesn't matter what
Official
the fuck happened
charges.
prior.
From the DOJ.
Kept his knee on his back for 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
After arresting him.
After he was already on the ground.
Yep. By the way, John, I just want to make it clear. Presumably, I can give you other cases of like let me be honest, other cases of white individuals, white people doing stuff more violent actually, and getting less of a reaction.
Yep. Mind you, this all happened because an alleged $20 a counterfeit $20 bill was passed. A man lost his life over an alleged $20 bill that was counterfeit.
Yeah. So when you asked
Can
your
I interrupt
original
your
question, so just to be clear, when you asked your original question about lockdowns versus this situation with the whole George Floyd protest, right? So we can grant you, yeah, lockdowns are justified, but that's a pro tanto good. Pro tanto goods are ones that are defeasible and can be overridden by stronger considerations, right? So for example, I could say, hey, it's a good thing, it's a bad thing to like stab your child. But if you stab them with the syringe very safely and very very slowly, if it's giving them a
With a purpose.
vaccine, yeah, then okay, there you go. It's no longer in that case wrong. So it's a pro tanto. So that means it's overwritten by this long history of police excessive force against African American citizens. And it was very clear what happened. This was very clearly and unequivocally murder, right? So that gave pro tanto reasons for people to say, okay, let's put on our masks and then go outside and protest.
Well, certainly. Certainly, looting that occurred was an indoor activity.
Carbon, tell John that he's poor, please. He's a poor loser. Just clown this broke loser. I got a lot of money. Collapse. Thank you for the $10. Sorry, I gotta read it. I gotta read my super chats, bro. Just go ahead and continue, John.
But I do want to say something, John. I don't think let me grant you all of this, right? I don't necessarily think looting is this seems more of like a conservative value instead of like a leftist value. And so if it is the case that it's one of the conservative values, and that kind of doesn't matter to the conversation we're really having and why you're conservative, right? Or the claim that you said that left people are effing crazy, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. You want here? Look, I'll go on to my second one.
Okay. Well, real quick, let me read out this last comment real quick.
it-
I'm so sick of idiot. Mr. Oakby says, I'm so sick of idiot conservatives claiming that George Floyd had a dangerous amount of fent in his system. He had 11 nanograms in his system. That's 0.0000011 milligrams. 2 milligrams is a lethal amount.
Wait, and before we go, I do have to ask one question because this goes back to the George Floyd thing.
Mr. Oakby, can
John,
you send me that source real quick? Sorry. Go ahead, Logic.
John, you stated that because they were resisting, the police had obligation to put them in the hold, correct?
To restrain, sure, yeah.
Okay. Does that conclude that they were able to hold that hold for 9 minutes and 29 seconds once the individual is on the ground and handcuffed?
It's subdued, by the way.
You know what? It's possible. My understanding is that the Minneapolis instruction manual doesn't really specify a time frame.
Okay, but you would say if you were in a normal altercation and you got somebody restrained and they were on the ground, on their stomach, they no longer posed a threat, you would release said hold for the possibility of the outcome that they could become more injured or unalived.
Yeah, man. It's just, again, it is approved by.
That wasn't the
I'm not
fucking
disagreeing.
question.
Wait, Void, hold on. I'm not disagreeing it's approved. I'm saying from you have martial arts experience, I'm giving you this. If you get into a fight with somebody and you subdue them, you put them in handcuffs or you restrain them in a way where they can no longer use their hand, they are on the ground, on their stomach. Would you continue the hold that could potentially injure them more for another 9 minutes and 30 seconds?
That hold, if you know anything about martial arts and chokes, you actually have to. Do you know what a rear naked?
Hey, John, that was 30. You're gone.
Really quick, I just want to read this study just because I think it's important because John was up here. Is homophobia associated with homosexual arousal? I think this is a good fucking read. I think everybody should read this, especially John. Thank you.
John won't read it. John's just a racist.
Wait, by the
He's
way,
also a homophobe. Hello.
I really
Wait,
want to
say
ask him, hey, do you think Ashley Babbitt, should that have happened? She was resisting arrest directly in front of an officer that had a pew-pew pointed at her. Should that have happened, John?
wait, Sadie, by the way, he was
Finally took a shot though. Sorry.
and John, I was just saying John's wrong. Actually, under Minneapolis, and also like mostly around the world, there's something called excessive force, and that would be categorized as excessive force.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But yeah, you're
Like,
right.
because like tasing somebody is protocol, right? But like consistently tasing them until they have like a fucking heart attack,
Yeah,
right?
tasing them
is
for 9
obviously
minutes.
excessive, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we
Like
put you
imagine,
through the
oh my
keyhole,
God, imagine a fucking police officer tasing somebody for 9 minutes and being like, no,
At that
that's
point,
not
just shoot
murder,
me.
bro. Like, the fuck? Natalie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Be free of toilet name, man. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that one. Yeah, I mean, it becomes
but,
torture at some point. Yeah, but 9 minutes is
that
fucking
kick-
crazy, man.
That kick ended up costing $40.
You know what? We're gonna use that collapse as a kick. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say horrible form, by the way.
Oh, the John. I get it.
That's why they 86 Williamson County from Live PD.
You got kicked. Go check your
Check your messages. I like how me and Logic read that at the same fucking time.
They
Holy
tased a guy
shit.
with a pacemaker. Jesus.
I kind of want to re-download that app just to be like, let me see how many conservatives I can find. I want to go to their house and be like, oh, that's a Trump sign in your front yard.
Oh my God, please. Like, don't even like enter, just like, where you live at? Let me come over. Also, I will
And
say
they
there's
get
a
there
lot
and
of
then just take photos of their
the
Trump nuts.
amount the
Yes,
amount
sir.
of married men, married to women, by the way, that are on Grindr is fucking insane.
Holy shit, that should be
It's like an epidemic.
I'm
should
gonna
be my
start a
job.
gay Christian app for gay Christians who want to date each other, just to piss off the Christians, just like the piss off the right wing Christian.
I think that's a thing
Oh wait,
already.
wait.
Is it?
What would you call it? We need to come up with a
Christians
clever
app for
name.
Hmm?
The rainbow app.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah, no, you just say turn the other cheek.
Turn the other cheek.
Oh, this guy, bro.
Wait, cheek turner,
I'm
cheek
with it,
turner,
bro. I'm with it,
cheek
bro.
turner.
All
Well,
right.
Christian Mingle isn't
The-
specifically for gay
The
people. Sierra.
website is called ChristianCupid.com.
Wait, what about just holy?
I think that's a different website, Void.
Yeah, okay.
Listen. No, somebody said that they said holy, and the holy is so funny.
Cheek clappers.
I'm going to enter the holiest of holies.
The holiest hole.
You started this. Don't shake your fucking head. You started this shit.
Yeah. Honestly.
All right, if you are a conservative, go ahead and hop on the guest request and give your most degenerate argument. Thank you. Everybody else keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 50,000. We're at 38.2. Let's go. Thank you guys, by the way, for all the support. Thank you for the gifts, Cash App memo, and super chats and Twitch subs. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I didn't miss any.
Bro, my Cash App is broken.
Carmen, did I make more than you and CA
Yeah.
tonight?
I think
Yes.
you have, maybe. Yeah.
Good, keep it going. I want to double what he has.
No, give me the 200. All right, let's go. I'm beating them out. Okay.
Get me to 400, please. I want to beat Carbon one time.
You want to beat Carbon? Excuse me. Get in line.
If he's willing. Do you
Battle
consent?
between. Yeah. Well, it depends on who's giving, who's receiving. All right. For married Christian men, though, it's
I'm
second.
gonna switch
coming
any way you want.
Wisdom. Thank you for the heart, me. Thank you.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Auntie unmutes for that.
Auntie, I forget you're here.
Wait, how did your conversation with that one guy go where you brought up the Trinity?
Oh my, holy shit!
He was so bad, bro.
The interruptions, and then we have the Casey. I knew he was a new debater because he's like, well, God's all powerful means that means he's above logic, and I give him cases. Well, he's like, why would God do that? And I never asked why would God do that. And then at the end, I asked him, are they like Orthodox or anything like Nova Sola? Because they said they're not denominational. I'm like, oh, you're confused. Just a little bit of rhetoric, and they kicked me immediately after that. I was like, damn. I started laughing my ass off that low key.
Yeah, he was like asking me like dumb questions. Like, how can you have morality without God? I don't get it. It's not even process. I'm like, what's the contradiction? I don't understand.
Yeah. I do want to plug somebody else's live. I think this is
You're
actually
doing a good
important.
service in my
if
opinion.
anyone knows, Brett Cross lost his son at Uvalde. And every day for the past, I believe, 3 days, he's going to be doing it again tomorrow. He's going to be going live because right now they're at the trial for one of the police officers that did nothing to stop what happened.
Is he live right now?
No. He does
Oh,
it
he'll be
during the
live.
afternoon. He's going to be on tomorrow. I think East Coast time would be like, I think he's been going live in the morning, like 10 or 11. So if you're up and you have time, go support Brett. Yeah.
Yeah, Brett's a good friend of the stream. Definitely. I might be going live earlier because I gotta get ready for drill this weekend. So I might just raid Brett at the end of my stream, get some more people over to Brett's stream too.
Yeah.
But depends on how early I go, but we'll see.
Yeah, Maddie, Brett Cross.
Yeah.
I think
I
the
promise
name,
you, if you type in
Brett
Brett
Cross,
Cross, yeah, you're gonna find him. Yeah.
You'll find him.
Yeah.
Promise.
Incredible guy. I've been
yo,
doing
Collapse
all my
is-
gun control arguments from him.
Yeah, low key. Collapse is going in on Super Chat tonight. W Collapse. Collapse says F the police, donate some money. Hell yeah. How do I pronounce that? Collapse. I'm assuming it's collapse capitalism, but it says collapsitalism. I think that's how you pronounce it. Collapsitalism. Collapsitalism.
I'll go Mickey.
Annie, and you sleeping?
I think I haven't heard Annie in so long.
I think Annie's in bed with their child.
Collapsitalism.
Collapsitalism, yeah.
Let's find out. I want to see if this will do anything. If she yells at me, she's
Yeah.
still here.
Well, we're gonna restart in a bit anyway and debate some Christians. So
Hopefully.
Wait,
they're
I
not
said it
on
right.
the
Collapsitalism.
yeah, they got it. They said that you got it. Yeah, thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate
Hell
it.
yeah.
They said they're a dirtbag leftist.
A dirtbag leftist. I
They're
love
on the
it.
dark woke. Yeah.
Let's be honest, we're all woke, guys. Come on, let's be honest.
W collabs, by the way.
All right. Let's see. We'll get this guy in before we restart. If they. Okay, they're gone. Okay, whatever.
I just want to point out, this is kind of petty of me, Carbon, but like a month ago, I paid $5 for a spanking topic on a restart, and you never did it.
I did do one.
No, you didn't.
I did one. He was like, okay, and then I promised, and then I restart. It wasn't like, yeah, it was like a restart, and I did it. What are you talking about?
There was
It must be
another
a
time
different
that I
one.
paid. Yeah.
Maybe I didn't know.
Not tonight.
Oh, Jake, nobody's fucking talking to you.
So I paid you that one time to not have this banking topic.
Let's look at
You
the
don't
receipts,
remember?
Carmen.
Wow.
Let's look
You
at
don't
the.
remember? Wow. Yeah,
No,
we
I
could-
will show everybody. I will show everybody the receipts between us. I do not give a
I'm gonna
fuck.
send Carmen all
I
of my
have no
coins to
shame.
not do the spanking topic.
I just want to point out. You've never sent me a damn thing on Cash App. Just
I
want to
have.
preface that.
Well,
No,
not
you
from
haven't.
me, from like people donating to me to you.
No,
Yeah.
no, literally nothing on Cash App.
Oh, well,
That was all on Venmo.
God damn it. Tomato,
No,
tomato.
this is ridiculous. The amount of money I've sent you is actually insane.
It's probably at
That's
most
so
like
funny.
$30.
Save your fucking money.
Are you sure about that, Carbon? Are you sure about that?
It's probably
Yeah.
over the entire time. It's probably been like $30. Yeah, most likely been like $30.
$90.32.
I don't care about your AI shit. Do you think I care about your AI shit? That's crazy. Not Gemini.
Hold on. If
not
that
you
was
getting
over, if
ChatGPT.
that was over the course, of like 2 years. That's like
Yeah, how
Not 2 years.
$1.50 a week.
Wait,
What was the
no,
first
it
one? What was
hasn't
the first
even-
one? What was the first one? What?
Let me go look. Let me go look.
Yeah, what
Oh
was
god.
the date of the first one?
Yeah.
Okay, the date of the first one. Oh my god.
Bet you it was
February 2025.
Yeah, so a
Oh,
year,
but I'm not reading the
$90.
fucking note on this. I'm not reading the fucking note.
Let's bring up that motherfucking
You should
calculator.
read
Okay.
the note.
Did you even know you
I
guys
can
were in
go
February?
through.
Hey, bring up the calculator.
Yeah, that's $8
So-
a month.
hey. That's a Twitch subscription. That's a Twitch subscription, okay?
Boy, I think in the amount of times you've had me transfer money from one app to another, I've paid more in the fucking fees than you.
Wait a minute, pause. Wait. Why the fuck do you and Annie have to pay fees to pay me, but I don't have to pay y'all?
Because when you send me money through Venmo, I have to pull it out to my checking account. It takes a fee, and then I have to put it back in, putting my own money
Bro,
to
just get a
cover
Venmo
it.
card.
See, I didn't fucking know that.
I know it's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm just giving you shit. I
No,
have a
because that
Venmo
makes me
card.
feel bad that I'm taking money from you because I know you don't have it.
Love
Well,
it.
that sounded shady. I'm
it's
sorry.
15 cents. It's 15 cents. It's fine.
That sounded real shady. I'm sorry.
It's 15 cents. It's 15
But
cents.
no,
it's fine.
like
Yes,
the reason I
have-
don't ask Annie to do it is because it costs Annie money. So
I don't mind. I don't care. I'm helping you out. That's what I care about.
W, let's go.
Because that's a
So
good Christian
shut the fuck
thing
up.
to do.
when you mean good,
Yeah,
wait,
that's
actually,
a-
don't no, I have a
That's the
serious
good
question.
Christian thing to do. But first, before you ask the question, I'm gonna give a crazy motherfucking shout out to Straighterade. Okay, because Straighterade just rated us with 161 motherfucking viewers over on
Yo,
Twitch.
W
So-
Straighterade.
Y'all know Straighterade. Straighterade has been on the Whatever podcast. Amazing streamer. Has been like she cooked a lot of people, especially Brian on the Whatever podcast. I loved watching that.
Wait,
sometimes
who
I
was-
stream with
who was she?
Pisco. Pisco. What is she? There was this one time where she asked, would you debate Sam Cedar? I think she was asking. Like, you remember that one, or maybe you haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. W. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. I appreciate y'all. Hope y'all had a great motherfucking stream. We are debating conservatives right now over on TikTok. We're gonna restart so we can get some more debates. So.
Wait, Carbon.
Yeah.
Why is it when I search up the Whatever podcast, the first image I see is like this random guy and a sex doll right beside each other?
Yep.
Oh,
On
what?
YouTube? On YouTube?
No, I searched it up on Google and went to images because I knew I would recognize it. And I
Wait,
see this
why are
picture.
y'all?
I gotta see what
Why
you're
are y'all
looking at, bro.
confused? That's in their background. It's in every time they go live. That's one.
Oh
of
yeah,
their
the blow
backgrounds.
up doll. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the little blue.
There's a
Yeah.
silicone
Okay.
one.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
That's
not
their
virtual.
Yeah, it's
line.
because listen, that's their girlfriend, okay? They like to pass her around. Yeah.
Let me see if
I
this
just
is
want
an
you to know
opposition
Brian
real quick
claims
before
to
we.
be a virgin. I don't know how much I believe it though.
Bees, can I get your age, please? Hello?
Yeah,
Wow.
25.
All right, are you a conservative?
Of course. Who isn't?
All right. Us obviously. Okay. Well, let me just give me a second. Eddie Bombay, by the way, thank you for the 5 gifted over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Yeah, why are you a conservative?
Because the left is stupid.
Yeah, give me one stupid thing.
Driving into cops.
I didn't hear what he said. What'd you say?
Accelerating into federal law enforcement is stupid.
Talking about what happened with Ice Agent?
Yeah.
Oh, he's talking about the car.
He didn't do that, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, she was trying to drive away, so yeah. Try again. Next one.
Also,
FS.
mind you,
Next
not a
reason.
police officer. Not a police
It's a
officer.
law enforcement officer.
No.
It's
Yes.
immigration enforcement. But regardless,
Yes, you shouldn't try and run them over. I agree with that. Thank you.
yeah, and she didn't. So what's your next reason for being a conservative?
The right is more attractive on average.
Really?
The
So
left,
if I
the left,
so if I were to ask,
the left
so if I went to
assassinated
like,
Charlie Kirk and tried to kill Trump.
that's cool. So we'll get into political violence, but for second, we'll address your first one. You said attractive. So if I were to go to like surveys, and then do you think like women are going to be on average more attracted to liberals or conservative men?
No, like conservative women are more attractive than liberal women.
So just to be clear, can I get an answer to my question?
They'd probably be more attractive to liberal men because they're performative.
Okay, cool. So they are going to be more attracted to liberal men, right?
Because they're performative, though. They're
And then
not.
your position is that men are on average, conservative men or just men in general, are on average more attracted to them?
Women are more attracted to liberal men because they're performative and pretend to.
What you're
Like,
saying
it's-
is conservative men are fugly.
Anyway, like I don't see why we're gonna move on from that one because that's not even a reason to be a conservative. It's like a dumb reason. Yeah. So you're just against political violence too, right? You said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you condemn Donald Trump for his pardoning of the January 6th violent rioters?
Yeah.
You do condemn him for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you retract your support of him for that?
No.
Okay. Well, we got a problem now, right?
Well, you guys support the left, and they assassinated Kirk and tried to kill Trump.
Who's
so.
they? When you say they, you're talking about one person. Do you believe in like they them pronouns, right?
No, it was the left that did it, though.
The entire, so every single person who's on the left did it, right?
I did it.
How the fuck did I?
No,
do
but they supported it.
Oh, so no. Okay, so originally you said yes, but now you're saying no. So your original statement
They
that the left
supported
killed
it.
Charlie Kirk, your original statement that the left killed Charlie Kirk was false, and now you're
No, but they
saying
supported it, though.
okay. So now you're saying the left supports the killing of Charlie Kirk, correct?
They supported it.
Cool. So ask me if I support the killing of Charlie Kirk as somebody on the left.
Do you?
No. All right. Problem solved. Next
How
question.
about,
What's
how
your
about
next
your,
reason?
how about the rest of your panel?
See?
Nah.
No. All right. Okay.
Void.
No.
Daddy. No.
Okay. Cool. Now we've
now-
debunked that. What's your next reason for being a conservative? Go ahead.
He's just cooler than Kamala.
He's a rapist, so no.
Okay, that's a shit reason. Anyway, I want to talk more about political violence,
You
right?
can't,
'Cause
you
you're just
can't
giving
find
like
any good
dumbass.
Kamala TikTok.
I'm speaking anyway. If you're going to talk about TikTok edits, I think your brain is just completely fucking fried, right? So you brought up political
be a
violence, and this specific study talks about how most political violence is committed by people who are typically right wing. If you want to look up the title of the study, it's right here.
What about per capita, though?
Yeah, it is per capita. You can read the study.
Okay.
This is the title of
I
it.
thought we don't like per capita on the left, though.
Who the fuck said that?
What the fuck is your problem? A comparative political violence by left wing, right wing, and Islamist extremists in the United States and the world.
Yeah.
Usually, if you
And then
bring
you
up
can
per capita,
like,
you're racist or something, apparently. I don't know.
Who the fuck said that anyway?
Guy.
And then right here, this
Usually.
this part specifically talks about left wing versus right wing extremism, and how people on the right are more likely to engage in things like closed-mindedness and politically motivated
Lower levels of
violence.
intelligence as well. Let me pull up my
Mhm.
notepad on my desktop. I have a whole list of all
Isn't this one of the ones you use, Carbon, from
yeah, so I got
PNAS?
ADL, majority right-wing murder and extremism in the United States in 2024. That quote that white supremacists committed the greatest number of domestic extremist-related murders in most years, but in 2022, the percentage was unusually high. 21 of the 25 murders were linked to white supremacists. Next one, CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies. Quote, far-right terrorism has significantly outpaced terrorism from other types of perpetrators, including from far-left networks and individuals inspired by the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Right-wing attacks and plots account for the majority of all terrorist incidents in the United States since 1994, and the total number of right-wing attacks and plots has grown significantly during the past 6 years. Next one, there's a database of persecution project from political violence, a database. You could just look through all of them and do the studies yourself. The DHS did a homeland threat assessment among DVEs. Racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically white supremacist extremists, will remain the most persistent and legal threat in the homeland. There's also a study that Trump's own government put out, but then retracted because it showed that right-wing violence, this was last year, right-wing violence outpaced it. You also had Heidi Byrick, who's a PhD expert in American extremism. She testified in Congress confirming those findings in May 2023. She said, quote, data on acts of political violence clearly shows that it is the far right that is driving terrorism in the U.S., including targeting and, in certain cases, murdering law enforcement. And then lastly, we also have politically motivated violence is rare in the United States from even the right-leaning Cato Institute, which even also confirmed that right-wing violence outpaced left-wing. I got 6 other studies, by the way, if you want those. But yeah, if you're still here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Wait, so you're retracting your statement that like the left is more violent?
No, but
So can you wait? Yeah, can you provide me a source since we just gave you like multiple sources?
You kind of look like Charlie Kirk. Your face is small, like Charlie Kirk.
Relevance, yeah. Anyway, sure. Again, can you provide a counter source?
Yeah, per capita that we do this
again, we just proved that wrong. So can you provide a counter source, Bozo?
per capita that we do this crime.
Can you wait?
You guys think
Can
per
you
capita is
provide a
racist?
fucking source?
Hold on,
Can you find a fucking
Hold on, Boyd.
source?
You guys
This
think per
isn't going
capita is
any- This isn't
racist?
going
Like,
anywhere. This isn't going anywhere.
you guys think per
Can
capita is
can I
racist?
answer one question for me? What's the shape of Italy?
That was like good. That was funny. Like
It's a boot.
It's a boot.
Anyway.
Get the fuck out.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's just me and Logic. Anyway,
Auntie said
I don't
they'll
know
be
why
back
y'all
in 20
think.
minutes.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all think like saying that I'm ugly or some shit does literally anything for your fucking argument. You absolute fucking clowns.
I wanted the second he said it, I wanted to make so many Charlie Kirk jokes, but I promised I wouldn't do it on Carbon's
Yeah.
Live.
Also, Carbon, don't ever put me in that position to lie again. Don't ever do that.
I wanted
This
to make
person
so
is a
many
trolling
fucking
idiot,
jokes.
Yeah. Oh my god, bro. That's just. Oh my god. All right.
Carbon, can I make the jokes if you take your headphones off?
No.
Sorry, Logic called the kick before he could ask you. All right, we're gonna restart and we're gonna debate some Christians, guys, over on TikTok. So, when you see the live end, just count down from like 10 seconds, and then we'll do some debates on religion. So, I'll be back in about 10 seconds.
Oh, what the fuck? Are you restarting now?
Yeah.
Oh, I was kind of distracted looking at something because I was very confused.
You were reading those messages you were sending Carbon through the
I
Cash
can
App.
send it to you. No, I can
Cash App.
send you what the fuck I was looking at. I'll send it to you right fucking now.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna restart in about 10 seconds. Jesus Christ, bro. Getting a whole bunch of trolls. Where's my Star Wars lo-fi at, bro? Why are you conservative? Why are you Christian? There we go. All right. Where's the Star Wars lo-fi? There it is. All right. You guys on left, no Larry's. All right, welcome back.
I am.
All right, let's see what we got. Collapse, thank you for the $10. I support it, but I'm a dirtbag and not the dirt.
This person is. I know this person is like 40 plus.
Who?
You say collapse?
Collapse. They said they were like 70 something.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they are, but all right. Where's Satan at? Is he coming back? That's not good.
Yeah, he's come back.
All right, we back. All right, let's get some debates in here. Also, shout out to the Raiders from Shredder Raids Live. We got J Host, Liddy Agent, Scooter Roth, Start and Park Racing, Gaza is Our Home, Desolate, and Psychatic. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate y'all. Welcome in.
Void messaged me because I didn't come back right away. He's like, please come back. I'm lonely.
Too goddamn long. Okay.
I don't like being up here all alone. There's a lot of pressure on this panel.
You've hosted your own lives.
That's my panel. Obviously, there's no pressure there. Hello.
Collapse with the $5 says 37. I mistyped, but I'm rich now.
Hey, Collapse. Cash
Hey,
App.
Collapse.
Cash App $ atheist for logic. FORLOGIC.
Actually, I'm gonna reply to them. I just need an electronic cancer stick, please. It's been days.
You want to prove you're really rich? Well, I'm broke. Help!
spread some cheese on this broke cracker, okay?
Crazy. Where's the tapping? Why is nobody tapping? Go ahead.
I'll tap.
All right.
Tap you.
It's crazy, bro.
Oh.
Get in line, bitch.
Wild work.
I mean, or other way around. Whatever. I'm flexible.
So, all right. Yeah, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. I need let me see who is tapping and who's not, so I can ban anybody who's not tapping over on TikTok. Hold on, let me find out who you are.
Y'all too liberal.
Collapse says y'all too liberal. It's crazy. Top liker right now is Dragon with 200 likes. Let's go. Then we got Mighty Oculus coming in at a close second, right? And then we got Maddie coming in at a close third, 135 compared to 117. Let's go. Top gifters right now, Kit Vasquez. Thank you so much for the 8 coins. Emily with the 6. Mighty Oculus with the 6. Let's go. I've already sent 1.8K.
Beat them all.
It says 135.
Thank you,
Maybe it's,
Tom.
I don't know what happened there. Now it's okay. Now Maddie's number 2 and Burning is number 3.
Doc says 1 fucking rose for logic. Thanks.
Hey, listen, better than nothing.
He needs vape.
It's basically nothing. Like 1 coin is like a percentage of a cent.
Yeah. So what is it like? Okay, so 1K is like you get 10K. I mean, you get not 10K. You get $10 from like 1K coins. It's roughly around $10, I think.
Well, that's if you're hosting. If you're guesting, you get 20% of that 50%.
20% of the 70%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Twitch takes 50, and then YouTube takes 30. It's kind of crazy that TikTok's
So
like
like,
70%
okay,
of your fucking gifts. It's crazy.
yeah. So if you get like a $10 like super chat, you get 7.
Well, yeah. So like
Okay.
there's actually a calculator you can go to. You can go to like TikTok gifts calculator. It's like giftpointscalculator.com or some shit. And then you can like
Wouldn't it
type
just
in however coins you got. So if you got 10K coins, or let's say 1K, right? That means they sent $15. Oh, it's $5, sorry. They sent $15 worth of coins. So $15 came out of their account and you get 5 of them. Right? TikTok keeps 66%.
yeah? When's this new app gonna be happening?
Oh, the app,
The
my app.
22nd, the transfer.
No, I mean, it wasn't there. Like, remember when TikTok was going away last year, and they were like, "Oh, there's this app. It's gonna be the TikTok
No,
Unaliver."
it's not because like people just stayed on TikTok. Right? You have to, yeah.
But they didn't come out with it. Like, did they release it?
Yeah, because the competition now, because TikTok stayed.
Well, fuck, we'll all leave.
Like there was some people going to like Red Note and Lemonade, but those were kind of trash. Red Note was all right, but it wasn't TikTok. It's like,
Right.
yeah, it was like people thought it was like
It sounds like
too.
Facebook Reels.
Yeah, it wasn't American enough, I guess. So.
Well,
Nah, listen, I fucked with those little like those videos of whoever the fuck lived in the tiny car.
Yeah, you know
I
what's
really
funny?
like those.
You know what's funny? I just got a gifting suspension for 10 minutes. This behavior is not in line with our policies. Gifting is suspended for 10 minutes in this live. Reason,
you gotta be-
limited interaction.
No, it just says that you got to be careful of that because they will suspend your gifting for a week.
What the fuck is wrong? Why?
I don't know. It's been happening to a lot of creators now. I think the second you start, they're really hammering in with Canadian creators, but it is happening with a few Americans, and specifically if you're asking for gifts.
I definitely do not want them.
I do that
I
every
think
live.
they're
I'd be
trying
like, I don't
to-
ask. I just be like, if you want to support.
It depends on. See, we have less than 300 people. If you have a shitload of people like Parker and Dean, never get any of this shit because they get it consistently, and TikTok is making a bunch of fucking money. But because we're mentioning other apps,
Yeah, like
they send.
Oh
the
yeah, you're
giftings-
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like how you get money. 'Cause I guess I don't know. I'm gonna appeal this. Let me see if I can appeal it. The notice is
can't.
unclear. I'm not sure why I got this restriction. Submit that. I'm gonna restart this shit, bro. Fuck out of here.
It
All right, I'm
won't. It
restarting.
won't change it. Wait,
It
it
won't.
won't
It won't
stop it.
change it.
I don't care.
You have
I'm
to
coming
miss
back.
it
I'm
10
coming
minutes.
back.
The entire way.
That's cool. I'm coming back in 10 seconds, y'all. So I'll see y'all in about 10 seconds. Just come back. All right, we'll do it again.
Bye.
All right, we'll see you back, and the gift is still gonna be off.
Damn, bro. TikTok's some bitch, bro. All right. Do you only debate the right as a leftist? I have a lot of issues. Mainly because they're the biggest issues, right? They're the biggest problems. That's who I mainly debate. All right, let's get some debates in here, y'all. Get some debates in here. Also, some good news, right? There's been a lot of bad news this year. Good news is Zohran Mamdani fixed that speed bump for the bikers. Right? Literally a week in office. Everybody's been asking it. He was on Twitter. He was like, "I'll fix it when I'm in, bro." He fixed it, bro. It's been a year. I mean, it's been a week. All right. And
Wow.
he's
We're
holding
saying-
land. He's also holding landlord trials, right? He's like anybody who has like a landlord or something that's like a piece of shit. He's
A
gonna
slumlord?
yeah, he's gonna put them on blast and like talk about them and make videos about them specifically.
Good. Fuck them.
Oh my god, that's so based.
I don't live in New York, but can I submit my old one, please?
Can't wait for those videos. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm grilling them.
Uh,
This guy, John Smith, who's the landlord of this property, look what he did. Like he just, he doesn't fix shit. He doesn't. He denies your requests. He overcharges on rent. He's increased rent 5 times in the past year.
To Hazel, who asked my age, I'm 25.
Just thank you for the mermaid. Look, see, gift.
I'm the youngest one who's like really a brown panel besides Auntie. I'm the second.
Fuck, I hate when the cap lands cap down. Now I don't want to put it back on the fucking bottle.
Oh my god, 5-second rule. There's nothing on.
All right, we got 100 people in here. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request, and we'll get you on in here. Let's do it. What is this? Who added this Nightbot? Did you ever find Bugs Pussy attractive when he dressed up like a girl bunny?
Hello? What the fuck is
Yo.
Yo, can you pin that?
I don't know who put that as the Nightbot. It was either fucking, I think it was Ducko. I think Ducko did that shit, bro.
What the I don't know what a Nightbot is. Like,
It's an automatic, it's just like a bot, and you can like prompt it to say stuff, and every once in a while it'll like say stuff like, my bio and all that.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon said yes, but that's besides the point. That's wild fucking work.
My house
Y'all
is
are too
infested
freaked
with
out.
mice, cockroaches, and some other bug. Call me crazy. Jesus.
Okay, what the fuck?
I used to live in a place with like cockroaches. Like there was this like you try to like kill each of them, but like there's this type of roach trap. It was the most effective shit I've ever seen in my life. But basically the idea is like it allows them to go into it and then take the food, and it's like stuck on them, and then they go back to their little, wherever they go from, and then it kills all of them. Right, so it's like a Trojan horse. So I put like 2 of these things down after like maybe I tried the exterminator shit, I tried all the different stuff, and then I put 2 of these little things down. Like this is fucking big. I put them down, never got another one ever for like years. It was the most
Thank you, Maddie.
I was like, damn, I did like a genocide against these motherfuckers.
Wild work.
That shit was effective.
Be about a genocide carbon. Interesting.
Yeah. Roaches are immune to it now in New York City. Damn.
It better be logic requesting. Oh, it's Auntie.
It's
Good
Auntie.
enough.
There you go.
What's
I've never
up?
lived
What's up,
anywhere with
everybody? I'm
roaches. Yeah, I used to live in Texas, and we had like these fucking June bugs.
June
They
bugs. I haven't
yeah,
seen
they
those in
literally
forever.
come out in June, and they were like all over my
Dumb.
fucking like driveway.
They're
Like,
so
and
pretty.
You back out, and all you hear is every fucking day. Terrible.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate y'all.
Precisely. What's up, guys?
I
Had to
thought
do
you were going to
something
talk
for a
about the
while.
cockroach rape machine. What? Someone made a
Hello?
device that essays a roach. What the
Oh yeah, they it holds
yeah,
the
it was
roach
on
down and
Twitter
spanks it.
apparently.
okay. All right. Yeah, that's.
I don't know if they made one that penetrates. I haven't seen that one. I really
Yeah,
hope
I don't
they
think
just
I
fucking
wanna.
posted.
No, I think I'd still be doing.
cockroaches.
Listen, I don't even give them moral consideration. Somehow that's still wrong.
Streamlabs.
No shit, like that's
I don't know how it's still like. Why is that wrong? It's so wrong.
Well, bodily
Wait,
integrity is just
wait,
going to
do
be
you-
a thing we value. If it is the case we value bodily integrity, it could be the case you don't value that today, so it's still necessarily going to be wrong.
It just feels wrong. HD, can I get your age, please?
Badland, I'm 22.
All right, you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to give us your reasons why?
Yeah, I think. So I'm gonna be honest. I got into Christianity because I grew up
Call in
Christian.
clubs.
My parents are
Mhm.
Christian, but I do think that the Christian God is a at least somewhat decent description of the necessary being that I think upholds the foundations of the universe. So, like, it naturally follows if I believe that there is some necessary being, that the Christian religion kind of revealed that being to us, or
Hey, Monty.
through Christianity,
Why?
the being relieved itself
Why
to
would
us.
you believe if there is a necessary being, it would like want to resurrect a person called Jesus and flood the earth or something? Why expect that out of a necessary being?
I don't expect it. You can't expect or not expect something from a necessary being, right? Because
So why do you think
that's like,
Christianity is best explained by the necessary being, if there is a necessary being?
no, that's not my claim. My claim is that factually, I believe that there is a necessary being. That's
Okay.
like, just right off the bat. And I think that Christianity itself gives a decent description, and the whole resurrection story is somewhat of evidence, if it is true, right? If it is factual, that these people did believe that some man raised from the unalive. If that did happen, then I think that's like somewhat fair to say that that was some type of paranormal activity, or whatever you want to call it.
Supernatural,
Some type
yeah.
of miracle. I would say miracle.
Supernatural, yeah. So why, if somebody believed that somebody was resurrected, Jesus was resurrected, why would the best explanation believe that it's a miracle and not some natural phenomenon?
Oh, so the reason why I would point to a miracle would be specifically because of the claims that Jesus himself made, and then also the kind of reaction that the people that were around him had to his resurrection.
You muffled a
So
little bit, man.
Oh yeah, so I'm saying
There
that
you go.
it comes somewhat from the claims that Jesus himself made and how the people that were around him at the time reacted to his resurrection. So I would say that if we have somewhat of decent evidence that this event did take place and that this was the reaction of these witnesses, then I'm like, I'm not saying that this is like 100% factual source to cite, but I'm saying it is within reason to believe that
Yeah, you can
they have
say,
some type of credibility.
yeah, I mean, you can say, like, we get people's, like, supernatural claims all the time, right? And you're saying, like, well, because they believe these things, and Jesus said, Jesus claimed to be this or something like that, right? It's better explained under the theistic hypothesis, or the supernatural hypothesis at best, or at least, than some sort of natural explanation, right? Now, I don't know how, like, I don't know if you really answered that question, because, like, listen, we can just grant another hypothesis, like I'll give you two different hypotheses, and we can just see, like, what you think about them.
Sure.
Yeah, so we have the botched execution hypothesis, and then the hidden twin brother scam hypothesis, right? So the botched execution hypothesis is, oh, well, the execution, the Romans failed to kill. It was botched execution, right? They failed to kill, right? They usually do kill these people, but they failed to kill Jesus, and he survived, and then now he's walking around, so of course everybody thinks he resurrected. And the other one is that he just had a hidden twin brother, and they just, they're running a scam. They're doing all these miracles for people, making them believe that they're supernatural, but really they're just doing magic tricks. And their final act was to, for one of them to die and the other one to, take the mantle, right? So those are two different hypotheses. They're unlikely. But the question is, like, now that you've seen this person who you have strong reason to believe is Jesus, given that you recognize him, is walking around after you've seen what you think is his death, right? The probability of those two hypotheses start going up a little bit, right? So the question is, why does the resurrection explain it better?
Yeah, but so I think that there's somewhat more of, like, historical precedence to say that the resurrection would be a more credible claim, simply because of the fact that the sheer amount of people that believed him to still be unalive, and the limited amount of people that he revealed himself to, we only have somewhat of, like, I think you can say, like, factually less than 1,000 accounts for the continued life of Jesus. So we know for a fact that even if your theories are somewhat credible, a lot of people did not recognize that fact. Only, like, a small or limited amount of people saw Jesus after he supposedly got
Right,
unalive.
that's consistent with other hypotheses, right? Like we have 3 different hypotheses, right? Twin brother, botched execution, actual resurrection, right? And all 3 of them explain what these people are seeing. They explain why these people saw Jesus walking around, presumably what they believed to be Jesus walking around after what they believed to be his death, what they believed that they saw was his death, right? And all 3 hypotheses equally explain the data. The question, so you can't really say, you can't point to the data to try to confirm one hypothesis over another because they all explain it. So the question that's being posed to you is why believe one hypothesis is more likely than another, right? You have to answer that question without looking at the data. You have to look at like how we come to know about information and epistemology. So
Yeah, I mean, so
the way I would answer
but
that question, and I'll land the plane here. The way I'll answer that question is, well, we have a long history of botched executions through all different types of execution methods: hanging, death by firing squad, gas chambers, right? Like anything. Even like the Romans, they failed to kill this one guy. Not Jesus. They failed to kill this one guy who was an acquaintance of Pontius Pilate. He wrote it down, and Pontius Pilate asked for him to be brought down, right? So even the Romans failed in a crucifixion one time. And then we also know when it comes to the twin brother hypothesis, we know a lot of people scam people and make them believe that magic is real and stuff like that. So
yeah,
we
but I
have
mean, so
we
for
have no
instance,
background of resurrections.
yeah. So for instance, for the claim that Jesus could have survived, I think that one is far less plausible, given the fact that Roman executioners, even if there were cases where they did fail, at least we know that they had somewhat of a win rate, right?
Yeah, I'm not
they did
denying
it
that.
decently.
I'm not
They were
denying that. But
experts.
the
And
thing
then,
is, like,
and then to the other one,
yeah,
there was severe blood loss. We know that Jesus did not have medical care, no food, no water, so he had no nutrition. And we also know that even if he did survive, how likely would it be that he could get up and walk so that someone sees him? Wouldn't it be more plausible to say that someone found Christ and then gave him some type of medical care? But the data that we have shows that Jesus was revealed to others, right? Others saw Jesus, not that someone went and go look for him and then they came up with the idea that he resurrected from the unalive, right?
So just to be
So I
clear,
feel like,
do we think that the Romans killing a person, failing to kill a person, right? Do you think that that's less likely than a genuine death, like biological death and brain death, and then a resurrection? Do you think that that's more likely or less likely?
well, I mean, wouldn't you have to give me somewhat of a concession to agree? Well, I mean, if you're operating under my a theory that he did come from the death, you have to at least give me somewhat of leeway to say that this is plausible, right?
No,
We're not arguing
there's
against
no
it.
contradiction in a resurrection. There's no logical contradiction. It's nomologically, outside of biological bounds. We don't know of any way in which somebody could be dead for 3 days and then come back. Like that just denies all biological reality that we know of. But scientists can think of a way in which somebody can survive a crucifixion, right? In fact, it happened, and we have a long history of people surviving executions, even though they're extremely unlikely, right? So given that those 2 facts, there's no reason to believe that a resurrection is more likely than a botched execution.
But I mean, like for instance, right? If I were to put myself, and I know this is like not a good argument, but if I were to put myself in the shoes of one of those disciples or witnesses to the resurrection of Christ, or supposed resurrection of Christ, I think I would be somewhat able to tell that this is a man who failed to die, rather than this is a man who got raised from the dead.
Not as a 2026 person with your medical knowledge, because they didn't even know what germs were back then, right? So like, put yourself in the mind of a 2026 goat herder, right? And then try to make that claim.
No, I get the point, right? But my main point is that I think reasonably you could somewhat tell if this person simply looked as if they were half dead, right? Rather than raised from the dead. I'm just saying, like, you could somewhat.
What does somebody look like who's raised from the dead? What does that look like?
I mean, they would.
You don't know, right? We have no history of that.
At least
they would have what?
I think that they will have some type of energy, right, to walk, because we did see that Jesus did walk with the disciples at the time, and he did appear to 500 witnesses, right? So if we give,
that was Paul wrote. He wrote that. He's the one that wrote that there were 500 witnesses. There weren't 500 witnesses that wrote that they saw him. It was one person who wrote that there were 500 witnesses. To be clear. Okay.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying, yeah, if that were true, right? Because we did hear that he got a spear to the heart. Like, we know that, right?
Well, they didn't say the heart. They said his
evidence that he
side.
got spear to the heart.
They said his side, like somewhere around here, abdomen. They didn't say the heart.
I would have to go check up on that just a little bit. But I mean, the thing is, if he really did fail to unalive, I think like the historical evidence that you'd need to back that up would be more that someone found him and gave him somewhat of medical care.
So why wouldn't that be more likely than a resurrection? Like, listen, if I see somebody like get in a car crash that nobody, like barely anybody survives because they're going at like 90 miles an hour, right? And I see them and they're like, oh shit, right? I'm like, no way he survived that. And then like, I don't know, like a week later, I see him walking out the hospital. But I don't think he was resurrected. I'm like, oh, he just didn't die.
Yeah, but that would have to mean that he got medical care, right?
Yeah. Maybe he got medical care. Maybe it could be possible. It's extremely unlikely that he was just extremely lucky, right? Because that happens. Some people are lucky.
There's no evidence that Christ was given medical care. That's my point.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
the evidence only points to him.
What we're doing is asking which hypothesis is more likely to be true.
Right.
So
I mean,
yeah. So if you think hypothesis 1, which is the resurrection, is more likely than hypothesis 2, which is the botched execution, then you're going to be committed to all these kinds of other weird beliefs where, you know, somebody brings you like some sort of, I don't know, like a perpetual motion machine. You just believe, oh, I just believe it, right? You don't believe that it was some natural event because like the long history of success of us like disproving, you know, things that we once thought were supernatural, then we found out later that they're natural.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you think for Christ being so popular that they actually have some type of documentation in how he actually unalive, right? Because if he did survive, if he did survive, and then afterwards the people that were around him decided to form a religion and create a bunch of churches, you would expect that Jesus would be somewhat involved in that whole institution being built. I'm saying if Jesus did survive, we'd have some other type of documentation of how he actually unalived, not just that, you know, there's nothing that points to him having a life after that period of time where he resurrected and then went back to heaven.
I'm sorry, I'm confused on what you're saying. Are you saying if Jesus did unalive, we'd what?
No, if he did survive after that time period.
Okay.
Yeah, if he did, I think that being such a prominent figure and the fact that they did create a religion afterwards based on the fact that he was in heaven or did unalive.
Mm-hmm.
If that was the case, I don't think that the doctrine or the story of how Christianity began in the early churches, that it was based on the fact that they had the Holy Spirit and Jesus was no longer with them.
No.
I don't think that would be.
We're saying the botched execution hypothesis is just saying that he survived, but the people thought he was resurrected.
No, yeah, but I'm saying.
So yes, of course they're still gonna make the church. There's, you know, some of them are still gonna die for him, for what they believe in, right? It's just a false belief.
But there was also a doctrine that he was in heaven and he was no longer with us, and the Holy Spirit was who was on earth at the time, guiding the disciples that created the institution of the churches.
Wait, I'm sorry. What are you responding to?
Yeah, I'm responding to the so the point that Jesus Christ was no longer with them, and they then gone on to create a church.
Yeah,
and we
so
know that what they claimed to guide them through that creation was the Holy Spirit.
Right. Well, how do you know that?
So Jesus is no longer with them. No,
Okay,
I'm
so
saying that's a claim.
yeah, so you just it's a claim. Like, okay, so Jesus. Okay, so botched execution says that Jesus survived, and then after surviving, he left them, like he walked away or like traveled somewhere else.
Yeah, but
I don't.
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no like that is less plausible to me to say that Jesus
no
Christ,
resurrection.
Jesus
Like,
Christ then
do we
disappeared.
understand what you're asking when you're asking somebody to believe when you're asking for a resurrection? You're asking for biological decay. The brain stops its activity. Things start to decay. Maggots start forming, right, and all these different things, and the body starts, the tissue starts going away, and all that stuff, right? And then somehow all of that starts reversing in its entropy, and then boom, now it's no longer decay. He doesn't look like a zombie. They didn't say that he looked like some sort of zombie, right? They said he looked like a scarred man, right? So why, how is what you're saying, anything that you give me, how is it less likely than this resurrection?
You're saying that a dude who was basically half dead, right? Who
No, he wasn't
literally
half dead. He was
almost
fully
unalive.
alive. There's no such
No,
thing
no,
as
no, no.
half
Wait,
dead.
I'm saying, you're saying that it was a botched execution. So we
Yeah,
know
which happens.
Yes, because we have history of that.
Yeah. So if I give leeway to that claim, we have to agree that afterwards Jesus Christ was in a dire condition, like very, very weak.
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna bring
doesn't
up this
negate the
scenario.
fact that he could have survived.
So someone who is so weak suddenly.
Yes, wait, 1 second. I want to bring up a specific case, right? There was this woman. She was like jabbed like over 100 times. Her throat was sliced over 10 times, right? Her intestines were hanging out of her abdomen, right? Yet she survived, right? Somebody who I think was in a much more dire situation than
Did
what
she get up
Christ
and walk
was.
away and travel 100
Yes.
miles away from where they were?
Yes.
No, she did
Not
not.
100 miles,
What are
but
you
she
talking about?
traveled to safety. Yes.
Wait,
Okay,
I
so
can
she
hold
traveled
this
to
fucking
safety.
claim.
Could I bring up?
real quick.
Could I
So
bring
real
up
quick.
one thing real quick? When
She
he's
traveled
done?
to safety. That's what she said, right?
Yes.
How far? Do you think someone who was in that dire situation could disappear from the people that saw him? Like what? They would watch him walk away from them in such a dire condition?
Walk?
What are you talking about? I don't
Why
think
can't
that's
you just get
plausible
on like
to
a
say at all.
horse or like a chariot?
Someone who has in that dire of a condition can get up on a horse and ride a horse? That's
Yeah, a
like,
chariot.
That's dumb.
Yeah, they have chariots back then. You know that, right? How's that dumb?
No, I'm saying by themselves. How could they get
why would
up
they need to be
and
by
walk
themselves?
away and travel away?
Yeah,
Well, we have
because
no evidence that you.
yeah, it's more likely. What do you think? Yeah, just answer the question. What's more likely, that somebody who's injured can walk away, or somebody is resurrected from the dead after 3 days? What's more likely?
You can't place some type of possibility to that
you can.
because we don't know.
I can tell you
Wait,
why.
but
I can tell you why
what-
you can.
but you-
I can tell you
but-
why you can. I can give you reasons for why we should be able to do that. So under Bayesian analysis, Bayesian epistemology and reasoning, that's how we use abductive reasoning. If you want to find out, because there's listen, I could come up with 1 billion different hypotheses that explains this data, right? But we have to discriminate which hypotheses are most likely to be true. Now,
but you're
hold on real quick, please.
coming at it from a
Hold on,
general
real quick,
perspective
please.
rather
No,
than.
I'm not. I promise you, this is how everybody reasons. But for some reason, you guys don't do this for Jesus, right? So when we say, hey, listen, I have a long history of botched executions, right? A long history throughout all of human history, from even like very simple methods to very egregious methods. Some people survived them, right? And because some people survived them, that's reason to believe. That's reason to believe, like, you know, what I was talking about earlier, right? We have a long history of that, right? But we have no long history at all whatsoever of resurrections. We don't even have a biological reason to believe that somebody can resurrect from the dead. But somehow that's more likely than botched execution.
Carbon, could I give?
So I kind
one
of see what
point-
you're doing. So
Whoa, wait,
no,
HD,
so-
HD, 1 second. Could I give one point that would actually give credence to
Yeah.
Carbon's argument specifically for the resurrection of Jesus compared to just the injured botched execution? So, the Romans took very good records of how they would execute people, specifically crucifixion. Do you know how long crucifixion would normally take in order for someone to be fully justifiably unalived?
Probably about like a week or two.
It would take anywhere between 3 days to a week or two. You're right. Jesus was only up on the cross for 6 hours. and then they brought him down. I would give more credence to the fact that a person had a box execution because they were already priorly injured, then I would say they were resurrected.
Do you want me
Because even the crucifixion didn't happen the way the Romans actually did it.
So the reason why I would like give pushback to that, because we didn't know with somewhat reasonable historical record that Jesus was not just put up on the cross, that he
I'm not disagreeing with that.
injuries before
I'm
he
not
went up on the cross.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with
And
that.
that he had
Okay,
lost
but
a
we
lot of
also
blood before.
but we also have records of the Romans hurting other people before they put them on the cross in similar ways to how they did it to Jesus, and they would still take 3 to 4 days to fully die.
So, by the way,
because they wouldn't die from their injuries, they would die from either
starvation
so by the way,
and
dehydration.
wait. So real
or
quick,
dehydration.
do you guys know that there's actually no historical records of Romans botching executions of what you guys are referring
Yeah,
to?
there is. No, there is. There is one. There is one case.
Just let me finish. Yo. What you're referring to would be more of like early modern Europe or medieval times, and those not in the Roman period.
No, I was
themselves,
talking
in the
about
Roman
I'm talking
execution.
about Pontius Pilate, who explicitly said that he had 3 acquaintances. They were sent for a crucifixion, and one of them survived. So he asked for him to be taken down, and so that
That's not
person ended up surviving a crucifixion.
Wait, because
Pontius Pilate
they
said that.
Wait. So they did not verify that this person was unalived by them
Yeah,
being
he
crucified.
wasn't
Because
killed
the
like the other
fucking
two
So
were.
they
The other
took him
two,
down.
hold
They
on,
took
real quick.
him down.
The other 2 were killed, and the other one ended up surviving. He survived what the crucifixion was. It was a standard procedure. One of them survived, and so because he survived, he asked him to be taken down.
No,
Now,
but I'm saying
I'm gonna ask
the
you
idea
this
is
question.
they had to verify that Jesus Christ was actually unalive by poking him in the side with
Wait.
the spirit.
Okay.
For that
Wait.
dude, they
Let me-
they
I just
let
gotta-
me
I gotta
finish,
ask him this question.
More credence.
Let me finish. For that dude specifically, they if they wanted him to be dead, he would be dead, right?
Okay. Now, I'm gonna give you this case, and we're gonna use your standard of reasoning to determine what happened here. Okay, so this is a case from 1628. I'm sorry, 1650. Her name is Anne Green. You can look it up. It's on like Wikipedia. There's also primary sources that you can
Look it
look
up.
up too. So her name is Anne Green. She was an English domestic servant who was accused of committing infanticide in 1650. She's known for surviving her attempted execution by hanging. So I'm going to read what happened here. She was born, yada yada. She was a maid. She ended up having an illegitimate child. Right. Okay, so she became pregnant, though she later claimed that she was not aware of her pregnancy until she miscarried in the privy after 17 weeks. She tried to conceal the remains of the fetus, but was discovered and suspected of infanticide. So, Sir Thomas prosecuted her under the Concealment of Birth of Bastards Act of 1624, under which there was a legal presumption that if a woman who had concealed the death of her illegitimate child, it presumed that she murdered. Okay. So, a midwife testified that the fetus was too underdeveloped to have ever been alive, and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, in spite of her testimony, she was found guilty of murder, and she was hanged at Oxford Castle on 14th of December, 1650. At her own request, several of her friends pulled her swinging body, and a soldier struck her for 4 or 5 times with the butt of his musket to expedite her death. So she was presumed dead half an hour later, right? So she was cut down, and she was given to the University of Oxford's physicians for dissection. So they're taking her to Oxford, and they open up her coffin in the morning after her hanging and discovered that she had a faint pulse, right, and was weakly breathing. So they sought the health of their colleagues, so they did all these different remedies. They poured hot cold drill down her throat. They even gave her like an enema, right, or whatever. So the physicians then placed her in a warm bed with another woman who then rubbed her and kept her warm. She began to recover quickly, very quickly, beginning to speak after 12 to 14 hours of treatment and then eating solid food after 4 days. Within 1 month, she had fully recovered, aside from amnesia about the time surrounding her execution. And lastly, the authorities granted her a reprieve from execution while she was recovered, and they ultimately pardoned her, believing that the hand of God had saved her, demonstrating her innocence. So here's my question to you. Was their assessment correct that this was the hand of God? Or was this just they failed to kill her?
I have no clue, but I would probably bet on they failed to unalive her. But I don't think.
Okay, then.
I don't think.
Let's
What
just
does that prove?
why. Well, okay. So you think it's more likely that they failed to kill her than she was resurrected, correct?
Well, I'm not coming from it from a probability perspective. I'm just saying that
Yes,
I would
that's
probably bet on they.
That's what we're talking
So
about, the
is it
probability of a resurrection happening.
is it more
No, no, no.
likely?
Again,
Is it
you
more
guys
likely?
asked
Is it
me
more
if
likely?
I.
Please, I gotta be very linear here. Is it more likely that she just survived or that she was resurrected? Please answer the question.
I mean, she probably get medically resuscitated. That's what I was saying.
So she probably
No.
survived.
Yeah.
So she survived. That's what you mean by
But yeah,
resuscitated.
wait. But bro, do you know that there has actually been medical studies surrounding her death and why it was plausible that she could have gotten resuscitated rather than not
Wait,
die?
when we
Because
say
for
resuscitated,
instance,
just
for
to be clear,
medical
what we mean by death, hold on, just please. What we mean by death is not like your heart stops beating. We mean like brain death. That's what we mean by death, right? There's no
because
brain activity.
the historical records actually pointed to her being unconscious rather than dead. That's a problem.
No, it said that she was
Yes,
presumed
no,
dead.
historical records. Yes. What do you mean?
No, it says
What
that she was
sources you using,
presumed
brother?
death. It says it right here.
No,
It says
yes,
she was
but she was
presumed dead by the
she was
two
presumed
physicians.
dead by the
Mhm.
physicians, but she was only
Yes.
unconscious by historical
Wait, how do
records.
you know that she was
That's
Wait,
what
only
wait,
they
wait.
verified.
Wait, I'm sorry. It doesn't say anywhere that they assumed that she was just unconscious. It said they thought she
No, no,
was
no.
dead.
They
Presumed dead.
HD,
they
please.
presumed
Oh my
that
God.
she was dead, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now, tell me why it's more likely that she survived than if she was resurrected.
Yeah, but I'm saying you guys said that she was presumed to be dead. So even afterwards, they didn't like verify the claim that she was dead. It
Tell
was
me
How do you,
still a
how do
why.
you
Tell me why it's more likely that she survived than being resurrected.
because according to because based off of what I'm reading, she did have a faint pulse. She was still breathing.
Yeah,
She only
a
had
day
no
After,
later.
until
hold on,
12
bro,
to
please.
14
I gotta
hours
be.
afterwards.
So, just to be clear, yes, they found out she was alive after thinking she was dead. You're not saying anything interesting, right? Tell
So
me
they did not
why
verify
it's.
her death. Jesus'
Wait,
death
hold
was
on, my God.
verified
Oh
by
my
the
God.
persons that crucified him. That's a
Oh my
big
God.
difference.
Jesus Christ. Okay, when you say verified death, what do you mean by death?
For Christ, he was left 36 hours after he was stabbed in the chest to verify that he was dead, and he had no reaction to that.
Okay.
He was
When
left
you
on the
say
cross for
death,
whatever
do
hours.
you
We're not
mean
talking
brain
about
death?
I would talk about the mainly not brain death. I would be
Okay.
talking about, you know,
So they didn't
lack
have
of
the standard of understanding of what it meant
respiration.
to be death back then as we do now, right? So they had to
But
use
they have
different. They had to hold on. They had to use different, less reliable, and very, very shoddy methods, right?
breath is a good right. Breath is a very very good method that I would
No,
say
it's
to
not.
prove that someone is. Yeah, yes it is.
There
It's a
could be
decent. It's a very very
imperceptible.
decent method.
It's a heuristic, but it's there could be imperceptible, right? But if somebody's brain
No,
dead, it's almost every single time somebody experiences brain death, they are dead every time, right? Okay,
yeah, but I mean,
so
even
just to be
to
clear,
modern
like just to
standards,
be clear,
even
in
to
the
modern
case of
standards,
Jesus,
brain death.
they
Stop.
in the case of Jesus, you had less advanced people, right, confirming that what they believed to be Jesus's death, right? In the case of Anne Green, you had more advanced people confirming what they believed to be her death. Now, okay, now from there, why is it more likely that she survived, given these advanced University of Oxford physicians, compared to that would have been a long, a long time before, right? So why would you expect? Why is it more likely in the Anne Green case that she survived rather than was resurrected?
I mean, so she had medical intervention from what you state to be modern medicine or more modern medicine in comparison to Jesus's case. I think that is far more likely for her to be to receive medical care that allows her to become conscious again and not die, in comparison to when Jesus got crucified, where you had nowhere near that level of tech or medical tech to revive someone who has been through that amount of crucifixion.
When they found her,
I
she was already I'm sorry. They presumed that she was dead. When they opened the coffin, they already knew that she was alive because they discovered that she had a faint pulse. Right. That was prior to any hold on.
I gotta go think
before.
That was prior to any medical intervention, not after.
So what was the methodology that they used to verify her death before she was placed in the coffin?
So these are Oxford University physicians. I assume they had a standard SOP for determining whether somebody was dead or not. So it could have been the case like that, the fact that she was hanging, right? Maybe they didn't feel a pulse. The fact that she was how she was oriented, maybe she didn't feel a pulse. It could be the case that they thought her heart did actually stop for a very short period of time. And so during that time, right, they thought she was dead. Of course they would, right? Because they don't feel heartbeat and they don't feel any breath or anything like that. So of course they're gonna do that.
I think it was probably because of the scenario itself, what she had been through. I think they simply looked at the gravity of her physical state and the case surrounding her, or her basically being hanged, and her liver or whatever you guys say, intestines hanging out. I think they simply looked at her and said, she's probably dead.
Why do you think that?
And I literally think that.
Why do you think University of Oxford physicians thought that?
Because if they documented the case, if they documented the case to somewhat credible standards, I think that they would give some type of methodology to cite how they decided that she was dead to begin with. But they only say that they presumed her to be dead. I think that it was the gravity of the situation itself. And I would ask you, which do you think is more plausible? If they did check that she was
lazy
dead or try to verify,
physicians,
would they document that?
So lazy physicians, right, is your hypothesis correct?
No, not necessarily. I mean, just simply based on the gravity of the case itself, I think that around that time period in the 1600s, that most would assume, even physicians, most would assume that she was dead. I think that's
really?
definitely
That's interesting. So
yeah.
you think back then during that time during Jesus, right? They truly believe that their verification truly meant that somebody was dead, correct? They believe that, right?
I mean, yeah, to their standards probably, but I'm not
their standards are weak compared to ours, right?
I'm not operating off of their standards itself. I'm operating on plausibility, as you said.
Yeah,
he was in a tomb for 36 hours. He was scourged. He was nailed. He was stabbed in the chest.
Can't point.
Well, a single resurrection other than Jesus.
Yeah, by putting in supernatural causes, you can't. There's no comparable way for you to say it's more plausible to say that they resurrected through supernatural causes than they fucked up. You're dealing like
no
literally
argument there.
The entire point of this. Stop. The entire point of this. Carbon brought up a example of how somebody who can be presumed dead, who in my opinion was in equal to, if not worse circumstances than Jesus was, went through more, went through longer, had medical doctors confirm said death, and they were wrong. But you're not willing to grant that 1,500 years prior to that, when they had no modern medicine, when they had no actual verifiable way of pronouncing somebody dead besides taking their head or heart out, you're saying it's more likely that a supernatural cause had Jesus come back than they just fucked up.
Yeah, so by the way, you guys are making a type of illogical inference because we have no probability numbers to point to about supernatural intervention.
Exactly.
For instance, wait. So very quick, you cannot say that it is more plausible that something supernatural happened rather than not happen because
So
we have no. Chill.
Stop.
Because we have no
I get what
data
you're
set to
saying.
point to.
I get what you're saying.
So that's like
essentially
not
saying
doesn't logically follow.
We can't use probability for supernatural causes. And yet the question Carbon proposed to you is which is more probable, and you keep trying to explain why the supernatural cause is more plausible.
Wait, no. I don't even have to go that far first. First, I would have to ask which is more plausible. Did he die or not? That's the basis of the argument.
Let's try this.
So
Let me be more clean. Let me be more clean. Let me be more clean with this. Let me be more clean with this. Let's say there's a man, right? And he's in the gallows and he is going to get decapitated. right? And you've seen him, you know what he looks like. You're familiar with what he looks like, right? He's, you know, you don't know him like the back of your hand, but you know what the guy looks like, right? Okay. So he did some bad thing, whatever. He gets sent to the gallows, and you very clearly see him. You're tracking his face. You see him get on the gallows. You see him get on the thing, and you see cuts his head off. Okay, you with me so far?
Yeah.
All right. A week later, you see that same guy walking around. What do you think best explains that?
If his head got,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And would he return with his head or without?
Yeah, his head is fully attached, and all he has is like a little scar across his neck. What do you think is the better explanation there?
So I don't think you can put probability towards it simply because that's not an inference that you can make logically. But simply based upon what I would say or believe to be true, I would say it's more plausible that this dude got, I think, resurrected or some type of very, very advanced medical tech. But most likely, depending on the time, he was probably, you know, some type of supernatural.
You wouldn't
invention,
just
I
say,
think.
bro, that's just, oh, there's a guy who looks just like you, bro, and he had his head cut off. You wouldn't just say that?
But that's not a part. That was not a part. That was not a part of the
Yeah, it is.
scenario that you gave to me, right?
Wait. I
No,
told you.
You said I've seen the same guy, right?
Yeah, of course you think that it's the same guy.
Logically
You'll never be.
speaking, it's not
You
the
don't
same
know.
guy,
You're
right?
not testing his DNA, right? You don't obviously. This is the 1600 gallows, right? Okay, you just see what appears to be very obviously appears to be the same guy, right? So you wouldn't just.
Do you know?
So just to be clear, under
Do
that
you know what-
scenario, you wouldn't just say, "Oh, you had a twin brother." You wouldn't say that.
Do you know what a deductive question is?
No, this
You
is an
asked me, did you-
abductive question, not deductive.
No. My response is supposed to be deductive because you're asking me to use the data that you gave me to provide
I'm
some
gonna
type
give it
of
to you again. I'm gonna
probability
give it
towards
to you again.
So it
Be
doesn't
more
make sense.
specific. I'm gonna give it to you again. Be more specific. All right.
So say
1600s.
someone that looks
please,
like him
please,
pops
please.
up to me. You should.
All right. So please. Okay. So you see this person. It's a man. You see him get decapitated, and you see what obviously appears to be the same man, right? Walking around a week later. What's the best explanation for that?
If I saw someone that looked like him, I'd probably just say, "Oh, you look like a dude that I figured to be dead."
Okay. So I go around, I see Jesus get, killed, right? And I see him a few days later. I'm like, "Oh, bro, I just saw somebody who looks just like you get killed." Am I unreasonable?
Are you unreasonable? Yeah, I mean, it depends if because we do know that when Jesus met up with his disciples, they had conversations, and during those conversations, they talked about things that happened before or that followed what happened before. So we know for a fact that the disciples believed him to be Jesus Christ, and they made no claim afterwards to the. I mean, that's not even a good comparison. Simply based on the fact. Simply based on the fact that if
I did something even more miraculous than a resurrection, which was a decapitation and a recapitation, right? I'd argue that that's probably like more miraculous than a resurrection, right? Now, and then you gave a natural explanation for it. But then when it comes to Jesus, now you're giving a supernatural explanation. I did that on purpose. I gave you something that was more unbelievable than a resurrection, and you gave a natural explanation for it.
Well, because it's not comparable. Because in the case that
I know
Jesus
that's
had
why
injuries
that's the
that
point. It's not
he had-
comparable.
Wait,
I
wait,
gave you
look,
something
look,
that's
look, look,
significant.
look.
I can do anything. I can give you the most miraculous shit. I can say, oh, they ripped this guy's arms off and his legs off, and now he's just the armless, legless, floating thing, right? Venom, Loki. And then you see him walking around a couple of days later, you'd be like, oh, yeah, this is a different person. Of course you're gonna say that. It's like the sane thing to say. You're not gonna be like, oh, he just regrew his limbs. Like,
But I mean, if the dude claimed to be, wait, that's not a good comparison. I'm gonna lay out two reasons why I think it's a terrible comparison. First, based on the fact that the disciples asked for some of Jesus' injuries, and he did have some of the injuries that he had from the crucifixion.
oh, that makes the
And
resurrection
second
even
part-
worse.
Wait, real quick. Let me finish. And the second thing is, if the dude that you saw who appeared to be the dude that died, and that dude himself talked about things that only this other dude that is dead should know about, then in that case, I think most people would probably be scared out or freaked out and be like, "Yo, did this dude raise from the dead?" Do you
Yeah,
think
they
that's
can
plausible
ask
for them to
that
say?
question.
Like
That's
if a dude that
that's a question. That's a reasonable question, but it's not the more likely explanation.
I mean,
Never will be.
if
It's like you're
specifically though,
insane to think that
if
that's
the
a more
dude had
likely.
all the same scars,
Yeah,
if the
why
dude
would
had
okay?
all the same
What's more
scars of the
expected?
guy that was dead,
What's more expected, right? You get a botched execution, right? And you have scars from your botched execution, or you have the fucking ability to regenerate like Wolverine and you have scars. Which one's more likely? Why would you
again, you
have your
cannot
scars
make
if you're able to resurrect and regenerate everything?
you can't make an inference of a supernatural because there's no data to.
Right. Then nothing.
Then
There's
it's
nothing you can say
underdetermined.
to justify your claim. There's
It makes
nothing
no
you can
sense.
say to justify the claim that
No,
Jesus resurrected.
so
There's
so
nothing.
so the argument that we have to have is, was it more plausible that Jesus died or not? That's what we're arguing, right?
But wait,
No,
that's
after
not your
no,
argument.
no, that's not even the
Yes,
argument
yes,
because
it
we're
is.
what we're
Yes, it
doing.
is.
Wait,
What?
HD, we're not asking what's more plausible, right? Whether Jesus died or not. We're adding content to that proposition. We're gonna say after you see what you think is his death and you see him walking around, what better explains why I see him walking around? Now, him surviving drastically increases in its probability, and it's not even close compared to a resurrection, right? If I see somebody who I really fucking think died, right, and I see them walking around a day later, a week later, they did not fucking die, my guy. Either that or they have like some sort of like a twin brother that's trying to scam me, right? Or maybe like somebody who made themselves look like him, right? But
Fuck, you
very
had a body
clearly,
double. There you go.
or something like that, right? Like that's probably less likely than just, oh, he just survived, right? Like, of course, if I see somebody who I think died and I see them walking around later, I'm gonna be like, oh, I was mistaken and believing they're dead. That's the almost sane view I think you can ever take. But like, I have to. You're asking me to jump to this insane position that he was resurrected. Like, why would I believe that? Do you understand what a resurrection entails? That entails death, biological death, brain death, decay, tissues, maggots, all that, and then all of that being reversed by entropy. Like, you're asking me to explain that versus just somebody surviving.
It's a category error, bro. It's a category error. You cannot compare something, a supernatural claim, to a natural claim.
Okay,
For instance, let me just lay it out
okay.
real quick. Let me lay it out real quick. Beginning, the only thing that we can actually put plausibility to is the natural, because we know nothing about the supernatural claims. So we have to first start with the natural claim.
Okay.
Biologically, is it more plausible that he died or survived? We have to start right there. We know nothing about how
Yeah, it's
plausible
more
it
likely
is
that he survived.
he actually got
The
resurrected.
correct answer.
We don't know.
The correct answer is that it's more likely he survived. You want to know why?
But yeah, no.
Because we
it's
have a
not,
long
because,
history
again,
of people surviving, and we don't have a long history of people resurrecting.
No, we
Question.
don't have a long history of people surviving the
Yes,
case
we
of
do.
Jesus Christ. I don't know
Yes,
what
we
you're talking
do.
about. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Dude, hold on.
No, we
Have
don't.
you ever heard the name? Have you ever heard the name Spartacus?
Yes.
Okay. Spartacus had a rebellion against Rome. Spartacus lost. 30,000 people ended up getting crucified. There are records of people surviving that and then going on to be unalived in different ways.
So that's not a comparison.
So
If you took one of those
gives
dudes,
credence to the fact that Jesus would have survived if the Romans had a history of fucking up crucifixions.
no. Crucifixions
Jesus
themselves,
Christ.
bro. Chill. There
Oh
is
my
no-
God, no, dude!
again,
Stop talking. This is the most idiotic fucking thing ever. You said it out of your own mouth.
That's
We
fine.
cannot use
Yeah, that ended
data.
the
We
debate.
cannot use anything.
There's no
for
historical record.
when it comes to the supernatural, and yet you're claiming, well, you know what? That's actually the most likely scenario, which you said we can't use. You
No,
ruled out
I'm not saying
every
it's more
other
likely for
scenario.
that.
That's
The
the
likeliness
entire
comes from the
claim that he
biological
was
events.
resurrected.
Bro, lock in. I need you to lock in.
No,
The
HD,
plausibility
is your
of
claim
the
that Jesus
likelihood-
resurrected?
Bro, lock in for a sec.
Is your claim that Jesus
Wait,
resurrected?
Bro, lock in for a sec. Allow me to make my argument.
Tell me to
That
lock
is
in
bad
and don't
faith.
answer my question one more
That is
time.
so
I'm
bad
kicking you. I
faith.
don't give a
That
fuck.
is so
It's
bad
5
faith.
a.m.
That is so bad.
So again, is your claim that
Here we
Jesus
go.
Christ resurrected?
Yes, that is my belief. Yes.
Okay. Did you weigh out every other option, and that's the only one that makes the most logical sense?
It's impossible for me to weigh all options, bro.
Then what the fuck are we having this conversation for? You haven't even looked into it.
No. The resurrection. If Jesus died or not, that I have weighed options if Jesus died or not. And it is more plausible that he died for that part. So
and then he came back.
Lock in, bro. Lock in.
And then he came
Lock in.
back? He was resurrected by magic?
There's no plausibility that we can point to if he resurrected or not, because there's no data.
This
why not just say, you can literally just say him surviving. Like, even if I were, I'd be like, oh, him surviving. Wouldn't him surviving it be a miracle? Wouldn't that be explained by supernatural means?
If him surviving it be a miracle, I mean,
yeah, do you think that would be a miracle?
But it could be explained.
It wouldn't make sense with the story.
By natural, you can make a natural claim for that. You can't make a natural claim for resurrection.
Yeah, well,
Which you
I mean, you're gonna have to
believe
give
and
an
have no data
argument
for.
for that, right?
I mean, like for instance, right? When you talk about hypotheses and you look at historical data, you have to look which one has the fewest contradictions. And I think saying that Jesus survived has somewhat more contradictions simply based on the gravity of his case and the well, I mean, a lot
It's
of things
more contradictions
arise
that
from
he
him.
died and was resurrected. That has less
What?
contradiction.
Where's the contradiction?
There is still
Resurrections don't happen.
Yeah, like,
Daddy said it.
that's
I'm talking about
nomonologically.
Daddy.
We're asking. First of
I'm
all, we're not
talking about-
making logical claims here. We're making abductive ones, right? There's no logical contradiction in Jesus surviving a crucifixion. There's no logical contradiction. Logical, by the way, logical contradiction in Jesus resurrecting, right? These are all logically possible. Now, what I'm saying, what we're talking about is what's in the realm of our understanding of biology and what we understand death to be and what it entails, what's expected from death, right? Versus what's expected from surviving an execution, right? What we'd expect when somebody dies is that they don't walk around, right? What we expect if somebody survives an execution is that they do, right? So, like, I don't understand, like, how this is like kid level reasoning, right? I don't know. Why are you jumping to, like, listen, and throughout all of history, we have a success. There's success, and things that we believe that we just can't explain that naturally, right? Like, it has to be supernatural, and then it gets explained naturally, right? I could point out example after example after example after example. People are like, there's lightning. That has to be coming from the gods. That has to be coming from Zeus. And then the guy next to him says, well, why? Why can't it just be some natural explanation? You think lightning comes out of nowhere? You think lightning doesn't just happen? Electricity doesn't just happen like that. Fires don't just spontaneously happen. And then we find out where lightning comes from naturally. Like, this happens all the time throughout history. And then, but not this time. Not this specific time. This one has to be explained by supernatural because it's my religion.
But don't y'all see that y'all are begging the question, right?
How?
Dude, stop using terms you don't fucking know.
Yeah, I know.
How am
Can
I
I
using
explain
begging the
it?
question?
Because you're making the claim. Yeah, because when you ask which is more plausible, you're assuming that the resurrection is impossible and that the survival is possible,
No,
right?
I didn't. I said it's possible.
Oh, you agree that the resurrection is possible?
Yes, I said it's logically possible for a resurrection to occur. We're asking, given that you've seen this person walking around, why is the resurrection more likely an explanation for why you see them walking around rather than a botched execution, a scam, a magic trick, or something like that?
The only way we can base that is off of the plausibility of whether or not he died. You guys can't seem to understand that simple point. You can't
We're
move forward
granting
from
you that these people truly believe that Jesus died.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. That's not my argument.
They truly believe
My
that he
argument
died.
is-
They went through all
That's
the
not my
methods to
argument,
try-
though.
No,
That's not my argument.
What are you talking about then?
We have to base all plausibility on one event. Did he die or not? You can't not base it off of that. That's the only basis we have to go
No.
from.
Oh
Wait, can you guys prove to me why you cannot? Why you?
God. Please, you're not addressing the objection here, right? You're just like all over the place. Okay. Nobody here can prove that he died, right? What we're going based off of is the reports that people believed that he died. Of course, they're going to believe that he died, right? Because they believe he was resurrected, right? Right? So of course they believe that he died, right? So we're saying, okay, here's the data that's to be explained. People truly believe that Jesus died. People truly believe that they saw Jesus after his death, his presumed death. What explains that best? What is the better explanation that is more likely to be true? Right? Aliens, botched execution, simulation, magic trick, twin brother. I could just give you body double. I could just keep going with natural explanations, and I promise you, you will never be able to give me an argument that a resurrection is more likely, simply just because of one explanatory virtue, and that is resurrections just don't occur in nature that we've seen and are capable of identifying or reproducing. But executions, botched executions happen. Twins exist. Body doubles exist. We got stunt doubles, right? People get fooled. People get fooled by magic tricks and scams all the time, where people truly believe that their people that following are like divine characters. People get tricked in all sorts of things. Not a single example of resurrection.
Again, I'm not sure if this is like low-level debate tactics or whatever. I don't know how you can get around the point. Can you actually wait? Can you actually respond to why this is not a strict binary, and why my claim stemming from the basis of whether or not Jesus died or not is not a coherent claim to then base the resurrection or non-resurrection of Christ on? So let's start. I'm gonna give us two premises and a conclusion.
Oh yeah.
Tell me what premise you disagree with. First premise.
You fucked up.
First premise. First premise. The only measurable event that we have surrounding Christ's resurrection and death is his death itself. That's the first premise.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. You said, how is it measurable?
Because we know for a fact that he died or he didn't. Because we know he did exist.
How are you measuring it?
You don't even know if he existed.
No,
how are you measuring it?
I mean,
how are you measuring it?
Exist, right?
How are you measuring it?
Oh yeah, I'm measuring whether or not Jesus died or not based on the fact that this is a strict binary and it has to be one or the other. So it is measurable in the sense that it is 50-50 at least.
Okay, so we're going to change premise one. Either Jesus died during the crucifixion or he did not. Okay, what's premise two?
And would you agree that that's the only event that we can measure?
Just the law of excluded metal. Awesome.
Second premise. All other things depends entirely on the first premise. Any other
I can already tell you this is an invalid argument. You don't even have to give me the conclusion.
Then you're gonna have to give an argument for that. You're gonna have to give an argument for that.
Yeah, the argument for it being invalid is that conclusion could be true without the premises, while all the conclusion could be false while the premises are true. That's what it means to be invalid.
Sure, but let me give my premise.
Let me ask for a clarifier. Let me ask for a clarifier because I'm stupid. Is your premise essentially either Jesus died or he didn't? And if he died, he was resurrected?
No, it's talking about why we cannot use plausibility to measure whether or not he resurrected or not. The only thing that we can argue is whether or not he died or not.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a little homework assignment. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and I want you to look up Bayesian epistemology. It's where we get abductive reasoning and statistics from. So I want you to look up Bayesian epistemology. I want you to read a couple of books on Bayesian epistemology. Wait, I'm sorry, I can't. If you don't understand my objections, then there's no way I can get through to you. So once you learn a little bit, you don't have to be like extremely in depth. But once you learn what the explanatory virtues are, like ontological economy, right, parsimony, explanatory depth, right, and things like that. Once you understand those objections that are being raised against you, because every objection that you're bringing up has nothing to do with my objection, right? So I want you to go to the SCP and I want you to learn those and then come back and then you'll understand the argument because you don't understand my argument.
I know far more about philosophy than you, and those are not arguments.
Go ahead, give me my argument. What's my argument? What was my objection?
So your objection simply is based on the fact of likelihood. If they claimed that Jesus was resurrected, is it more likely to say that he did not die or he did die? And based on their claim that they saw him, so your reasoning comes from the idea that we have not at least in nature, observe someone being resurrection, at least in nature.
Keep going.
That is your argument.
Nope. Keep going. I
So
got a
based
lot
on
more
that fact,
that I gave you. Go ahead.
so based on that fact, according to nature, it is far more plausible to say that there is a natural explanation for why they saw Jesus rather than a supernatural explanation for why they saw Jesus.
So you understand Bayesian reasoning to have something to do with cohering with our background information by inductive reasoning. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that's a category error. That's why
a yes?
I'm disagreeing with you.
Okay,
It
so
is-
because
it
that's
is
a
category
yes,
error.
right? So you understand how background information and not positing new entities are explanatory virtues, correct?
I mean, sure, but it is still a category error.
So given that you understand that they are explanatory virtues, right? And they do count in favor of those actions, right? What are all the other explanatory virtues that I picked out when I brought the objection against you? Since you know
Why
more
the
about
objection?
philosophy than me. Yeah, good.
Why would I have to go further than that? That's the basis.
Yeah, I
of
gave
your
you other
argument.
explanatory
That's the whole-
virtues. Tell me what they were.
That's the whole basis of your argument to begin with, bro. Why would I have to go further? This is not like a philosophy class, bro.
I do appreciate you.
answer.
I do appreciate you for coming up.
Thank fuck.
God damn, he was not tracking at all. So listen, bro, go to SCP Bayesian epistemology. Just go to that page, look it up, read it,
Dude, I
and
beg
then
you.
come back up and then try to debate because you have no idea what was being said.
I beg you from the bottom of my heart, stop granting them that Jesus actually existed. I beg of you.
It doesn't matter. Well, the Jesus that's harder to defend, right, than the other ones, right? Because Jesus existing is a trivial claim, right? You might say that there's no historical evidence for it, right? But it's just very trivial, so the argument's weaker if you try to attack Jesus being
Or
not
fucking
actually
attack,
existing.
like, go after the fucking miracle claims and how that can't be fucking verified, or go after the fact that there are no witnesses to any of said miracle claims besides the Bible. Jesus, you would think in early 1st century CE, if they saw people resurrecting from out of their graves, which apparently happened after Jesus was resurrected and sent to heaven, it would be the word of the fucking town, and we'd have more shit that we could fucking verify.
Christ, bro.
Oh my god. And he conceded, am I right? He said it multiple times.
Yep.
There's no verifiable way of like actually going for a resurrection
he
or
didn't
verifying the
understand.
resurrection is true.
He didn't understand that was a concession either. So that was pretty funny. All right, I'm gonna take one more guess, and then we'll call it a night. Let me make sure I didn't.
I'm going to bed, man. I'm going to bed. It's 5 in the morning. All right, man. I'll talk to you.
All right, man. Yeah, I guess I'll call it a night. Gretchen. I think Gretchen sent me something. Yeah, Gretchen. Your mama would smack the taste out of her mouth if she heard you sounding this fucking ridiculous in public. You should be ashamed. You should be. Oh, I think that was my friend. I'm sorry about that, Gretchen. He's still listening though, so you know what?
You know, do this fucking person asking me if they're in the request, let them up. I'll do one more.
I'm
but if
tired,
they're,
bro.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah.
The way you made it sound like you wanted to do another one.
Well, yeah, I'm fucking tired, bro. All right. Anyway,
what time are you going live tomorrow?
I'm gonna try to go live earlier, but I gotta it's not gonna be long. It's gonna be like a couple hours maybe of a stream, but it's gonna be. Yeah, I don't know exactly what time because I gotta get packed and stuff. So, all right, guys.
Do you think like it's not gonna be morning, is it?
For me, no. Maybe not.
All right, cool. All
right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for joining. I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. So y'all come on over there and I'll play you guys off with a song. I appreciate you. Y'all have a good one. Take it easy.
Peace, everybody.
All right. I guess suck. Jesus ain't sending their best. Come up with the methodology that's just as predictive, repeatable, and novel as science with regards to supernatural thinking back to me. Exactly. That's all I was trying to say. Nobody want to listen. Low carbon. Okay. All right. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all. For all the subs too. 18 out of 10. Appreciate y'all. Welcome in new raiders from Straighter Raid as well. Hope you guys had fun. And also big shout out to all the super chats, people who sent the super chats over on YouTube. Thank you guys as well, especially Collapse. I think Collapse was the top gifter tonight. Thank you so much. Anyway, you guys have a good one. Love you guys, and I will see you on the next stream. And of course, do not forget, you are a
Bitch.